All right. It looks like we are good on all of our feeds. Good. All right, let's tweet this out. Let's do this. Shenmue 3. It has been a very long time. I gotta pop out the YouTube chat here. As if the system wasn't annoying enough. And then set it to live chat, or else I can't see anyone's messages. YouTube. YouTube. All right. Hello, folks. Welcome. Welcome to the Shenmue. Shenmue 3 actually came out. Amazing. So if you want to know, just so this game right off the bat frustrating me in quite a few ways. So let's back up the timeline here a bit. So the game was announced as a Kickstarter thing in 2015, I think, at E3. So naturally, I backed it pretty much immediately. I backed it for the $100 tier, and the initial release date was late 2017. And you can see here, this is a 2019 game. So they missed their initial launch window by 2 years. Then the $100 tier that I backed at gave you access to a trial version, a demo of sorts. And the I assumed the demo would be fairly significant, right? And we would actually get it like well in advance of the game releasing. But no. The demo that I paid double the money for could be beaten in 2 minutes, and it came out a month before the game did. Like, holy shit. So that was that, and then fast forward to the release now. So yesterday, anybody could go out to a store, get the PS4 version of the game, and play it. And some people actually got it like a week ago because some stores broke the street date. Backers like me who picked the PC version did not get access to the game until I think like 6 or 7 hours ago. So all the people who put their faith and their money in this fucking game couldn't play it until a day after literally everybody else could. Just, man, that right there, this whole thing, as if I wasn't already like iffy enough on the whole kickstarting game process. Like right here, this is like a kick in the teeth, then a kick in the balls, and then in the teeth again. Like, come on. And then I've also seen that there's some issues itself with the game, which we'll probably see when we get into it. The download for and that's not even getting into the whole Epic Game Store thing, which I personally don't care about, but a lot of people did. So yeah, that was certainly a thing. And I'll mention that the download size for the PC version is 48 gigabytes, and just a quarter of the storage that the game takes up is in this optional story recap video from the main menu. So there's a lot of unnecessary stuff going on in this. But anyways, we're here to play it. I'm gonna play this as long as I can today. I am actually gonna go to bed though, because it's not healthy for me to be playing this nonstop for like 40 hours. So I will actually call it at some point, but that point is likely to be about 12 hours from now. So we're gonna have a nice long stream here. All right. Shenmue 3, PC 2019, EaseNet, Deep Silver took the gamble on publishing this. And yeah, this is what the PS4 box looks like. I couldn't find a reliable source for what the Epic Games Store cover looks like, because as it turns out, Epic Games Store is not very good at being a store. So, sure. Hey folks, welcome in. So, part 1, haven't played any of this yet. So, I'm playing this on my dedicated gaming PC. It is a 8-core Intel. It's going to be running at about 4 gigahertz for this. It's got a NVIDIA 2070 Super graphics card, so it's pretty much an overkill graphics card for our application. I'm going to be playing it on my 4K TV, which you can't see, but it's over there, pointing that way. I'm playing it at 1080 120 FPS. The stream is still going to be at 60, but I'll see it at 120, and you'll be able to tell down here what the frame rate is and see my inputs. And the input thing is going to be amazing because that is one of the things that they screwed up with the game, and I'll point it out when we get into the game. So let's do it. Let's get started, shall we? Okay. Why did this not, was I clicked into, why did this not change? There we go. Okay. All right. Shenmue 3. Let's do it. So hello, folks. Welcome. Welcome. No, I didn't bother implementing 120 on my site because my server has enough problems as it is. Okay. All right, I'm assuming there's going to be audio here. There should be in a second. There we go. Okay. All right. So get excited, folks. Let's start the timer here. And it looks like I got to move over a bit. Okay. So I haven't watched any streams of this, any video of this. I didn't even watch the launch trailer. So this is all new to me. So I already put in my backer code in here, and I unlocked the DLC, at which we can call Goro or something with it. Sure. All right, so let's watch the recap movie. This takes up a quarter of the game install, so we might as well watch it, right?
Yokosuka, 1986. Ryo Hazuki's fate is abruptly and irrevocably changed.
Yes, Peace Explosion is still going.
His father Iwao is murdered by a mysterious man named Lan Di.
So hello, folks. Welcome.
Is no match for him.
I missed a lot of the chat earlier because I was still setting up stuff, but welcome.
Long hidden and guarded at the dojo.
Welcome, welcome.
His dying breath, Iwao imparts one last piece of wisdom to his son. Keep your loved ones close to you. Not yet able to fully appreciate the meaning behind those words, Ryo leaves the dojo behind and vows to take revenge against Lan Di. Ryo hunts for clues as to the whereabouts of his father's killer. A letter arriving all too late warns of encroaching danger. Its contents point Ryo towards a certain Master Chan, who reveals the existence of a second mirror.
So they pronounce the names in this way different from the first two games.
Buried beneath the family dojo.
It seems like every single game in the series,
mirror.
They pronounce each name differently.
However,
between 1, 2, and 3 now.
A new threat. A crooked man named Chai stalks Ro in hopes of getting his hands on the mirror. Thanks to the Chen family, Ro manages to protect the mirror from Chai. He next decides to depart for Hong Kong in pursuit of Lan Di.
So this voiceover calls him Ro.
However, is already waiting for him before he leaves.
That's Goro. Goro's not trouble.
To a tough gang of bikers known as the Mad Angels. The evil that confronts him even moves to sink its teeth into his dear friend Nozomi Arasaki. But Ryo's heart is driven, and with his comrades to he is able.
Wait, these subtitles are
obstacles in his path.
Are different from what he's saying? Well, there's also a filter
Waves
applied to
lapping
this.
against his home shore tell Ryo he must now leave Japan to continue his
Like,
quest.
they put a film grain filter on it, it looks like.
Ryo Hazuki remains undeterred as his fate calls to him. He arrives in Hong Kong. But in this unfamiliar land, who can he possibly trust?
The music is slightly different, too. I wonder if it's because they don't have the rights to it.
His money is stolen and he is left destitute.
Because
To the kindness
Sega is not involved in this at all, I don't think.
he finds himself wandering the streets of Wanzai to arrive at Monmo Temple.
You get the stream on mobile, click on the HLS button or the YouTube button.
Thing as to Landi's whereabouts.
Or you could just watch the native YouTube stream.
Sensing in Ro a thirst for bloody revenge, however, she refuses to talk. Instead, she attempts to dampen the flames of his rage through instruction, but her efforts prove in vain when Ryo meets with a man named Ren Wu Ying. Learning of the Phoenix Mirror, Ren's mind turns toward the riches that could be theirs. Ren reveals that Zhu Rengda has sequestered himself within the Kowloon walled city.
There you go.
But what waits for them in Kowloon is Donyo and the Yellowheads, a gang of brutal fighters in service to Landi.
That Ren.
Ryo overpowers Donyo, but Landi just manages to escape. Ryo learns that he has made for Guilin. Parting from the warm company he found in Hong Kong, Ryo continues the pursuit alone. In the backcountry of Guilin, Ryo encounters a young lady named Shen Hua.
Why is it called Shenmue? Because a tree. Or something.
The twist of fate will change everything for him and for her as well. What ancient mystery is locked away by the dragon and phoenix mirrors? What of Landi, whose hands are stained with the blood of Ryo's father?
All right. Oh, I gotta use my crappy keyboard here. Try and make this work. All right. We did it. Okay. You hope Cool Z's in this? Me too. All right. Let me make sure all the options are correct. So, if we notice here, that's the B button. I'm using a DualShock 4 controller through direct input native mode. It's taking my inputs, but it's still using Xbox prompts, which is going to make doing QTEs a real pain in the ass. I actually had a problem with this with the remake. Remakes of 1 and 2, and it's the same fucking problem with this one. Oh god. Alright, 1080p, I'm leaving VSync on, so if the frame drops, it'll drop. And everything else seems fine. So let's do it. Yeah, where's the B button on my DualShock? Okay, so we got different game modes here. My policy with playthroughs like this is to do my first playthrough on the recommended difficulty, which in this case is going to be the recommended mode. And then for later playthroughs, we'll probably do hard and then nightmare. But for the first one, we'll just do this. So, recommended mode, and we can switch at any time. In case I'm so bad at video games, we have to put it on story.
Dear Shenhua, my work is done. The Phoenix entrusted to our people is now complete. The time of destiny has come. Go with the one who holds the Phoenix, Shenhua, and find the proof. Yield yourself to the light and go together. I shall give you the family treasure, the Sword of 7 Stars. Think of the sword as a part of me, and keep it with you. I shall always watch over you.
Nightmare mode.
What the?
Leo.
Right.
Yeah, she has a different outfit on. They retconned the end of Shenmue 2, apparently. This looks really good in 120 FPS. It definitely doesn't come across on the 60 FPS stream, but this animates really well in 120.
What is this?
A dragon and a phoenix.
Just like the mirrors.
So this is what he was working on. From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear.
So Shenfa's voice is different,
Know of the strength hidden within him.
and I don't like it.
The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes.
She just sounds
When he is ready,
bored all the time.
seek me out.
Like it sounded like that in the demo too.
The rocky path.
Yeah.
I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind.
Yeah, I do like the stylized character models.
Midst of the pitch black night.
Hey, Trickhook, no problem.
Morning
Welcome.
star shall glisten, alone.
I don't really speedrun anymore, but I do mostly just playthroughs now.
Since long ago.
The one who holds the Phoenix.
I'm glad you enjoyed it though. What's my history with this game? I gave Yu Suzuki $100 2 years ago, or no, 4 years ago, and then was disappointed by the demo a month ago, and was very mad yesterday when I couldn't play the game, but Joe Schmo off the street could play it. And that's my history of Shenmue 3, and now I'm playing it.
That's Bailu Village. We might find some clues about my father there. Let's go.
Sure.
Oh shit!
Hey,
All right.
Shenhua,
We have to get to the village.
Get the counter going, boys.
do you have any idea where your father might have gone?
No, I don't.
Has this ever happened before?
With my father?
Yeah. Has he ever disappeared without telling you?
No, never.
I see. Are you certain that letter from the cave was...
It's his handwriting, without a doubt.
Okay. Are you sure it didn't contain any clues? Shenhua?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't care about the letter. I just want to find my father.
I understand.
Special phone card. All right. We got it. Oh, jeez. Get my headset cord out of the way. Okay. Yep, so this is pretty much the area from the demo. Man, I didn't play the demo in 120 FPS because I didn't want to bother checking a box in my display settings, but goddamn, this is great in 120 in high frame rate mode. Yep, the Xbox button layout, even though I'm using a DualShock 4 in direct input mode. So the engine knows this is a DualShock, but they purposely didn't put in PlayStation button prompts, even though this is a PS4 game. Like, what the fuck? Ugh. It's so annoying.
Hello, Liu.
Shenhua, who's this?
This is Liu. He saved me from drowning in the river.
Leo.
Did something happen?
A group of thugs tore through here 2 days ago.
Hey, Mattbox.
Oh, really?
I saw your name in the credits, Mattbox.
Don't normally see around here.
Oh, Aquis. I don't know if
Keep moving.
if you use your real name or your handle for the credits thing in the backer credits, but there's an Aquis in the credits that I think might be you. Aquis.
Hey, Shenhua.
What's the matter?
Does the village usually have gatekeepers?
And apparently they actually have messed up people's names
Bailu is a
in the
very
credits.
peaceful place.
Are you
They did mess up mine, at least. Mine has one less letter, so less opportunity to mess it up.
came by?
Yes, but it sounds like they're not from around here.
Still, that's worrying.
Even for you?
Yeah.
I admit, I'm a little unsettled myself. The village feels different somehow.
I can imagine.
Let's ask around for some clues.
Let's go.
All right, so we're looking for thugs
That was
or
a pretty
something.
old bridge.
Yeah, it has been a long time, right?
That's the Verdant Bridge.
That's what it's called.
Oh god.
Yes. It's been in Bailu for a while.
Is that the village? Up ahead?
Yes. Everyone lives up ahead. We can ask around. Someone's bound to know something.
Let's not waste another second.
But yeah, last night when I was being mad about not being able to play the game while others could, I was looking through the comments in the Kickstarter, and some guy put in a comment that he paid $600 for his backing, and then they got his name wrong in the the credits. Like, oh my god! So even the big spenders got shafted by whoever it was that was copy and pasting names into the credits. Alright, so what are we doing? Go to Bailu Village, score at Shenhua. Sure. Mr. Yuan. I'm assuming that's Shenhua's father. Yeah, good old Star Citizen. Oh man. I didn't give Star Citizen a single cent. Even though I probably should have, because I really like Chris Roberts' work, but that game just didn't interest me. Yeah, the diary is a lot more, there's a lot more to it in this game. Rio found a stack of post-it notes inside the cave.
I'm sure we'll find out more about your father.
He's deliberately pausing after the shures.
I'll try another settlement.
Like, did the voice actor be like, "Hey, there's the sure. Let's make sure to have some space around each sure." All right, what are we doing? That's the villagers. All right. So, my plan for this playthrough, by the way, is to just...
Hi there.
We're going to power through it.
Ah, come to apprentice under me, have you?
I'm going to try not to do much optional side stuff. I'm going to save that for a later playthrough.
Oh,
For this, we're just
Fear not,
going straight through.
for I am the great Sudza Xiong.
Hey, I win.
Forge a formidable master out of the most hopeless of pupils. You stand before a Chun Tai Chi master.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Have you seen Mr. Yuan?
Do I look like I'd know anything about that?
Yeah?
Right.
Come by any time if you've got any burning questions about the great Chun Tai Chi.
Will do.
Oh, this is his cousin, Liu Hazuki. This is the alternate universe where Goro's the bad guy. Okay, so the right trigger in this game brings up this menu. So they made Shenmue 3 more RPG-ish. Skill book editor. Okay. So there's actually like a proper progression system now. You have to keep your health up, so you got to eat food, and I'm actually not a big fan of those changes. I kind of preferred the way they did it in 2 more so than this, but sure. And also, it looks like you can't load your save from the remakes, but that's not too surprising. But maybe they'll be able to hack that in at some later point. So this is not the canon photo. Lame. We also don't have a duck right now. Where's the duck? I also never got the leaf. Very disappointing, Yu Suzuki. This is a very high-resolution dirt texture. Man. Yep, the wrong Nozomi photo. Like, wrong everything. Alright. So we got a phone card, but there's no phone here, so we'll have to call Goro some other time. Yeah, the duck got lost in that cave. It's the same cave where we found the post-it notes. We also lost the duck.
There's something I want to ask. Have you seen Mr. Yuan?
Where did you come from, young man?
Is this sleepy guy from the riverside?
What?
There's always something interesting coming in from the Lijiang River. I wonder what's going to show up next.
Okay. Alright, yeah, let's get down to the real business here.
I'll give it a try.
They changed the humming. This humming is different from the demo. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Alright, controller rumbles when he does that. Alright, well.
This is great.
No, it's not, but hey, we can sell that, maybe. Hello, Final Fantasy VII. I am 20 minutes into the game. So far, it is very exciting. Very exciting. She's got pumpkins on her roof.
Pardon me.
Eh? Why, I missed some shures? I only have 3 so far. Did I miss one? Not yet, Andrew. That's a future thing, because I wasn't comfortable taking any sort of donations or anything while I was inconsistently streaming. And I will have something set up later on once my site stops burning to the ground every time I stream. That's kind of the priority right now. But it is a future thing, and thank you for offering. Perhaps in the future. Okay, so we're still looking for Mr. Yuan.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Have you seen Mr. Yuan?
He
Mr. Yuan,
occasionally
sure.
came to visit Joe next door, but Joe is likely working right now. Maybe
All
Joe's
right.
daughter Lean knows where he is.
I see.
Okay. Mr. Joe. Speedrunner Shenmue 3, not me. I've retired from speedrunning for 2 reasons. I lost interest, and 2, more importantly, it was hurting my hands so bad that I had to stop playing video games for a year. And I don't want to repeat that. So no speedruns, sorry.
Shenhua?
I'm sure somebody else will, though.
She's my friend. Is she your friend too?
Yeah, she is. Say, do you know Mr. Yuan?
Nope.
He's a stonemason.
A stonemason, just like my daddy?
Your dad is a stonemason as well?
Yep.
Can I talk to him?
Uh-huh. He comes home at 7 at night.
He does. Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Yeah, they didn't have technology for drawings in the dirt in the Dreamcast. Okay. What is this? Jump system. Ah, okay. So they expanded on the wait until certain time thing in 2, and they made it a time end location thing. Okay. This will drastically speed up things, I guess.
Pardon me.
Who's there?
May I talk to you for a moment?
What is it?
Oh, hi, mister.
You know this man?
He's my friend, Daddy.
Well, get to it.
I haven't seen Yuan around. If you know anything, I'd... Huh? What happened?
Oh, dang.
Some thugs I'd never seen before showed up and wrecked my place.
Hey, Slamwich. Yep, playable on time.
Thugs,
Yep.
huh? Why would they do this?
Beats me. They asked if I was a stonemason, so I said yes. And they just went crazy.
Why stonemasons?
They were definitely looking for something.
What did they look like?
Well, they weren't from around here, that's for sure. There were 2 of them. One had a shaved head with a tattoo on it. Don't tell me. They went to Yuan's place too?
I don't know. Yuan was in the quarry when he disappeared.
You're kidding. Those thugs might have something to do with that too.
Maybe. I'll be sure to tell Shenhua.
With guns? No, they just went
Bye-bye, mister.
like, fuck your door.
It's gotten so dark.
Alright. Look at all this gameplay.
Shenhua's house.
Hopefully the whole game isn't like this. Alright. Shenhua's house. look at this highly interactive video game. Alright, there's Goat.
Have you learned anything new, y'all?
Not about your father, no.
I see.
It seems that the thugs invaded Mr. Zhou's home, though.
Zhou, you mean Ling's house? They must have my father then.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions.
I'm going with you tomorrow.
What?
I can't stop thinking about these thugs. I want to know more.
Ada. Yeah, 60 FPS, and also
Go together.
not super compressed voices is also that's even more off-putting to me. Is the voices don't sound like they were run through a tape player. All right. Ask around. Okay. Yeah, that they can actually compress that digest video.
Yeah?
And then compress the
I've been
shit out of the
thinking about
voices.
The thugs that went to Ling's house.
And?
I don't think it was a coincidence.
I'm with you. They must have had a reason.
Let's talk to the villagers together tomorrow.
It
I want to ask some questions of my own.
It also wouldn't surprise me if somebody eventually made like a Dreamcast port of this, because people still make Dreamcast games, and they can probably rip the assets out of this and hack together.
I shouldn't go in without permission.
Oh, he does the thing where he doesn't move his mouth again. Wait, so what now? Okay, there's also this is new here. There's a mini map now along with our health meter, and it didn't show that in the first two games. Your health largely didn't matter.
Look at the time. I'll try again tomorrow.
Oh man, they don't make his mouth move when that's gonna really bother me. All right, let's get some of this. All right. Sure. Yep, the Nernroots. Can we go to bed? We not open the fridge? Alright, what you making?
I'm excited to see what'll be served.
Alright. I love that skip that's in there. Alright. So we got stirfry.jpg.
It smells good.
This is some pretty good food textures. Yep, keep chopping. Eventually she'll cut through it. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is the same kitchen from 2. This is a banana.
A banana. Do they grow them in the village?
Sure.
Guess I'll take it.
Oh man, they kept the robot hand.
Looks good. Guess I'll take it.
Yes. Alright, that's $100 well spent. They kept the robot hand animations. Alright. Ah. Shit. Diary. Okay. Sure. Alright. Yeah, we got hotspots for days here. And I'm sure the contents of these things will change over time. So we gotta go through these every day.
What's in this bag?
What is in the bag? If only we could... Alright, let's see if Shenfa's made any progress here. Sure. Okay. Is that a jar full of strawberries? How does that even work? Can you do that with strawberries? I'm not a fruitologist, so I don't actually know. Okay. Got a bunch of McCormick brand
Is that?
seasoning.
There's enough to last a millennium.
Alright, a whole bunch of pepper. Sure. Yep, in 2019. Only 2 years late. More strawberries. Alright. And, yo, is that, is this a jar full of ice cream sprinkles? Is this just her ice cream toppings? A drawer full of ice cream toppings. Shenfa's got her priorities straight here. And okay, so that's just a bowl of candy, it looks like. Sure. Hey, don't worry about Peepo's dictation here. Peepo tries its best. All right. Okay. So you keep the chopsticks that are already open in the drawer below the sealed one. Yep, I knew it.
Chocolate. Seems they've got it all.
Sure. Sure. All right. I wanted to go to bed earlier, but like it wouldn't let me. Okay. So by the way, what I'm counting a death in this is failing a fight that it makes me retry it, I think. I'm not sure which fights are optional. I guess we'll find out. Or failing like a QTE that makes me redo it. I think those are what will count as deaths in this. A very low budget? Yeah, it had a very low budget of millions and millions of dollars. And 2 extra years to work on it. So don't give me that. Don't you give me that.
That's some serious facial hair.
All right. I do like the detail they put in all this. Like, man, if they could keep this up for the rest of the game, that's very nice. Okay. All right, Shenfa, let's go look for clues. Oh, is she still chopping?
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, get back to chopping. It does the same thing as that glitch in the demo, or it just goes. Shenhua chopping that cucumber all night. Oh man, what the hell even was that? Okay. Alright, Shenhua. Let's get out of here.
Ryo. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think that might have been Polish? I don't know. Okay, so in 2, this is the direction we approach the house from. So this is... So wait a second. Hold up. So at the end of 2, she said that Bailu Village is just a bit further in from here. Maybe there's an alternate path into the village? Because clearly we would have seen this.
Your house is pretty far from the village, huh, Shenhua?
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Is there a reason for that?
The quarry could be one.
Sorry?
The quarry. It's a special one that even I'm not allowed to enter.
Ah. So, your house is there to protect it?
Oh my
Yes,
god.
I believe so. Father didn't tell me anything about it, though.
I see. Do you know what the dragon and phoenix in the quarry were for?
No, I don't.
But your father carved them, right?
Yes, he must have. He wasn't alone, though.
What do you mean by that?
Man, you're really drinking the Kool-Aid, aren't you?
Taken generations
Jesus.
to complete.
So, you think your grandfather worked on them too?
He says as he drinks his Kool-Aid.
Possibly even further back than that.
Have you heard any stories about them?
Not a single one. My father always said he'd tell me when I got older.
Oh, there's a guy in the YouTube chat that's bending over backwards to explain why this game is totally perfect.
Well, everyone in the village has history.
The villagers?
Yes. Generations of stonemasons, hunters, and farmers have all
Yeah,
lived here.
it's weird how they did these cutscenes where
Wranglers.
in the first game this would have been just one
Oh yeah?
one continuous thing,
How things work here.
but they added in a lot of weird breaks in these scenes. All right, Shenhua, let's go. All right, so we got a field over here, another one here. Okay. Ah, the rice field. Languishon. Okay, so that's... Yo, they even have a wolf icon on from it. And people were saying I was making shit up. Verdant Bridge. Okay. Man. That was the one thing that the crazy ass Shenmue fans were saying when I was doing my speedrun at SGDQ, like, oh, Purry's making shit up. There's no wolves in this game. There's a fucking wolf on the sign. Come on.
Is this a dojo?
Oh my god.
That's right.
Vindication.
This is Martial Hall. It's been here for ages.
Martial Hall.
Long ago, many great martial artists traveled here, from all over the world. But no one comes here nowadays.
Is that so?
Ryo, you should come here to practice when you have time.
Is that okay?
Of course. Our doors are open to everyone that comes here looking to master the martial arts.
These conversations.
Are you a new trainee?
Sorry?
You're Japanese.
I am.
Anything new in Japan?
The people of Bailu Village have trained here for centuries. It has history.
Did you say centuries?
You would do well to train here if you have lost sight of the path. You can polish your techniques.
So, you'll let me train here?
Not only that, I'll let you prove yourself by fighting the monks here.
You're on.
A fight? Very well.
This guy has good voice acting.
Your first opponent shall be Red Tiger. He is our least skilled monk, but do not underestimate him.
Yep, ancient Polish martial arts. Alright, just hit the ABXY. Well, too bad I don't have any of the... I have the X button. I guess I can hit that one. Try pressing right trigger, eat and fill up before fighting. Alright. Wait, they changed the combat is very slightly different from the backer trial. It feels faster than the backer trial.
Is that all you're made of? Don't make me laugh.
All right, get him with the bow. Yeah, I don't like the changes they made to the combat.
Will you join us?
Yes, absolutely.
Very well. What is your name?
Ryo Hazuki.
I shall have a name tag prepared for you. You will start from the lowest rank.
Rank?
Yes. You must fight and defeat someone above your rank in order to move up. You must train day in and day out to improve your kung fu.
All right, improve our kung fu, huh? Practice techniques, martial hall. Okay, so this must be where all the optional fights are in this area. So yeah, that's not a DualShock in there. That's just generic controller. Okay. All right, so we do have to heal up again now that we can eat this one banana that we got. Ability to nourish athletes for plus 60 HP. It's 90. Okay. All right, so we'll save the black garlic for something else, I guess. Sure. I don't like that they swapped around the buttons. The run button you used to be able to map to whatever you wanted, and now it's only on right trigger. But yeah, the combat system they changed in this. So previously it was punches were the X button,
Uncle Tao.
kicks were A, grabs were B, and dodge was Y.
Everything they need from his shop.
I see.
But now punch is X and Y,
Like anything to eat?
and kick is A and B.
Well, you can't run on an empty stomach.
That's a very good point.
Be sure to keep a little something on hand in case you get hungry later. A lot of places in the village sell food too.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm pretty sure you can't change the binding. So there's this. Yeah, you can only change the confirm buttons and the camera control. Unless you dive down in like INI files maybe. Which I don't know how you do that in Unreal Engine. So you can also change his clothes, by the way. So we don't have any extra things here. But if we want to run around in just this, we can. So this is in the demo as well. But this just seems not at all right to me. So I'll play as classic Ryo. Unless the game forces us. Oh. Having the menu on right trigger is very, very bizarre to me still. Yep, the mouth. Like, there's a lot wrong with the mouth animations. Okay, ask around the villagers.
Ryo, this herb.
So Shenhua's just the tutorial for the game, it seems.
This is...
It's licorice. You can make Chinese medicine with it.
So, you can turn this into medicine, huh?
Not just this. There are lots of herbs growing in Bailu.
Where do they grow?
They're all over the place, but you have to really look for them.
Oh, really?
There should be special maps at Uncle Tao's shop.
Someone actually made maps?
Yes, if you find enough to make some medicine. Uncle Tao will buy them from you.
Ah, so
Okay,
that's...
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this version of Shenhua. As annoying as Shenmue 2 Shenhua was, this one is worse by a lot. Full moveset in the previous games, maybe? There is no way to import a save from 2, so I'm assuming they did, but hell if I know, because I never got all the stuff in 2. So. Alright, here's some cows. I'm assuming 2 of these are Shenhua's cows from her house. So these are very red cows, and they weren't red in 2.
I would like to know. What's the tall tower just past the village square?
Yes, that's the bell tower.
What is it for?
We ring the bell if there's a fire in the mountains, or if something dangerous is encroaching on the village.
Is that why it's so tall?
Precisely. It's also a useful landmark, because you can see it from anywhere in the village.
That's handy. So you can find your way back to the square? If you head for the bell tower?
That's right.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Alright, so almost an hour in. I think a lot of the voice acting for... Oh man, she's giving me the side eye. Like, Shenhua's voice acting is really bad. Ryo's is take it or leave it. Everyone else's voice acting is really good, though. And I like the way the game looks. So far so good on that. We're getting some frame drops here, though. My 2070 Super is kind of dying right here, it looks like. Sure. Alright. Do we, have anything to do here?
Oh, hey, kid. What do you want? Have you come to apprentice under me?
Sure.
Nothing.
You're a beginner, right? You have a name?
Ryo Hazuki.
Well, Ryo, it's your lucky day. Fear not, for I am the great Sudza Xiong. I can forge a formidable master out of the most hopeless of pupils. You stand before a Chun Tai Chi master.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
What? You don't think I've got what it takes?
Sure.
That's not what I...
Then let me show you what I've got. Fight me, right now.
Oh, man. Look, I'm not opposed, but...
It's too late now, it was Ryo, right?
So that guy says it like they did in the old game. Alright. Oh, that's right, you can't, So this is the sparring mode. So it's just in a timer. in the upper right. Gotta get that bow skill up. Nope. It's like there's a weird delay to these moves. Alright. Get that bow up to max level. Alright. That must be the QTE ranking. Alright. Level 1 Kung Fu, I'll take it. Yeah, we're getting that bow to max level.
Well, how's it feel? Pretty nice to train with a master like me, isn't it?
Sure.
Come by anytime. I'm always up for a fight.
Sure. Yeah, these kids with relatively normal haircuts is why. Come on. They got it perfect in 2, but hey, mister.
I need help with something.
No, not right now. Anyway, I have to practice my forms.
Please, Zhangping. It's important.
Oh, hi, Shenhua. Hey, mister. Who are you?
Hey, mister.
This is Liu. He's a friend of mine.
Did you see the thugs that came to the village?
Nuh-uh.
If you know anything, please tell us.
Oh, wait a minute. Mei Ling said that they came to her house when she was sleeping.
Mei Ling said that?
Okay, let me go ask her.
Where's Mei Ling?
Mei Ling is Wang Wen's kid. They live nearby.
Okay then.
Oh, thanks.
Nearby, okay. Maybe she knows.
I need help with something.
Are you well, Ling?
Oh, hi, Shenhua. I see. So you two are friends.
Did you see any thugs come here?
The people who messed up your house.
Nuh-uh.
Okay then.
Yeah, everything is nearby. Sure. Alright, we banging on doors then.
Is anyone there? It seems nobody's home. Hello? I guess nobody's home.
Sure.
I need help with something.
I can't talk to Shenhua?
Did you see any thugs come here?
Alright. The square button is the skip text button in this game.
Excuse me.
You're not from around here, are you?
Yue Feng. This is a friend of mine.
Is that right?
Have you seen the thugs that came to the village recently?
Word has it they showed up at the Wong household. But Wen's lips are sealed.
Maybe she'd open up to you.
It's worth a shot.
To me, a complete stranger.
Thank you very much.
Just be careful, okay? She'd be heartbroken if anything were to happen to you.
Huh? Who would be heartbroken?
Shenhua, that's who.
Actually,
Oh dear. There I go running my mouth again.
Okay then.
Okay. Sure. Alright, we haven't banged on this door yet.
Hello? It seems nobody's home.
Hold on, I need to awkwardly get up.
Hey, I have nothing to say to a stranger.
Alright, maybe old guy knows.
Excuse me.
Oh, what have we here? Looks like it's a young man this time.
We talked to you last night, old man.
There's always something interesting coming in from the Lijiang River.
Huh?
First a tree, then a goat. I wonder what's going to show up next.
Hey.
Is that...
Mr. Jiang, there's something we'd like to ask you.
Huh.
If it isn't Shenhua.
Have you seen Wang Wen?
Who's that now?
You know, Mrs. Wang. Wang Wen?
Oh, her. I saw her just a while ago. If you want to speak with her, then go see her.
Where is she?
Thank you, Mr. Jiang.
Oh my god. They really beat around the bush in this game about everything. Everybody says, hey, if you want to talk to her, go see her.
Who are you, young man? I can't help but notice you've been wandering around here lately.
My name is Ryo Hazuki.
Ah, so you're Japanese. Sorry, dear. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm not too partial to strangers.
Wait, Mrs. Jiang.
Oh, Shenhua. I didn't know you were here.
This is Ryo. He's my friend.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Now, what can I do for you?
I've got a question. Have you seen Wang Wen?
There's something I'd like to ask her.
Oh, I'm sure she's around here somewhere, talking up a storm to someone.
I see.
Let's go, Ryo.
Alright, I'll let you get back to your carrot. It's like all the... I love that. Like they don't pick it up or anything, they just... That must be the secret ability of people in this village. Alright. So old lady isn't out here banging on whatever she was doing earlier. And we can't do anything here, I guess?
Maybe I'll talk to a few folks around here.
Alright, that's gotta be like inner monologue. That they did that on purpose.
I should talk to more people around here.
So the person we're looking for is around here.
Hi there. Is Wang Wen around?
There's something I'd like to ask Wang Wen.
She's not around? I was just talking to her.
I see.
She said something about going shopping, so
Oh, okay.
maybe she already left for Taogate.
There we go.
Got it.
Thanks.
Taogate. I wonder if that's on purpose. I wonder if that is a play on Target. She is. They did a good job with the hair in this game. One way.
Excuse me.
Huh? What is it?
Hello, Wen.
Shenhua!
This is my friend, Ryo.
Oh, really? Your friend?
I'm looking for some thugs. Have you seen any?
One. Did the thugs show up here?
That they did. But my husband drove them off. He's really good to have around in times like these.
What did they want?
That's what I'd like to know. They kept hollering something about wanting to meet the stonemason. I was inside and didn't see anything. My husband told me about it after it was over.
I see.
Let's talk to Shiren, One's husband.
Good idea. Thanks again.
Thanks, One.
Oh. Sure. All right.
Hi there.
Wait, is...
I've heard about you. You're Shenhua's friend, aren't you?
The name's Hazuki.
Oh, you look strong.
All right, let's chop some wood while we're here.
Like you needs a snake power.
It's a bottle of snake power. Why this?
Deadly snake venom fermented for 3 months. It's just one of the medicines that'll help you in battle.
That seems safe.
Fix you up good.
I see. I think.
I always sell it here at my shop, in case you forget.
Excuse me.
What is it?
All right, let's chop some wood.
I hear I can earn some money here.
Yep, real snake wood.
Chopping, I'm paying.
Chopping wood?
Yeah. Will you do it?
All right, let's chop it up.
Perfect.
This isn't Wong's husband.
Yes. Oh. Mm-hmm. That's it. Good. That's it. Oh. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Yes. Good. That's it. Perfect. Good. Oh, no.
Oh yes.
Well done. That's it.
Dang it.
Good. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yes. That's it. Good. Yes. Oh.
Got him. All right. 59 panda bucks.
This is good work.
Did the would the currency used around this time have a panda on it? Because
No, I'm good.
Well, I ain't forcing you to do anything.
I remember somebody
I'll
mentioned
be waiting for
way
you.
back when that the Hong Kong dollar stuff that they used, or the model they used in the game actually was accurate for the time. Is this oh, it doesn't have money in the key items. All right, what are we doing? Okay. Visit Lindsay. Okay, we already did that. Talk to Shiren. Okay. Hugs came in uninvited, kicked out by Shiren. I assume this isn't Shiren. Alright. It's kind of weird that we can't talk to Shenhua during this. Like, you'd think you'd be able to talk to her. Alright, I'm assuming Shiren's back in the village. Hey, mister!
I need help with something. I'm looking for Wang Shiren.
Have you seen Mei Ling's father?
Oh, he's guarding the bridge. You didn't know that?
Okay then.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, on the FPS counter, not the stream. Yeah. Like, yeah, this area, we get well under 120. I have VSync turned on, so it's that's what it is. But if I turn off VSync at 1080p, we get 142, 144. But that's looking up at the sky, and then over here, things get a little more dire. But I don't like tearing, so I usually I keep VSync on. Plus my GPU isn't running at 100% all the time. Is it good so far? Well, we're an hour in, and it has issues, but it's still Shenmue for the most part. For better or worse. Alright, this is Lei, so we're looking for Shiren. That is not Shiren. It'd be nice if any of these villagers actually said where anybody is. Like, is Shiren over here?
Maybe I'll talk to a few folks around here.
Like, man. Thoughts on the game? I don't like the RPG changes in stuff like this. I don't like that you have to use food to heal. I think that's unnecessary and annoying that they did that. I think the graphics look pretty great. I think the I think Shenfa's delivery of her voices is awful so far. Ryo sounds like Ryo, which again, take it or leave it. The music is pretty much the same as 2. Let's see. I'm using a DualShock 4 controller, but there's still Xbox prompts on screen, even though there's a PS4 version of this, and you're able to easily detect PS4 controllers in Unreal Engine. So that's really annoying.
Hi there.
And that's about all I've got so far.
Isn't he on guard duty?
I see.
Ah, guard duty, okay. That's the guy by the bridge. But as far as like story stuff, we haven't really done enough for me to comment on the stories. Any better or worse so far, but it does pick up right after Shenmue 2 ends. Like, it picks up the second Shenmue 2 ends. So. But if I come off as cynical, I am optimistic that this game is going to be good. I'm hoping it is, and I'm giving it its best chance to be good.
Hello, Leo.
Da Tong.
What's with the two of you?
Is Wang Shiren around?
I'd like to talk to Shiren.
He left to patrol Longweishan. It's up ahead. You'll see signs for it.
I see.
Nope. Shenfa just disappears. No, wait, no, she's back. All right, so we're going back. This is weird. The layout of this area still doesn't match the. I better eat before in case we run into a fight or something. Oh my god, food is very limited in this. I'm considering going back to the village and buying some food. But we do have the big restore items. Alright. So we're looking for Shiren. And like for positives so far, more positives. So I said the graphics look good. Like this detail is great. Like you can zoom in, that grass looks fantastic. The textures for everything look great. There's all sorts of like little details inside the buildings. The landscape looks great. So on the macro and micro scale of graphical detail in this game, it's great. And I love the the stylized character models and the faces. I'm glad that they fixed the faces from the original
Excuse me.
trailer they put out.
What do you want? What are you two doing here?
There's something I want to ask. I'm looking for some thugs. Have you seen any?
Those cow
Did you
noises.
see 2 of them the other night?
Yeah, a big man with long hair, and a man with a shaved head and a spider tattoo.
Moo.
Tell me more.
They barged in during the middle of the night when I was sleeping. They
Finish the
kept
story here?
this and that about a stonemason.
Well, Yu Suzuki's already talking about
Drove them off.
he's already talking about Shenmue 4,
Back to bed.
so probably not.
Is there anybody else?
Do you know where they went after that?
That I don't know, but I do know that there were other witnesses. A man I met at the bar was talking about it. He was a bookie with a scar on his face.
What kind of scar?
A big one. On his cheek.
We should talk to him, Ryo.
Yes. Let's go find him.
Okay, so this is pretty much where the demo is. The demo is find Bookie with scar on his face. And I know where he is, because it's in the demo. The 2-minute demo. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do wrap up this story arc in 3. I don't know. And everything he's mentioned about Shenmue 4, maybe it's the next arc. Maybe it takes place in the 90s or something. That would be cool if they did that. or took place in modern day or something.
Hey, Shenhua.
Yeah?
I think we should split up and look for the bookie. I'll search from here to the village square. You go from the village square to the next settlement.
Got it.
Yep, 20XX.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
It'll take place in the future that Yu Suzuki envisioned when he originally made this game in 2000. All right. I'm trying to think of how much money we need for buying healing items. And I think we're still good because I made some okay money with the wood chopping. All right, let's make this an RPG. Okay, decrease viewers. You can use FXCV to select stuff. Sure. Okay. All right, what are we buying? So this is price 12 plus 300. Okay, so some of these are clearly better values than others. So why buy one of these when you can buy 10 cauliflowers and get the same amount of healing? Because I don't think that there's a weight limit in this. I don't see anything that looks like a weight limit. So the cabbage is a bad value. So far cauliflower is the best money for HP. And it looks like you don't like sell out of them either. You just buy whatever you need. So cauliflower and broccoli are optimal so far. Eggplant is not optimal. Rip parsley is the same as the other ones. Potato is not good. So I guess there kind of is a point, I think, to buying the different ingredients. Because I think you can actually combine them into other things. Or you use it in the medicine creation. But if we're just going to be using these for healing, might as well go with the optimal stuff. So what's the... Alright, we're just gonna eat a bunch of cauliflower. Yeah, the graphics on this is really good. Like, it's not quite up to like Final Fantasy 15 detail in the food, but it still looks great. Hey, Hidden. Yep, instead of one at a time. Yeah, unlike you could sell multiple things at a time in 2, but you can only buy one at a time. All right, so like let's look at this banana. It's a good looking banana. Got subsurface scattering and all that going on. This is on the highest possible detail, by the way, on the PC version. So this is just about as good as it can get. Oh. Like, I wonder if they use photogrammetry for stuff like this. It is kind of weird that it's got this kind of glow to it that like misconfigured surface shaders have in like in Unity. Like it's got a sheen to it that isn't quite natural, but maybe that's part of the shader, the artistic shaders stuff that they're using. All right, let's heal up. Let's eat a bunch of cauliflowers. All right, perfect. All right, so this is a guy from the demo, and he's still got the. Yep, that's how smoke works. Sure.
Excuse me.
Hey there, lad. How about a game?
A scarred face. This must be the guy.
Huh? You say something?
There's something I want to ask.
So what? You're not here to play?
I'm looking for someone who's seen those thugs.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Where can I find him?
I'll tell you after we play.
Okay.
Lately, I'm not as good as I used to be. Why don't we let our throws do the talking?
A challenge, huh?
Yeah. Beat me, and I'll tell you. How about it?
Oh, we're fighting. Okay. CPU is a Intel 7820X. It's an 8-core. It's running at 3.91 gigahertz right now. The GPU is a NVIDIA 2070 Super.
Let's do this.
So a decent rig. And I'm playing off of a 4K OLED right now. In 1080 mode. Oh my god, that ragdoll.
You're weaker than I thought.
Oh man.
Not bad, I guess.
Oh, dang it. Alright, we clearly need more Kung Fu.
Bad, kiddo. Yeah, Kung Fu's a little lacking.
A little lacking.
Go train at Marshall Hall and we'll start over.
Yeah, level 7 bow is...
Marshall Hall.
Oh man, if we get that to level 10, we're gonna be like punching holes in concrete with our elbow. Alright, let's go to Marshall Hall and go fix our Kung Fu problem. I need to go buy some more cauliflower. It's a good thing they have infinite cauliflower here. Alright. Yep, Kung Fu and cauliflower is all we need to beat Shenmue 3. Yeah, money's probably going to be an issue pretty soon. We could always go chop some more wood. And I think I can sell capsule toys. Like, what's this guy selling?
Excuse me.
What is it?
Alright, what can I sell?
I'll buy a set of herbs from you if you've got them.
The herbs. We gotta sell some dank herbs to this guy. 8.29. Okay, so it looks like it is pretty lucrative to to do the gathering in this. Because this sells for 50. If we get... That's an orange? Okay, sure. So we need to gather licorice, bellflower, peony, ginger. So this is practically Elder Scrolls now. And that's an orange, I guess. Man, I don't know. I kind of wish they didn't have this this kind of fake rim lighting that they put on each object. It's a little weird that they did that.
You sure? All right. Just come back when you're ready.
Because all the items in the game, like around the game world, don't have the... Like, this does. So stuff that's smooth has the fake rim lighting to it. But stuff like this doesn't. Huh. Alright. Well, let's see. I got 59 money from chopping wood. So that's like a bit over one herb set. And it's probably way more efficient to make those herb things. Did I get RDR2 for PC? Nope. I generally don't get modern games or games when they come out. What I usually do is I just don't play a new game until a couple years after it's out, and then I get it for cheap on sale. And then that's when I play them, because I don't really mind playing games later than most people have. Like, for example, I recently played Red Dead Redemption 1. Like, I think 5 or so months ago. So I played that one however many years late. Pride of Frugal Gamer? No. I get my deals from Cheap Ass Gamer. I just follow him on Twitter. For PC parts, though, I am part of Build a PC sales. Or I have that set to my notifications and got him on Twitter. Can I get any of this? No? But yeah, I have actual thousands of games already that I have not played. So I want to play those before getting to modern stuff.
Looks like I can practice horse dance here. Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Alright, let's get more Kung Fu.
Horse dance, huh? Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Alright. How do we do this? Lower the stance with continuous hits. So you just gotta tap the A button to keep that line green. It's very exciting. But yeah, I very, very rarely, even back before I was streaming, I very rarely got games when they came out. Only on, like, maybe once a year I get a game brand new on release, and that's generally like Elder Scrolls games I'll get on release. Some Blizzard games like Diablo I'll get on release, and Shenmue 3 is the most recent one, but for nearly everything else, I either just get it for super cheap for secondhand, or I just pirate it. And that's mostly super old games that are out of production anyway. But I do play everything on original hardware, because I feel it does me and the viewers a disservice to stream emulated games.
I'll save it for later.
Because anybody can emulate, but playing and capturing from original hardware is much harder to do.
I could practice my 1-inch punch. Sure, I'll give it a shot.
Sure.
1-inch punch. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
I don't have a Sega CD or a CDI. I do have a 3DO though. I've considered getting a CDI and a Sega CD at some point, but every time I do, I look at the library for them and see that there's nothing I even remotely care about on those systems, and same for the Jaguar. That said, I do have a Virtual Boy, and I do have a stereo 3D capture setup for the Virtual Boy. So, at some point in the future, we'll be streaming Virtual Boy games in 3D. Because YouTube can actually handle a stereoscopic 3D system, and I figured out a way to make that happen. Same for 3DS as well, because I'm able to capture 3DS from hardware in 3D. And that can be watched on like a Vive, an Oculus. You can use the Google Cardboard. Or if you really want a bad time, you can use the red and blue anaglyph, which I do not recommend. Yeah, Virtual Boy is the system where everything's black and white. Yep, or red and black.
Tag from one of the students here.
The capture setup that I have actually lets me change the color that it is. So I'm going to be doing Virtual Boy in black and white.
Shrin Shan Sun. What's a bookie's name doing
To make it slightly easier on the eyes.
Shrin Shen Sun. Shen Sun was another who traveled a great distance to train here.
The bookie who runs the Pale Toss game?
Oh, believe me, I'm very familiar with emulators and what they can do.
The ring of
But
Duan at Marshall Hall.
that is not how the games are meant to be played, you know?
But he's been reduced to a lowly, ruined bookie now.
I had no idea.
Sadly, his passion and drive left him.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Let's get more Kung Fu.
Here to train?
Alright, let's get that bow up.
Come to spar, or fight one of the monks. Which will it be?
Yeah, 3DS has a very nice library.
I
All right.
have the perfect sparring partner for you.
Let's get the bow up.
Red Tiger. You may start immediately.
Can we go above level 10? We can. Oh, man. What do I think of the combat mechanics? I think it's a step behind, or a step down from Shenmue 2. So what they did in this is we mastered elbow assault. All right. So Shenmue 2, the punch button was X, the kick button was A, the grab button was B, and the dodge button was Y. And in this game, they changed it so that there are 2 punch buttons and 2 kick buttons now. All right.
Do you wish to keep going? I'm sure you do.
No, we got maximum bow. We got this now.
I'll be waiting.
We got this. QTA. All right. And actually, let's get that our Kung Fu up so we can get a little bit more HP. Let's eat a bunch of cauliflower first, though. Okay.
Horse stance, huh? Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Then we can have a better shot at beating this guy. But let's see, as far as other systems that I plan for casual playthroughs, so 3DS, DS, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, Game Boy, Vita, PSP, PS4, PS3, PS2, PS1, NES, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, Wii U, Switch, DOS PC, Windows 98 PC, modern Windows, Saturn, Dreamcast, Genesis, Master System, 3DO, Xbox, Xbox 360. I don't have an Xbox One. One of the few ones I don't have. And I believe that's it. Okay. Got more Kung Fu.
Maybe I'll practice some more.
Oh, and Tiger Gamecom. That's another one.
I'll save it for later.
I have a Tiger Gamecom that I'm going to be modifying for direct screen capture at some point in the future. All right, so we did get... we have one more thing of health there now. So we got a little half health now that we didn't previously. It suddenly got darker. Sure. Yep, Gamecom Duke Nukem. The Gamecom actually has some pretty serious ports to it. Like, it has Duke Nukem 3D, it has a proper Sonic game. What else does it have? It has Resident Evil 2. It almost had Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Like, the Tiger Gamecom had some serious library to it. It's too bad the system sucks. The Soulja Boy console. I was actually considering buying an Ouya yesterday. All right.
Pardon me.
Let's fight this guy again.
Hey there!
I'm looking for someone who's seen those thugs.
Beat me, and I'll tell you.
All right, let's try again.
You're on.
Oh my god, does this break guard?
Impressed.
Dude, it break. Oh shit! Yo, we broke Shenmue 3.
Not yet.
Okay, I think I can recall some things now.
Dude, master level bow.
So, where can I find someone who saw the thugs?
Oh, right. Witnesses.
Oh my god.
I heard they gave the bookie running the Flower, Bird, Wind, and Moon games some trouble.
Amazing.
Where can I find this person?
I've only seen him when out drinking. Have no idea where he'd be now.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Oh my god. Incredible. Dude, master level bow. Dude, look at that walk animation. That is swag. Hashtag swag. Holy shit. Alright. So where is it? Where's Bo? Oh. This one. Okay. Maxed out. Swaggy kid. Alright, so here's where the gambling area is over here. We can go do some turtle racing while we're here.
Hey, bud. Bud, over here. You can't play unless you buy some tokens.
Okay.
Buy some tokens if you want to play.
Yeah, bro. Sure.
Hi there.
Buy some tokens if you want to play. It's 10 you're on for 100 tokens. How many do you want?
Sure.
Thank you. You can exchange tokens for prizes, so be sure to head to the prize exchange after. You can then take your prizes to the pawn shop and sell them, so more tokens means more money. Good luck out there.
Yep. It's the old arcade strat. Okay. Oh, this is the day-night transition. It's not as good as the Shenmue 1 day-night transition. Doesn't have a sick bass line. Oh, hey, there's the person we need to talk to. Perfect.
Excuse me.
Hey there! Try your hand at Flowerbird Wind and Moon. Care to try it, handsome?
I just have a question.
Aw, why so serious, buddy?
I hear those thugs cause some trouble.
You're telling me? It was awful!
What happened?
I'll tell you all about it if you play around. You gotta win, naturally.
Oh my god. Alright, hold up.
Maybe some other time.
Is there, save. Okay. We can cheese this just like in 2.
Excuse me.
Hey there! Try your hand at...
Do you have...
Oh. I'll have to collect your bet in advance.
Do I have enough for it? Oh, you... Okay. Sure.
All right.
Which do you bet on? Flowerbird Wind...
High stakes 1 to 4-fold. How does this...
Your moon.
Alright. So go big or go home. What's the biggest thing here? The moon's pretty big. You're betting wind? Yeah, the wind... I don't know. I think all the wind combined is still smaller than the moon. So if we're going by go big or go home, the moon is the biggest.
This one.
Coming in.
Well, this sure seems tedious. Yo! Yes! Alright.
Moon.
Well,
Oh, it looks like you've beaten me.
that works. Go big or go home.
Things are just heating up.
What happened with the thugs?
They came in here, busted everything up, and stole my money. I've lost a fortune.
I'll make this right. I promise. Tell me more.
All right, might as well. 2 of them came here that night. One was a big, long-haired guy. The other had his head shaved, showing off his spider tattoo.
A big long-haired guy and a bald man with a spider tattoo on his head. Got it.
They kept threatening me, asking where the stonemason lives. I tried to act tough. Told them to have a look around the village square so they'd buzz off.
So that's how they found Joe and Wong's houses.
Then they came back to yell at me because they didn't find who they wanted. I handed over some money and they let me go, saying something about the Sunflower Grove.
The Sunflower Grove. Got it. Thanks. That's a huge help. It's gotten so dark. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Alright, if you think this dude's voice doesn't match his appearance, check out this guy. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Excuse me.
You only get one shot. Better make it count.
There's something I want to ask. Which way is it to the Sunflower Grove?
What do I look like to you? The village cartographer? I don't even live here.
I see.
All right. Let's use this quick travel system. Maybe the game will finally let me sleep early. All right, let's do the cow check. So we got a goat pen. This wasn't here in 2. We got some goats. Completely fly sounds. So the cows were over here. And yep. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 cows. I think there were 2 cows in 2. I think. But yep. Confirmed. The cows are back in Shenmue 3. Alright, Sunflower Grove. Oh, the open door button in 2 was the X button, so that's why I kept doing that.
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Liao?
I'm heading for the Sunflower Grove. I heard that's where the thugs went.
Are you serious? If you find them, then you should be able to find out where my father is.
That's the plan. Don't worry. I'll find them.
Thank you so much.
Aquas, did you see me do the last fight?
What's the Sunflower Grove?
With the bookie guy?
It's jam-packed with sunflowers for starters.
And see the power of the max level bow?
Just flowers and some old ladies raising cattle.
That sounds nice.
Kids like to play around there though, so it can get a bit loud. I hope they don't get mixed up with those thugs.
Me too.
I kind of want to go up to the Marshall Hall and try out the bow.
Me too.
Before they bother any of the kids.
Agreed. Please be careful, okay?
All right. She's not chopping. Dang. The range is nerfed? Oh man. The range doesn't matter. Did you see me fight? The max level bow breaks guards. And I beat the guy in 4 hits while he was guarding. And I'm kind of hoping it'll be like that for the rest of the game. Wait, they did that whole cutscene just for taking off his shoes? But where does shoes go? Why don't... Yeah, also he ragdolls if you hit him with the max level bow.
I shouldn't go in without permission.
So we gotta... Alright, we probably have to say good night to Shenhua. It's actually bothering me that it doesn't show his shoes.
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Liao?
It gets really quiet at night, doesn't it?
And pitch black once the sun sets. You shouldn't go out after dark.
Good point. There aren't any streetlights out here either.
Everyone turns in early, too. Well, aside from Sunset Hill, it's always busy out there.
Really? What's the attraction out there?
The bars that open up at night.
There are bars in the village?
Sure are. That's where all the adults go to drink and talk. Loudly. Do you want to go see it for yourself?
Sure.
Okay. I'll check it out.
I'll go with you when you do.
You will? All right.
Say, Liao,
Yeah?
tell me about where you were born.
You want to know about Yokosuka?
If that's where you were born, then yes.
We already did this in 2.
I was born there.
We're doing this again?
What's it like?
Alright, friends. Tell her about Goro again.
Talking about Yokosuka reminds me of my friends.
The people you told me about on the way here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. There was Goro, the punk.
Yes.
Right.
Perfect.
Tom, the hot dog vendor.
Yep.
Right again. You've got a good memory.
And Harasaki, the photo lady.
Huh? Photo lady? Oh, right. I showed you her photo.
Yes, she's pretty.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, you could say that.
He's dodging that question. Alright, we talk from over here. Why does it look like... Huh. Huh.
Hey, Shenhua,
What is it, Liao?
what's your father like?
He's rather strict, I think.
You think?
Yes, but
Yeah,
I can tell it's all because he loves me so much.
her feet don't look right.
I know what you mean. My father was the same way.
He's also my teacher. I learned a great deal from him.
And also it's bending not at the ankle, but further out from the ankle. So
Your teacher? How so?
He taught me all about the mountains, the animals, and the Lijiang River. He taught me everything I needed to know to survive in Guilin.
So she's one of those, the arrival aliens.
Wow. He sounds like a good father.
There was one thing I taught him, though.
Oh yeah? What's that?
How to cook. I'm way better at it.
Oh, I see. I can't argue there. Everything you've made has been delicious.
He did the cooking when I was little, but I've taken over for him.
Oh yeah?
He'd get this sour look on his face and say, "Wish I could chisel half as good as you cook." Say, Leo,
Yeah?
what was your father like?
He was...
Sure.
A strict martial arts master.
Oh, right. Your father taught you martial arts.
He didn't go easy on me either. I never got a break, no matter how many times he threw me down.
That sounds harsh.
I thank him for it now, though. I wouldn't be where I am without his training.
I believe it.
He did his best to build me up.
Well, I think he did a great job.
Alright. Long ass conversation's over. Okay, can I go to bed now, Shenhua? Please.
I shouldn't go in without permission.
What? Where do you sleep then? Wait, that's her father's... Oh, it's over here, that's why. That explains that. Because I was thinking it was there because that's where you slept in too. Okay. This makes way more sense now. Nope, they actually give you a B skip prompt here. Too bad I don't have a B button on this controller. Alright, I'm going to Marshall Hall and I'm going to see if the bow is this as effective as I think it is. Alright. Sunflower Grove, huh? Alright, is she still chopping?
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Love it. Shenmue 3, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Let's go kick some ass.
Leo.
Hmm?
See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
Okay, good. She's not gonna creep on us all day like yesterday. Well, I guess we want Kung Fu. That's nice that they give you a fast travel option there. Kind of like the first game. They kind of did that in 2, but it was more like it teleport to where you were last time. This, you can be really specific where you're going. Alright, let's eat some cauliflower before we do more Kung Fu.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the
All right.
monks?
If this works,
Which will it be?
then this is amazing. If it works.
Fight? Very well. At your level, Red Tiger should be a good match.
All right, so this is the easiest guy at the temple. All right, so let's see if this breaks his guard. It does. Oh, okay. So that. Okay, so it doesn't break guards, but it just happens to hit really hard. Okay.
Yes, well done. That's enough to raise your rank.
Okay, so it's not quite as OP as I thought.
You must aim ever higher.
All right, yeah, let's try and beat all 4 fights.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks?
I'm not even gonna heal.
Which will it be?
Let's just do it.
So you wish to fight?
I'll heal after this one
I
though.
believe Black Tiger will give you an appropriate challenge.
Come on.
All right.
What's with this guy?
Oh.
Oops.
No. Okay, we still got him.
That was quite the match.
I should have healed.
I didn't think you'd defeat him. Your rank has been raised. Keep up the good work.
All right.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? You're after a fight.
So
I think you will find Blue Tiger a most formidable opponent.
there are items you can use in battle. By the way, they're mapped to the D-pad, but I don't have any right now. So we could be using the snake venom or whatever it is to do even more damage with the bow.
I'm impressed. You're no simple opponent. Don't make me laugh. Is that all you're made of?
Dang it. Okay.
You're not
All right.
strong.
I'm glad that is not
Polish your techniques on the wooden dummy.
an easy way to cheese your way to victory. And we're out of cauliflower. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, the bow is a lot easier to punish in this because there's I don't know what the fighting game term is, but there's a lot of time when you're vulnerable after you do the move, and it has kind of a slow wind up. Kind of like how it was in 1.
Hello, Leo.
Ah, Ryo. If only those thugs would show up. I'd love to make them suffer with my own 2 hands.
Yeah, recovery. Yep.
I see.
Okay, so what is our... Check out Sunflower Grove. I don't recall... So it's not even on the map, so it's somewhere else in the village, I guess. Yeah, we can't give him the happy birthday. That's the most important thing. No free happy birthdays. Alright, are there any herbs around here? It might be worthwhile to buy that herb map. That's at the store here.
This is...
Actually, it's free, so it's not like we even need to buy it.
Guess I'll take it.
We just take it. All right.
Get rich quick? Are herbs really worth that much? Guess I'll take it.
This is... Okay, can we actually make any herb sets right now? Okay, so if we get like a few more of the bell flowers or whatever these are, we can make a decent amount of money. And same for ginger. There's powder too. That sells for a lot. Okay. Yeah, if only we had was it the Harvester mod? Harvester add-on? So there is some over here according to the map. And there's another one here. So if I just remember where they are, it seems like they all just spawn in the same spots every time. Yeah. And this is a fishing spot, apparently.
I think I can fish here.
Well, I don't know. How'd you get that idea, Rio? It's a good-looking river. Though it's 2019, no game should have bad-looking water ever again. So good on them. They did the bare minimum. Okay. I guess I can sell a couple herb sets at the shop, and then buy some cauliflower when I'm back in the village.
Excuse me.
What is it? I'll buy a set of herbs from you if you've got them.
Okay. I can sell 2 of those. And 1 of those. Sell... You can't sell multiples of these? Oh my god. So it's the opposite of Shenmue 2. You can buy multiple things.
Here. Come back whenever you've gathered another set.
You can buy multiple things at once, but you can't sell multiple things at once. At least I don't think you can. That's it's weird choices like that. Like if they make buying and selling such an integral part of the game, like at least make it not a hassle, you know? I still don't have a phone here. I want to call Goro. Okay.
Zhu Xiong?
What is it, Rio?
Which way is it to the Sunflower Grove?
Need something?
Yeah, I need to know where the Sunflower Grove is.
We're after some thugs.
Thugs, huh? I'll help you get rid of them. They don't call me the Zhuge Liang of Bailu Village for nothing. They've got an epic beatdown coming.
Did you say Zhuge Liang, the military strategist?
What? He's not even a fighter? Well, you might have noticed, but this ain't no freaking school.
Oh, nice, Aquas. Yeah, I guess I missed that.
How do I get to the Sunflower Grove?
Further that way.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Alright, it's this way, but we can go left or right. So if I were a Sunflower Grove... Oh, I guess I could just... In the market. Okay, guess we're going this way. We got a pumpkin patch here. I assume these are pumpkins.
Isn't the Sunflower Grove back this way?
Oh, alright. Can't go there yet.
Let's play!
Yeah, play with us.
Sorry, I'm pretty busy.
Be busy later. Come on, play hide and seek with us.
There's someone else I have to find right now.
Play hide and seek, and we'll tell you anything you want.
Can you tell me, have you seen any thugs around here?
What do you mean?
Have you seen anyone you don't know?
Oh, yeah. A bald guy with a big spider John on his head.
Really?
I'll tell you more if you play with us.
Deal.
How about I just go to Sunflower Place? Alright, so one's behind a cart, one's in Sunflower. Sunflower, cart, ladder, and the other one, hell if I know. Oh man. I was actually wondering if we would ever actually get to play with the kids in this one. And good. Hey, mister! None of them are Bobby, though. Really hoping we'll find Bobby. Alright, let's check over here. So I think it was Red Dress Girl is the one who went in here. Yeah, let's just randomly elbow into the sunflowers. Oh man. I thought that was a duck for a second. All right.
There you are.
You found me.
Where are the others?
I can't tell you that. That's cheating.
Fair enough. Sorry.
Sure. Okay, so the other one was by a cart, one was by a ladder behind a house. So here's the carts. Alright, that was easy.
There you are.
You found me.
Where are the others?
Nice try. You'll have to find them yourself.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Alright, so the other one's by a ladder. Maybe they went up the ladder? Or it's a different ladder? Can't go up the ladder. Okay. Then the other one, shit, I don't know.
There you are.
Darn, you found me.
Only one left.
Yeah, his glasses were askew. Find them within 2 hours. Oh man. Or I stumbled into a story thing, I guess. Oh, you can turn off the reticle? How do you do that? Is that in the menu?
What?
Though I kind of like the reticle. Oh, well, there's the other kid.
Oh man, you found me.
Now tell me about the thugs like you promised.
I saw two strangers. They both went into this house.
What'd they look like?
One had a real smooth head, with a spider drawn on it.
Must be the same ones that hit Joe and Wong's houses. Go join the others. Quickly.
Okay, bye!
So we learned nothing new from the kids. Other than they came here.
What the hell were they doing? I might be able to find out more about the thugs here.
Alright, time to open every single drawer in the house.
I wonder if there are any clues here.
Are there?
What's this?
It's a candlestick, Joe.
I wonder if there are any... I wonder...
Oh my god. Yeah?
What's this?
It's a brick. This is like Blue's Clues, except even dumber somehow. Aha.
It's a photo.
See, that one was natural.
What's in the photo? This might be a clue.
That one had a proper animation. Some nice looking items in this house. Alright. Survey, change lock on. Oh. Is this a clue? Or no, it's free apple.
Good.
All right. Can we take it? Okay. He's just gonna put his dirty hands on it and then put it right back.
What's this?
It's a walk. No. What's this? All right. What is he carrying the... Where'd the lid go? Is it ours now? I can't even go into the settings menu here.
I wonder if there are any clues here.
Okay. Was it really necessary for him to do that? Huh.
I should look somewhere else.
Oh my god. We really gotta do this to...
I wonder if there are any clues here.
So it's missing a drawer. So maybe some of the stuff on the ground. Of course.
What's this? Maybe that kid from before dropped it? Guess I'll hold on to it for now.
Is that really a key item? Good lord. Yu Suzuki.
I should look somewhere else.
Huh.
I should look somewhere else.
Oh, it does. You can see the reflection of the circle in the item reflection. That's neat. And you can see it in the edge of the cupboard. That's a nice touch. And that also implies that Ryo can see those.
I should look somewhere else.
Using his detective vision. Alright, we haven't looked in these yet.
What's this?
Yeah, it's either a nice detail they put in or something they overlooked and just happens to be something that turned out nice. You never know. It could be patched out in the next patch. Whoops, unintended reflections.
I wonder if there...
Oh my god. Okay. Anything under here? Mm-hmm. All right.
What's this? Some sort of name list? One of the thugs must have dropped it. This could be a clue. I should show the villagers what I found. They might be able to tell me more.
What can you tell me about this forklift? Alright. Looks like that's everything here. Unless...
I wonder if there are any clues here.
Nope. Okay, it still won't let me go in the menu. Okay. So it was... So that's difficulty. Camera... No, so it's not one of those. And yeah, this is just subtitles and brightness. So I don't know where that, the reticle thing would be. Alright, so we got access to this area now. Is there a map button here? Okay, they just put all the tutorials in there. Sure. Alright. Yo. Some good looking fish. Okay. A little weird there's no music playing now, but sure. Fishing spot. We'll have to try the fishing minigame at some point. But I think if the game doesn't force me to do that, then I think we might save that for a future playthrough. Okay. Can we pet the cow? The cow's face just clipped through that. Music, are you ever coming back? There we go. Okay. Yeah, at least the game hasn't crashed yet. This looked like a wolf from far off. But yeah, that's a pretty good rendering of sheep. It's a good looking sheep right there.
Hey.
You're not from around here, are you? Where did you come from? You reek of the city. So, like, what's your name?
Hazuki. Ryo Hazuki.
I maxed out the bow chops.
I'm Yi.
And it's incredible.
Nice to meet you.
I've, So the elbow assault is now master level, and it hits so hard that it actually ragdolls them when it connects. It's amazing. It's so good. It isn't like a win button though. You still actually have to try in fights.
Yeah?
I've got a question.
Have you seen this forklift anywhere?
Hey, do you know anything about this?
So like maybe Li Hong dug it up?
The kid who was hiding in the house. Thanks.
Page 2 on the bottom. Alright, let's see. Oh, Zoom, that one. Okay. Interesting. Does that, So it does zoom in a little bit more.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
I've got a question.
These cow noises.
Do you know anything about this?
That one's Mr. Sure. He's an older guy that lives nearby. I don't know who the other one is, though.
I see.
What the hell are these kids doing? What the hell are they doing? Sure. Yeah, Twin Peaks. I'm actually watching Twin Peaks. I'm on episode 5 of it.
Excuse me.
Season 1, episode 5. And holy shit, that show is so weird.
Well, I guess I don't have a choice. The look on your face says you won't accept no for an answer.
Well...
You know something? You're pretty handsome. I have a good feeling about you.
Alright. Good talk, lady. Yeah, Twin Peaks sure is a show.
Excuse me.
Yeah? You've got time on your hands, don't you?
No, I don't.
You'd be a godsend if you babysat my kid.
I'm afraid I can't help you right now.
Oh well. And yeah, I started watching Twin Peaks because I kept hearing like, oh man, Deadly Premonition is just like Twin Peaks. And yeah, Deadly Premonition is literally Twin Peaks.
What are you doing?
Hey, mister, guess who's it? Let's play hide and seek.
Sorry, I'm a little busy right now. Maybe later.
Why won't you play with me?
Sorry.
Actually, Chops, you just missed the babysitting minigame. We just did it. We played hide and seek with the kids. Alright, so it was this kid was the one that was in there?
I need help with something.
Hey, mister!
What is it, mister?
Is this your forklift?
Here, look at this.
That's my forklift!
It's mine now.
Why do you have that?
Selling it at the pawn shop for more cauliflowers.
I found it at Mr. Shu's house. You can have it back.
Thanks, mister!
Don't lose it again.
Hey, mister! Wait up!
What's up?
Since you found my forklift, you can have this.
Oh, wow.
Another forklift?
Are you sure?
Of course.
Okay. If you say so.
Caterpillar fungus. Alright. Thanks, kid. Purchase price 25 plus 900. Alright. That ain't bad. Yeah, those cows are really going at it. Alright. Got a gift for returning it. Toy belongs to him. Yep. Picked up a toy forklifts. Okay. So we know about Shu. But other guy, who knows? Stonemason who lives nearby. So it must be one of these houses. Oh, sick. There's a... We can buy cauliflowers here. Black garlic, kiwi fruit. So the kiwi fruit's new. Tomatoes are new. 5, 120, 3. Yeah, so the... Yeah, the broccoli and cauliflower is still the best value.
Is anyone there? It seems nobody's home.
Alright.
Is anyone there? I guess nobody's home.
Well, the guy lives around here, apparently. It did say he's a stonemason, so maybe I should do that.
I guess nobody's home.
Well, you, I don't think you can heal in combat, but in order to heal in this, you just do this. And have to listen to that for a couple seconds. Because, yeah, they added in this this dynamic health system down here. And your health just continually depletes throughout the day. And it's actually a pretty crappy system. If I'm completely honest, I really don't like its inclusion. Oh, baby, we can chase chickens! Those chickens are just sliding across the ground.
I should talk to more people around here.
Alright. Yeah, the new, more RPG system I'm not really a fan of in this one. I prefer the system in 2, and the combat is different as well.
I need help with something.
Are you speaking to me? Oh, what do you need? Are you a martial artist by any chance?
Is this our favorite Canadian martial artist? Are you a martial artist by any chance?
How did you know?
I also practice, so I just had a feeling.
Is this Eileen?
Bailu is widely known for its martial arts, so fighters from all over come to visit from time to time.
Alright, are we gonna give her the bow?
I see.
Are you from Japan?
Yeah.
Would you mind showing me some of your moves?
Huh?
I'll show you one move.
I'd like to spar with you. Please.
Sure.
Hello, Ironsy.
Good practice.
Welcome. Oh, I can't do it. Okay. Alright, let's... maximize this. So one of the differences between 2 and this one is that they changed how fighting inputs work in this. So in 2, the X button was a dedicated punch button, the A button was dedicated kick button, B button was dedicated grab button, and Y was dodge. In this, dodging is on the analog stick. There's 2 punch buttons, so... let's see, B and X, or no, B and A? Yeah, okay, so the red button and the yellow button are punches, and the other 2 are kicks. And that's how they want you to do combos.
Get ready.
And then you have to use the analog stick for combat, because they mapped item usage to the D-pad. So I guess that's probably why they're not expecting you to do precision movement inputs. So they made it precision button inputs instead. Yep, the Ailamau move.
Thank you so much. I learned a lot from you. Come back if you feel like sparring again.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Much higher shares per hour in this game compared to the other ones. Okay, so we can't go back that way. I don't see any houses that look like a stonemason's house. Maybe the stonemason's house was that one, because there is a lot of stone there, so that's probably the guy's house. So I've already been to his house, it seems. Let's see if this guy knows. Actually, the lady at the sweater seemed to know a lot about people in town, so...
Excuse me.
What is it?
There's something I want to ask. Do you know anything about this?
Joe's name is on here. He's the stonemason who lives right over there.
I see.
Right over where? Oh my god.
Excuse me.
Every NPC in the game does this. They say, oh, it's over there. But
There's something I want to ask.
Be specific. Good lord.
Do you know anything about this?
Oh, it's Yuan, Shenhua's father.
Mr. Yuan, huh? About the other man?
His name escapes me.
I see.
Okay. So we know who both people are now. Do we go back to Shenhua? I'm assuming I can't go, Can we go up to the temple, perhaps? Anyuan Temple and the fishing store? And Panda Market's over there. Can we go up here yet? We can. Okay. This is a cool area. Alright, don't mind me. Just doing some yard keeping. The grass, especially in this game, looks good. I don't know if it's because I'm playing on like super high settings on PC, but they did a really good job with foliage in this game. Without going like complete overkill with like every single individually leaf has physics on it and casts its own self shadows. Like, you don't really need that. Oh, these are the backer things, I think.
I hope it works out. There are all sorts. Huh. There are all sorts. I hope it works out. There are all sorts.
Sure. Yep, I'm looking for stonemasons. In 2, we're looking for Wudu. Cool looking statue. He's got a whole seat, but he only needs the edge of it. Sure. And we got gigantic one here. And then we got rope.jpg. It's just a bunch of... Alright. Sure. It looks fine from a distance, but upon further inspection, not quite so. Alright, anything cool back here? Is this the Wudu? Alright, very exciting over here. So they have a bunch of training things and then some backer stuff. Great. I mentioned this at the start, but there is currently some drama going around about the there's backer credits in the game, and some people either didn't get their name even in the credits, and some people got their name spelled wrong. And I'm pretty sure Aquas's name got spelled wrong in the credits, including some people who paid like $600 for the Kickstarter. Apparently that that particular guy got his name spelled wrong in the credits. Oh boy. I guess can't talk to fishermen. Sure. This is the fishing store, I think. We don't have business there right now. Man, there's just training things all around here. So this is another horse style. And who lives here?
Is anyone there? I guess nobody's home.
Oh, it's raining. I thought that was like water sounds. I guess it is water sound because it's rain. But I thought that was the lake sounds. Alright, I guess we're going back to Shenhua. Could buy some more cauliflower while we're here. Something doesn't quite look right here. Hey, boys. This is... Okay, so all the grass is just vibrating all at once. Grass, are you okay? Is it because it's raining? I don't know if this is coming across on stream, but it most definitely is on my screen. But this grass is fine. Huh. Also, it's raining. It is currently raining. Joy Park. Yeah, it doesn't instantly put out fire, but it's been raining for hours in-game right now. Because we're on Shenmue time right now. Maybe these guys know something about our photo thing.
Shuren?
Yes?
Hello, Leo.
Ah, Ryo.
Like, it's really coming down, too.
If only those thugs would show up. I'd love to make them suffer with my own two hands.
I see.
And you can kind of... Weird. Yeah, I only got that to happen once in the demo with the thing. I do... It is a cool touch, though, that the mud gets more reflective. There's more specular highlights going on the mud when it rains. That is a nice touch. That makes up for the fire, and it looks like the rocks get a little shiny too. So I'll let the fire thing, I'll give that a pass, since they put in the detail with everything else. Alright, I think Shenhua's place is up here. It's weird that the game didn't let me fast travel up here. Wait, hold up. So the tree is white if you're... And then No, the guy's spear hasn't evaporated yet, but if we go in here and if Shenfa's cooking again, which she might be, let's see. Nope.
Shenhua, someone ransacked Mr. Shi's house.
Mr. Sure.
The stonemason?
Sure.
Yeah.
He worked with my father. I've only ever heard good things about him.
Hey, Steven.
Is that so?
So what happened? Is he okay?
Yeah, I'm not doing speedruns anymore. I am doing lots of playthroughs, though.
Oh my gosh, they took him too.
I'm trying to get back into regular streaming again.
But I found this.
This is father, and sure.
And this as well.
Father's name. And Sure and Joe are on here.
Sure.
Everyone on here is a stonemason.
So many Sures.
Interesting.
Did I get pizza? I got 2 pizzas.
Must have been behind the attack.
Really?
Some kids in the village saw the thugs enter Shi's house.
So if they went after him, then this...
Belonged to the thugs. They must have dropped it.
They've crossed off some of the names.
Yeah.
The thugs must be crossing off the names of the stonemasons they've attacked.
What?
Then they got to my father.
We don't know that for sure. He could be in hiding. I'll go and talk to the other stonemasons.
Okay.
What are they after, anyway?
Alright. So just like the... Oh, dang it. She's not in there yet. I think she's only here in the evening. So right here is where the magic happens. Alright, find stonemasons. Yeah, I would have started streaming earlier today, but I had a doctor's appointment this afternoon at 2:40 was my appointment. I showed up at 2:20, checked in. They said, "All right, well, oh my god, what?" My GPU overheating? My GPU is at 60 degrees Celsius. Sure. Our game is haunted, yep. But yeah, I checked in at 2:40. And they said, okay, we'll be right with you. And then I waited in the waiting room for an hour. And then the assistant comes out and goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We checked the box that says we're here, and then we forgot to bring you back." So I was waiting around for nothing. The doctor's office.
It's gotten so dark. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Well, I guess we're going back to Shenhua's house. So I did all that. Had my doctor's appointment. Found out that I've somehow lost 15 pounds despite not exercising at all. Because my foot's been messed up for the last 2 months. And with no changes to my diet. So, alright, cool. I'll take... I needed to lose some weight anyways, so that worked out. Alright, so here we might see the magic of a...
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Liao?
Well, I looked for stonemasons in the village.
Yeah, we looked. Alright.
Did you learn anything?
No, nothing yet.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, we looked very hard.
Live in Bailu.
Well, there's my father, Mr. Shi, Ling's father.
Anyone else?
Hey, Zach.
There are more, but
Yeah, but it is pretty good.
the only ones I know are the ones who worked with my father.
They've delivered on the Shures.
Okay. I'd better keep asking around then.
Please do. You know, I think there's another stonemason near the Panda Market.
Oh, really?
Panda Market.
I'll make my way there then.
Sounds good.
Yeah, the...
No. I guess I should find the other stonemasons.
Good idea. They might have some clues about your father.
What? What was that conversation just now? Okay, Panda Market is what they mentioned. Village Square, Lynn's father, Sunflower Grove. Okay, so Panda Market is one of them. What in the hell? Alright, well she's not in chopping mood. She will be in the morning though, so I'll make sure to point it out in the morning. Yeah, what did happen to the sword? Like, they, well, no, I think the sword might still be in that pedestal inside the, inside that cave. Maybe it just got stuck in there when they did that shh at the end of 2. So maybe they have to go back and retrieve it at some point. Who knows? Alright, let's see. Find stonemasons. Alright, are you ready for this?
Good morning, Leon.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, get ready. Get ready. Check this out. Check this out. One day she'll finish chopping this cucumber. I love that. That's so good. She's got like people have the hidden blades in their the Assassin's Creed thing. She's just got a big ass cleaver just stashed up her sleeve.
Leon. See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
Sure. Okay, so by the Panda Market was one of the places. Still no phone here, so we can't talk to Goro. I got this phone booth with a light and everything, but no phone. Alright, maybe Chatty Lady knows where the other Masons are.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Do you know where I can find a stonemason?
Say, you were looking for Yuan, weren't you?
Know anybody else?
Zhou lives nearby.
Mr. Zhou, eh?
For as many stonemasons as there are, he's the only other one I know about.
I see.
Okay, well, we've already been there. So that was the guy we talked to at the beginning of the game. Alright, maybe Creepy Lady knows. Let's have another awkward conversation with her.
Hi there.
Ah,
Oh.
young boy. Liu, was it?
Yes, that's right.
Shenhua doesn't seem to be with you today.
How do you know?
I can just tell.
Do you have a moment?
Good talk. What is she even doing? Is this like... Is this preparation for the grain or whatever it is? Or is she just beating the hell out of these sticks for...
What is it?
Oh.
I'll come back.
Alright, I hit the skip dialogue button. And that was dialogue, apparently. So what even is this? Is this, like barley? Or something? I don't know. I'm not an agriculturist. Alright, so Panda Market is that way. So there is a stonemason up here.
Let's have a look around here first.
Okay, I guess you're going to Mr. Joe then. Actually, I wonder if I can go up this tower. Though the game didn't let me go over here before. Okay, now it does. Yo, it won't let you go up here? Lame. Alright, what do you bet there's gonna be like a climactic battle or something? Like a QTE sequence involving this thing. I'm betting there probably is. Like Landy takes his helicopter and...
More people around here.
Okay, can't go over there. Alright, back to Mr. Joe's place. Which is up here. So I guess this is just kind of the giveaway of, hey, a stonemason lives here. If they just got a bunch of lawn ornaments.
Mr. Joe. I need your help with something. Do you know what this is?
Not really. All these people are stonemasons.
I found it at Mr. Schur's house.
Mr. Schur.
Why do you have it?
Mr. Schur's house was ransacked.
I wonder if they did that on purpose.
Seriously? And what of Schur?
I didn't see him anywhere.
First Yuren, now Schur.
Sure.
Yes?
There's a red line over Yuren and Schur's names. My name's also highlighted.
And the names that aren't on the line?
Stonemasons that haven't been attacked.
Cud's name is next. He's in danger. Do you know where Mr. Cud lives?
Yeah, over there.
Panda Market.
I'll go check it out.
Dude, he's giving him the glare. Yeah, I too hope that Bobby's in this game. But so far, all of the haircuts have been not great. What is this? It just... What was that?
You're not putting any feeling into it.
Huh?
What?
You've got to concentrate when you practice. Otherwise, you'll hurt yourself.
Okay, but my grandpa's sick. He sleeps all the time. I want to help him, but I don't have any money to buy medicine.
That's a shame.
So I want to sell my capsule collection.
Oh.
But I gotta have the whole set.
Oh, dang it.
I'm missing one.
This sounds like a side quest.
Why don't I help you out?
You will?
Sure. Which one are you missing?
The White Lord from the fishing series.
Okay then. I'll see what I can do.
Side quest, boys. That must be what that, So it looks like... So if you're just standing next to the kid... Okay. Okay, so you don't have to be zoomed in. You just have to be next to him, and then the icon changes. And that's the side quest sign. Alright, kid, I'll totally get your fishing lure. Definitely. Wait, this is Panda Market? I thought this was Sunflower. Maybe Panda Market's up here? Okay. Oh, man. Sure. Alright, this looks like a stonemason place to me. Yep, animated pig butts.
Hello? I guess nobody's home. I'll try again later.
Ask around marketplace. Okay. Corn. Alright. So this is the proper pawn shop.
Ah, so it's you.
Sorry?
You're the Japanese boy everyone in the village is talking about, right?
Yeah.
Would you like to have a look at my shop?
Sure.
Oh my god.
As you can see, I operate a pawn shop. I do sales and exchanges.
Exchanges?
Indeed. Gather a set of items together and bring them to me. You can then trade them in for a skill book.
Skill book?
Is that so?
Yes, you look rather tough. May I presume you are interested in skill books?
You could say that. Yeah.
Then by all means, trade with me. It will be far cheaper than buying elsewhere.
That's good to know.
Come see me whenever you get a set together.
Okay, I will.
Alright. We got some. Oh, wait. I don't even know where the prize exchange is. Huh. Okay. Huh. Alright, we can get some definite Rolexes here. Totally legit. Alright. Are there any TVs here, like in the ones in Hong Kong? Guessing probably not. This is definitely all stuff I could see the villagers having. Here's this fake Gucci bag. Alright, is this Bobby?
Hey.
Hey, mister. Who are you?
Me? I'm Diol. Nice to meet you.
Let's play.
Sorry. I'm a little busy right now. Maybe later.
Alright. Oh, this is price exchange. Okay. It's kind of weird that they make you go all the way over here.
Hello, welcome. Here for prizes?
Prizes?
Yep. Don't you have any tokens? Go play Lucky Hit or something and get some.
Right. Tokens.
So this is the
Trade them in at my shop for some fabulous prizes.
this is the Fang Mei music from 2. The Shuing's assistant. Alright. Oh man, look at that. Is anybody endlessly chopping around here? Alright. This is pretty good food. I don't see the point of pouring out the whatever this is to just steam away all the heat. But sure. Might you stand? And they got this ancient Mesopotamian tablet thing here. Sure. So I think there's there's an arcade here. Alright, here's the incredible high-tech land. Alright. Let's see the incredible selection of games they got here. Alright, Whack-A-Mole, QTE. Alright, let's give these a go. And then whatever this is. That's awesome. Alright, there's a line for Highway Star. Alright, kids, I'll show you how it's done.
Maybe I should play one.
So they got these electromechanical games in here, and this is awesome. Alright, how do you even play this? You steer with the right stick. Okay. Dude, this is great. This is like some 1960s arcade game in here. What? All right.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Just one more. I'll pass.
I'll pass. Perfect. All right. So this was in the first two games. And then this one, I'm not so sure. But we've definitely played those before. This is new though. And this is probably a QTE thing. And I'm going to get the button prompts all messed up because, again, I'm using a DualShock 4 controller, not an Xbox style controller. Even though the game should have PS4 prompts on it. And it knows what a DS4 direct input controller is, but
maybe I should play one.
For whatever reason, they didn't add in proper support. At least like a menu toggle would have been nice. Like, go in the options menu and select Xbox or PlayStation style. Okay. All right. Let's turn in our ticket and get a spider ring.
I set a record? I'll keep going.
No, let's not. All right.
Come back later.
That was exciting. Exciting video games. Can it... Wait. Oh, man. So these are all the people we can call, it looks like. We can call Tom. There's Tom's US phone number. Ine-san. Joy, Goro. There's Goro's phone number. Alright. Calling Joy. Calling Goro. Calling Tom. And the rest, eh. We just gotta find a phone somewhere. Okay.
Pardon me.
Hiya.
I'm looking for Mr. Ka.
He won't be home yet. It's still light out. But I don't think he's been home for days.
Is that so?
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Oh, is that a Vancouver area code?
Sorry to bother you.
Are you that friend of Shenhua's who came to town recently?
Yeah.
I knew it as soon as I laid eyes on you. The rumors were true. You are cool with a slight bad boy feel about you.
Wait, rumors?
What's your name?
I'm Hazuki.
No, your first name.
Oh, Ryo.
Ryo, is it? I'll remember that.
Oh, man. Is she gonna sell us lighters?
Excuse me.
Yes, Ryo?
Nothing, really.
I'm dying to ask you a question. May I? Is there anything going on between you and Shenhua?
Sorry?
When did you two meet?
Not that long ago.
Where? How?
Over by the river.
Oh, how romantic.
I love how he just squints his eyes whenever he has to talk about Shenhua.
I haven't even...
Oh, to be young again.
Right.
Right. So anyways, revenge. At Landy. Alright.
Do you have a moment?
Sure.
Oh, man.
I'm looking for Mr. Ka.
Oh, he's not around. Ka usually isn't back until after 7.
I see.
Wait, now that gave me a... Why did that give me a ding? The other lady told me the same thing. I'm only counting Ryoshires, by the way.
Excuse me. Is there a stonemason named Mr. Ka here?
Why do you ask?
I heard that some thugs came through town and caused a lot of damage recently.
Thugs, you say?
Yes. There were 2. One had a spider tattooed on his head.
Oh, those guys. Yeah, they came by. They were screaming, "Where's the Phoenix Mirror?" as they searched my house. As you can see.
There's a clue. You're sure they said Phoenix Mirror?
Yep.
I'm looking for stonemasons. Do you know any others?
Why are you looking for them?
It seems those thugs are targeting the village's stonemasons.
Well, there's a young guy named Yan Xin down in the Rainbow Basin. I hope they haven't gotten to him.
The Rainbow Basin. Got it. Thanks.
No problem.
Why they look so cartoony? Well, look up a trailer.
It's gotten so dark.
Look up the first proper trailer they did for this game in the in-game engine. And then and then ask yourself, which art style would you rather have? Hey, Cyrus. Did you miss much? 3 hours and 11 shures? And that's about it. We're looking for sailors / stonemasons. And also Shenfa has gained the ability to... Well, you'll see. You'll see.
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Liao?
I spoke with Ka Jun Hao, the stonemason. He says the thugs attacked him too.
Oh no.
He's fine. Don't worry.
That's a relief.
Yes. He said that his house got wrecked though.
Why would they do that?
Because they were after the Phoenix Mirror.
Really? So, what do we do now?
I heard a stonemason by the name of Yan Xing lives in the Rainbow Basin.
Oh no, Yanxing.
You know him?
Yes. He trained under my father. We've hosted him at the house several times.
That's good to know. I'll pay him a visit tomorrow then.
Okay.
I've noticed there aren't many men in Bailu.
Oh?
There are a lot of kids and elderly people, but nobody in between.
That's because the men are in the city.
All day, every day?
Yes. Around this time each year, they leave their families behind to go work in the city.
Huh? That must be tough.
It is. Some of them never come back.
Really?
I've heard stories about men who get used to city life and decide they'd rather just stay.
Wow.
Is it true?
Is what true?
Is the city really that nice?
Well, it's definitely more convenient than Bailu.
So, you prefer the city?
It's not an either-or situation.
Why not?
Home is wherever my family, friends, and loved ones are.
So people matter most to you.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of weird that they have to keep switching cameras back and forth. Like, you can have a character talk without having to have the camera right in front of them. Like, come on. All right, here, let's see it. Oh, dang it. She's at the table. All right, I'll show the amazing Shenfa thing in the morning, I guess. But there's an incredible thing. I don't know if you saw the demo, my playthrough of the demo, but there was a particular bug that we saw in the demo, and that is apparently a feature. That particular bug. I'll show you it in about 30 seconds here, once I get control again. Guess he's probably going to talk to Shenfa once I leave the door. Alright, Rainbow Basin is where we're going. But first...
Good morning, Liao.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, check this out. So yeah, they just kind of materialize and extend outwards anything that they hold in their hands in this game, and it's great. I love it. Okay. Rainbow Basin. I don't even know where that is. Actually, maybe I should just ask her. She probably knows.
Hey.
Yeah? Headed to the village?
Wait.
I am.
The subtitle said what's wrong.
I just know it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Alright. I guess she doesn't know. Let's see. There's a Langrishan Quarry. Okay, there's no. I do like you can very quickly go through this journal now. Journal was a lot slower in 2.
Leo. See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
All right. Oh, also, another amazing thing. If you're just joining us this far in, I have maxed out the bow ability. And the bow ability is pretty good, as it turns out. Let's give this another go.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? You're after a fight? You shall face Blue Tiger. The fight is yours to lose.
Alright, so behold the power of the fully maxed out elbow.
Is that all you're made of? Try this.
You just knock them over. And it does like a third of their health.
I'm impressed. Don't make me laugh. Stop, that tickles.
But yeah, you have to land a clean hit. Dang it. But yeah, the first guy that we fought, we beat him in 4 hits with the bow.
Techniques on the wooden dummy.
And the game has a kind of RPG food and progression system now, and this is how you get your health back. You just eat 30 broccolis all at once. Okay, what's our kung fu looking like? So our attack is almost level 3. So let's get that up here.
1-inch punch. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Let's get a little bit more kung fu. Alright. Wait, that was endurance? Sure. I guess...
Should I keep going?
I guess sparring is what gets your attack up. I'll take endurance too, sure. Okay, good enough. Alright, back to the village, and then we're looking for the Rainbow Basin, wherever that is. It's probably past the market. And actually, I'm going to take a moment here to step away, because we're 3 hours, 20 minutes in with no breaks for me, so I will be back in, let's say, 2 minutes? 2 minutes, and then we'll be right back into the Shenmue. So, stay tuned. All right. Back to it. Okay. So, we're looking for the Rainbow Basin, I guess? And I don't recall... Okay, maybe these guys can just straight up tell me where it is.
Hello, Leo.
Ah, Ryo. If only those thugs would show up. I'd love to make them suffer with my own two hands.
This guy's been saying the same thing for the past, like, 5 in-game days. Combos? Hell if I know how combos work. I don't think they were even a thing in the first game, first two. Because you really didn't need combos in the first the first 2 games. Okay, let's sell some herb sets here if we can. Get some more money.
Excuse me.
What is it? I'll buy a set of herbs from you if you've got them.
Okay. Oh, use right trigger to go through those. Okay. Alright, so those sell for a decent amount too, but I don't have enough to do all those. Like, this is 180. That doesn't seem efficient, like cost efficient to sell those. Sure. Alright, well, these all sell for 29. Okay. Alright. Decent amount of money.
Oh, you've got some good ones here. Come back whenever you've gathered another set.
Alright. Back on Rainbow Basin Quest. 1986. Yes, it says here. Bridge, Village Square. Okay. Sunflower Grove. Nope. So it's probably over here. Anything we can harvest over here? It's so weird that it's just us and the pigs over here. Bizarre. Like they forgot to make the audio zone trigger in the right place. I guess I can talk to this guy.
Mr. Ke.
What is it? What do you want?
I'm looking for Yan Xing's house, but which way is it to the Rainbow Basin?
Just take the road that goes to the Sunflower Grove and keep going straight.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So that's back this way. Wait, hold up. Is that, is this white? Oh no, that's just some awesome pants. Look at those things. Man. Alright. So that was back this way. Okay. Whoop. Oh. What the hell? All right. Alright, Sunflower Basin is over here. So follow this and keep going. Yep, spooky ghost ladder. This game is also haunted. Alright, let's get some more cauliflower while we're here. Use up all this cash we got. Oh man, we can get corn. Sell price 2 and it's plus 60. Okay, well that's just as efficient as the other things. Parsley, eggplants, potato. Okay. Alright, let's just eat a bunch of corn. Alright, just get $100 worth of corn. Perfect. Any medicinal plants over here? Don't see any. Alright. Uh-oh. That looks like the guy with the long hair and the guy with the spider tattoo. If I had to guess. It's a nice looking waterfall. Or rapids, I guess.
Out of my way, I said!
Leave me alone. I told
Oh,
you.
man.
My son isn't here.
He's got some shiny hair.
Move already!
What do you think you're doing?
Huh?
Who the hell are you?
You must be the thugs that wrecked Shu's house.
Now tell us who you are!
Not until you tell me why you're tearing this village apart.
That's none of your damn business. Hey,
Alright, it's bow time.
let's mess this kid up! What's with this guy?
Oh.
Blockhead!
Uh-oh, targeting. This is not going well. Yep.
Too bad.
Perhaps I should have healed before this.
Not a chance.
No! Shit. Is this game over?
Damn it.
You're all bark and no bite.
Did you really think you could beat us like that? Hit the dojo. Back to square one for you.
Is this a continue? Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so these are deaths. I gotta eat something. Alright, so good. That shows that, yes, there's a solid game over. Alright, if I don't beat it on this try, then I think I'm gonna have to go to the store and get some in-battle healing potions.
Out of my way, I said!
Alright, so we gotta take out Spider Tattoo guy first. Because he has way less health.
Come on. You punk!
You punk!
Eat this!
There!
Here! Ara!
Hey!
What's with this guy?
You punk!
I think this strat might actually work.
You punk!
What was that?
Whoops!
Dang it. What? Alright, last hit. Dang it, no! Shit. That was like the last hit. Oh my god. Alright, no, I had that. I had that. I had that.
Did you really think you could lose like that?
I had that.
Joe, back to square one for you.
All bark and no bite. Dang it. My kung fu is lacking. I agree. I had that though. I was relying on the elbow a little too much. Alright. Just eat a bunch of corn again. Okay, this time I got it. I do like that the combat is way more involved in this game, and you can't just cheese it. I do like that.
What's with this guy? Come on.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Get out of there.
Now I'm back!
Alright. Finally. Jesus.
Who are you people? Why are you causing trouble here?
Look, I can explain.
Uh-oh. It's Fist of the North Star guy.
You're just a little punk kid. You got a death wish, don't you, kid?
Uh-oh. This is probably a fight you're supposed to lose.
I'll finish you off in 30 seconds flat.
Hold on, I gotta eat 50 ears of corn. But they don't let you, so...
Too bad.
Alright, this fight you're supposed to lose, clearly.
I can't say I'm impressed.
Oh, shit!
Yan Xing's not here, and he's so weak.
It's Chai.
you did that. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm fine.
Who are you?
I came to talk to Yanqing.
You did? I'm sorry, but he's not here.
Not here? Was he kidnapped?
Kidnapped? Goodness, no. He's over in Hermit's Nest.
Way out there?
That's where he fled once he heard they were coming after stonemasons.
At least he got away safely.
Is something going on?
Yuan has disappeared.
He has? Oh no. Yanqing is his apprentice, or was anyway. Yuan's disappeared. Those thugs are after my boy. What is going on here?
I'll be sure to tell you if I learn anything new.
I'd be forever grateful. I hope you find something.
I'll go to the Hermit's Nest and talk to Yanqing.
Hermit's Nest. Okay, that must be the guard tower? But first... Alright, clearly I need to get some in-game or in-battle items. Because they get a little rough if you can't heal.
Hello? Looks like no one's home.
Oh. Hello?
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
I hate to bother you, but
You look strong. Won't you come and work for us?
not right now.
Oh. Where'd other lady... What?
Excuse me.
Yes?
I hate to bother you, but
If you have something to ask, I could go get my mother.
what?
What?
Could you ask my mother?
Okay.
Let's not. Hey, ball. Alright, what's up here? Turner's Spring. Okay, will the game let us go here? Oh, this is what's up here. Neat. Some nice waters up here. Ah. So whoa, that zoomed in from a way back. Okay. Not sure that was intended. Alright, we gotta replenish our corn supply. Uh, 171. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Zoom clips, maybe? I don't know if Unreal Engine games have like engine specific tech to them. Like, hey, this engine has a tendency to let you clip through seams or something, or save load tends to break Unreal. I don't know if that's actually a thing. So is this Hermit Tower? Go to the Hermit's Nest. And where would that be? I should actually go to the store while I'm still thinking of it.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Which way is it to the Hermit's Nest?
It's a bit of a hike. Go through the Panda Market and try not to get lost.
Panda Market.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Do I still do speedruns? No, I don't. For two reasons. One, I lost interest in speedrunning, and two, it actually hurt my hands so bad that I had to stop playing video games for a year. And I do not want to go through that again. So it's only the casual playthroughs from here on out. I still love and support my speedrunner friends, though. Alright, so this guy sells the battle accessory stuff.
What is it?
Alright. What you got?
There's something I want.
What's that?
Okay. I haven't even looked at this yet. So restorative, 50% HP. That's pretty good. That's also a lot of money. Spiral leg, that's a lot of money. Ground kick. Orange juice. Okay, so that's not a battle item. Some alcohol. Aged for 50 years, okay. A stuffed cormorant. For fishing. Sure. Caterpillar fungus. Oh, we do have that still. We got that earlier. Rock tripe. 19. 19 for plus 600. That's really efficient. Huh. Frog ornament. Ammonite. Okay, so there's a Pokemon sculpture. And then 262 big ones for a blue shirt. Sure. That math checks out.
What? You don't need anything?
Or
I'll get it later.
I could get 131 ears of corn for that same amount of money. Yep, it's mostly better. Like I've gotten a lot of injuries this year. So like right after my hands got better, so I moved up to the Bay Area, and when I first moved here, it took me like actually literally 6 months to get my internet connection set up at my apartment. I first ordered my internet connection in mid-November 2018, and it didn't get installed until March 2019. So I wanted to stream earlier in the year, but there was all that, and then I injured my finger, my right index finger, by trying to pull the sock up on my up out of my shoe, and I accidentally stepped on my finger while it was inside the shoe. So this finger got, like, I tore pretty much every ligament that's in each joint on the pretty important finger. So that took a long time to fix. So yeah, there was it was a comedy of errors for a lot of this year. But luckily I think I got everything good now. Wait, Hermit Point is this way. Oh shit, I went to the wrong place. We're supposed to go to Panda Market. This is Sunflower area. Oh man. But PS Explosion, if you remember that, I have restarted PS Explosion. The next game up is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm also doing casual playthroughs of just stuff that I want to play. Like in the last few days, I did King's Quest 1 and 2 on the PC. So there'll be stuff like that, and I'll be playing through stuff on pretty much every single system. Is there a signpost that... I guess I could just ask somebody here where it is.
Excuse me.
Yes, Ryo?
Nothing.
Oh, this is Thirsty Lady. Oh, dang it.
I'm dying to ask you a question. May I?
I can't skip this.
Is there
Oh, come on.
going on?
I already heard this game.
Sorry?
When did you two meet?
Not that long ago.
Where? How?
Over by the river.
Oh,
Lady,
how
please.
romantic.
I haven't even...
Come on, game.
Oh, to be young again.
Right.
Sure. All right, good talk, lady. Oh, here's some more free maps.
This is... Guess I'll take it.
All right.
Guess I'll take it.
I don't know why they're giving these away for free. Like, herbs are the most lucrative thing in this game so far. I wonder if she's got a job for me.
Why, hello there. Out shopping today?
Nope. I wonder if she buys the same
Anything to
thing.
sell? I'll buy any herb sets you've got on you.
Okay, at least we can... Hmm. 29. I guess it's probably more worthwhile to save up for these larger ones. But some of these things I haven't seen at all. Like the oranges, I haven't seen any of those.
Not in the mood to sell after all?
Okay.
Well, just come back when you're ready.
Alright. Well, I guess we can't go that way, so I guess we... Let's try going this way, I suppose. There's a fishing thing with no music again. Sure. Can't run through that. Can't get our socks wet. Welcome back, Imrath. Good to be back. And good to see you again, Ball. How many shures have we got? We are at 12 shures so far. And probably many more. And I'm not even counting Mr. Sure either. Because if we counted Mr. Sure, there would be a lot of shures. We'd probably be in the 30s by now. It's kind of weird that we're, that there's just no music. In some areas. Like, I'm thinking back to, oh man, we can chase chickens again. Alright, got him. Shures per second. So far, this game has the highest sure per second out of the 3 Shenmue games. By, like, 4 times, I think? 4 times margin, maybe? Alright. Can't take the offerings. That would be rude. Oh. So we got the ominous music here again. So I'm glad that they kept the system in this, where if you fail a fight, it doesn't just say game over and kick you to like a load screen. It'll actually put you back to just before the thing that made you game over, which is nice. I'm glad they did that in this game. Though I have a feeling that the higher difficulty levels maybe don't do that. Like if you play on Nightmare, maybe if it's a game over, it's a game over.
Excuse me.
All right. Is she mute?
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
dear?
not a mute.
Do you have a moment?
Can who?
What? All right. Good talk, lady.
Excuse me.
Why, hello there, Sonny. What can I do for you?
I hate to bother you, but
This place is colder than a day-old dumpling. Oh, I just can't seem to warm up no matter what I try. You, on the other hand, have a cool composure hiding under fiery rage. Fascinating.
Right.
Right. All right. I cannot play backgammon with these dudes.
Excuse me.
What is it? If you're here to apprentice under me, I must respectfully refuse.
That's not it.
What? You're not? The only young people that come here are those looking to apprentice.
Sorry to bother you.
It's okay. Sorry to assume.
Okay.
Excuse me.
What is it? I'm afraid I'm not accepting any apprentices.
You've got the wrong idea.
You here for something else? They used to come in droves, asking me to teach them.
Sorry to bother you.
All right. What are we doing here, by the way? Not selling herbs. Go to Hermit's Nest. Talk to Yenzin.
Hello? I guess nobody's home. Is anyone there? It seems nobody's home.
Okay.
Is anyone there? I guess nobody's home.
Meeting hall. All right. Maybe they're here.
Excuse me. Hello? This is weird. It feels like someone's there. Yan Xing.
Who's there?
My name is Hazuki. I'm a friend of Mr. Yan's daughter, Shenhua.
Shenhua?
I'd like to talk to you. Can you open the door?
I'm sorry. I can't do that. As long as I stay inside and lay low, I'll be safe.
I understand. All right. I'm going home then. I'll go back to Shenhua's and fill her in on the situation.
Okay. All right, let's eat a bunch of corn first before we travel back, just in case trouble awaits us. What? Where'd my health go? I just ate a bunch of corn. All right. Well. God damn it, Ryo. Did you like sprint the entire way back?
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Ryo?
I went to the Hermit's Nest and talked to Yan Xing.
Oh, good. That means he's still safe. And what of my father?
I didn't get that far. I'm sorry.
What? Why not?
Yan Xing wouldn't even open the door for me. He's pretty terrified.
That's terrible.
We haven't found a single clue about your father.
True.
I can't even find those thugs.
Ryo,
We've got nothing. What the hell do we do now?
calm down, Ryo. Anger won't get us anywhere.
But...
Clear your mind.
Huh?
This is what my father would say. When you're stuck, throw out everything you think you know, and approach things from a different angle.
Is that what he would do?
It sure is. And you clearly feel pretty stuck.
You can say that again. I'm going to go see Yan Xing again. Maybe this time I can get him to calm down and talk to me for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go there after dark. I'm sure that won't be sketchy.
I better eat something before I fall over.
Too bad you... God damn it, Rio. Alright, have some corn.
It's already so late.
Come on, Rio. Alright. Ready for the most amazing thing in Shenmue 3 so far. The one thing. Oh, this is new.
A letter from Shenhua.
Oh man, we can't...
I've left early to take care of some things. Come to Ternary Spring later.
Ternary Spring? This must be the way there.
We've already been there. That's... I know where that is. At least I think that's where we've been. Huh. Okay, so we're heading up to... Actually, I think I'm gonna chop wood again. Just to get some more money. So we can buy some more corn. Oh, he's out here. Sure.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I'd like to help you split some wood.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Good. That's it. Yes. That's it. Yes.
Man, I love this Sega Genesis music that they play for this.
That's it. Perfect. That's it. Good. Perfect. Well done. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Perfect. That's it. Yes. That's it. Yes. Oh. Good. That's it. Yes. Good. That's it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Got him. Yeah, the music for this is good. Mostly because it's actual unique music to this game.
This is good work.
It isn't reused music like everything else in the game.
No, I'm good.
Well, I ain't forcing you to do anything. The job will be waiting for you.
Alright. Let's see. Do they have a phone yet? Nope. One day they'll have a phone. So it was Panda Market. So it's past Panda Market, which is up here. Yep, 30 corns. Chase these chickens. The best part of Shenmue 3 so far. The other best part.
Yanxing. It's me, Hazuki. I'd like to talk to you. Can you open the door?
I'm sorry. I can't do that. As long as I stay inside and lay low, I'll be safe.
I see.
I thought he was going to take a different approach. To...
Hey, would you just let me see your face? I just want to talk to you.
Look, I'm sorry. I just can't right now. Just go home, okay?
Got it.
Is he on the toilet or something? I don't even see anyone in there. There he is. I see you. Alright, is there another entrance? There he is. So we can't... Oh. Can we map glitch in here? Alright, so the game won't let us climb in through the window. Okay, I guess we're talking to Shenhua. I guess we could talk to this guy. But first.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Which way is it to Ternary Spring?
It's pretty far from here.
How do I get to Ternary Spring?
It's past the Sunflower Grove. Go down to the bell tower.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. I thought I was supposed to go here first, but I guess not. Sure. I love these animal sounds that they put in. There's so much more character to this area. All right. So it was this way. Alright. Corn quest continues. Didn't buy a whole lot of corn this time. Perfect. Alright, spring is up here. Apparently Shenhua's up here too. Wait, this is open now. Okay. Sure. Yep, that checks out. This should just passed out under the tree. What the hell? Shenhua, what are you doing? She's in a completely different pose.
There you are.
Dang it. Yeah, she got bowed underneath the tree.
Hi, y'all. This is one of my favorite places. I come here whenever something's bothering me. The tree protects me.
What the?
My father bowed this tree. Alright. The infamous Hazuki elbow. The facing nature.
Did you just say Iwao? That was my father's name.
Ah, I see. Well, you're the spitting image of him, I'll say that.
You knew my father? What is this mark?
Iwao made this mark when he was practicing his punches.
He did.
How is Iwao? Is he well?
He was murdered. By a man named Landi in Yokosuka.
Landi.
Do you know him too?
I do. His real name is Zhao Long Sun, the son of Zhao Sun Ming.
Zhao Sun Ming's son? Look at this photo.
This is Iwao and Zhao Sun Ming when they were young. They both trained here, sharing techniques and getting stronger together.
Landi said that my father killed Zhao Sun Ming. Frankly, I don't believe it.
I know better than anyone that he was not a man capable of murder. Visit Mon Yuan Temple. The resident monk there might remember more about Iwao.
So now there's gonna be a monk there.
Yeah.
Shenhua, what's Man Yuan Temple?
We've already been there.
Temple in the village.
Where is it?
Go back to the village square and walk past the bell tower.
Got it.
You go ahead. I'm going to stay here for a few.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Man, this game is got some weird structuring. It's like they're just opening up area by area parts of the village. Oh man. Well, he does only eat corn. Corn and just corn all day. And you'd think the nutritional deficiencies you get from that will probably affect the memory, so I'll give him a pass on that. And he didn't eat anything in the first two games, so Temple's this way. This way. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think having this kind of area gatekeeping in this game is a step back from how they did it in 2. Yeah, this is probably the monk.
I need help with something.
What do you want?
Oh, this is just that guy.
I'm looking for Mon Yuan Temple.
Are you dense? You didn't check a map before coming here, did you?
What?
This is Man Yuan Temple.
Oh, I thought so.
All right. Actually, what's my kung fu at right now? I keep pressing the old menu button. All right, let's level up our kung fu a little bit.
1-inch punch. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Judging by the last fight I did, I clearly need more kung fu. We have mastered 1-inch punch. And now the timing is a lot stricter? Timing is a lot stricter now, jeez. There we go, okay. No way.
Should I keep going?
Sure, let's do a bit more. Come on, Andros. You're welcome. Yeah, he'll eventually work it up to where it's actually an inch. This is more like a 1 meter punch right now. So maybe Rose just bad at the conversions there, which I don't blame him. I'm bad at that too. And we all know how smart Yo is. Almost leveled up our kung fu.
Maybe I'll practice some more?
Nope.
Never mind.
Okay. Let's eat some corn. Alright, time for service.
Pardon me.
How may I help you?
Do you remember a man named Iwao Hazuki?
Hazuki. How do you know that name?
Iwao is my father.
I had a feeling I knew you.
Do you remember anything about my father's time that he spent here? In the village?
That was almost 20 years ago. He came here all the way from Japan to train with a companion of his.
This one.
Ah, yes, this young man. He and Iwao often came here together. His name was Jo Soon Ming.
Do you know what happened to them after they trained here?
Only that they suddenly stopped coming to the temple. I don't know what happened, but I didn't see them in the village after that either.
Do you remember anything else?
Ah, I may still have an Ima Iwao road.
Really?
I'll go take a look.
Yes, please.
Sure.
This is where we keep everything related to the history of the temple. Please, have a look around.
Thank you.
Is that a real cat, or is that a cat statue? Yeah, aren't the prayer wish things, isn't that a Japanese thing? Or is that a Buddhist thing? I don't think it's a Buddhist thing, though, because it's at Shinto temples. Isn't that where you typically find that?
What a well-behaved cat.
Oh, it is a real cat!
I wonder how Fengmei is doing right now.
Can we pet the cat? No. We cannot pet the cat. Alright. Going through this stuff. There's another thrilling drawer opening segment of Shenmue. Maybe we'll find a forklift toy again. Nope, can't pet the cat. 0 out of 10, Shenmue 3.
What a sly pose. Not really my type, though.
What?
This is relaxing.
Excuse me, Ryo?
This is... I think I can fish here. This is... What a sly pose. Not really my type, though. Oh. This is...
This is...
What? The Verdant Bridge? It must be pretty old.
But that's a photograph.
What the?
Ah, the Phoenix and Dragon.
Who exactly are these people?
So sorry to have kept you waiting. Have you found anything of interest?
Yeah, that pig photo.
Ah, yes, that photo is said to be of an Imperial envoy dispatched to Bailu village by the Emperor himself.
What are these crests on these banners?
They represented the will of the Imperial family. A dragon for the Emperor, and a phoenix for the Empress. It is said that the Emperor of the time revered the dragon and phoenix greatly.
Why was this Imperial envoy visiting Bailu village?
I'm afraid that is all I know.
Would you mind if I borrowed the photo?
Oh.
Just walk around with this big ass photo.
It wouldn't hurt to show a bit of faith in Iwao-san. Please take it.
Thank you. I'll be sure to bring it back to you.
Hold on, take this too. Your father left it as an offering for the temple. I cannot read what it says, but I hope that it brings you some comfort.
Okay. Photo of the bridge and the Emma.
I should show that picture to Shenhua.
Oh my god. Okay, so she's back at the spring, I think. She said she was gonna hang out at the spring. So I'm assuming she's still there and not back at the house. And that was this way. So the spring was, Panda Market, and then...
I should talk to more people around here.
What? What? Okay, I guess she isn't there. Pig photo. Yep. Alright. Good job, Peepo. Alright, I guess she's back here. Oh, we can just do this. Now it gives me the quick travel thing.
This is the Verdant Bridge. "1910, the second year of Xuan Tong. That's the year it was finished."
It's pretty old then. The resident monk said it was built for an imperial envoy that visited Bailu. Look at the flag and the mirror.
These patterns match what we saw in my father's quarry. This might help us find him.
Is there anyone who might know more about the bridge?
Elder Yep probably would.
Who?
The elderly lady who makes medicine for the village. She lives near the village square.
Perfect. I'll go see her tomorrow.
Ah, so that's the blind lady in the center of the village. Okay. Sure, let's just save over that one. Not a whole lot of combat in this game so far. We've had 2 required fights. Well, I guess technically 3 if we count the big guy we lost to. And I guess 4. We had to fight the monk at the training guy at the martial arts hall. All right, now what? Talk to Elder Ye. Okay. All right, Shenhua. Oh.
Good morning, Ryo.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Is it time to chop? All right, time to chop, Shenhua. Oh, it appeared that... What? Huh. Sure. I think that's the first time she hasn't been chopping right after we got up.
See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
They had to show that cutscene every single time. Okay, Village Square. Sure. Let's just go straight there. Hey, thank you, Trey. I appreciate it. All right. Let's talk to her. And she's over here making medicine, apparently. Like, wouldn't you use a mortar and pestle for this, generally? Sure.
Excuse me.
You there. You're that boy from Japan.
I need your help with something. Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
The Verdant Bridge? The Verdant Bridge, you say?
All the villagers told me you would know something about it.
And why is that?
So the bridge was built in 1910, and this is 1986. So it's possible someone might be alive from when it was made?
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
Why do you want to know about something that happened so long ago?
What? Actually, I
have nothing to tell you. Just leave.
All right.
Please, I'm begging you.
Are you deaf, boy? I have nothing to tell you.
We have to fight her.
I need to know.
I told you to leave.
All right, let's throw hands
Very well.
with old lady.
Sorry to bother you.
All right.
Guess I'll have to find another old-timer.
All right, we're looking for more old people. All right. Well, there's this guy over here. This guy's old. Like half of the people in the village are old.
Excuse me. Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
What do you mean by anything?
This fucking
I'm
guy.
curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
That bridge has always been there. I bet everyone in this village has at least one or two memories about the Verdant Bridge.
Okay. Thanks anyway.
All right. So old lady's still chopping that carrot in here. Yep. One day she will finish chopping that carrot. Oh. Performance anxiety. What? Wait, I'm in her way. She can't cook. Alright, so if I stand here, is she gonna be chopping the air? Look at that. I have to know. I have to know now. All right, that's some good looking food over there. Yeah, this is way more important than progressing the story. I have to know if you can keep this lady from chopping the carrot. And then the music just stops. Okay. Yeah, we can keep moving her outside. Alright, lady, those wieners look done. I think it's time for more chopping. Oh man, does she just do this for an hour? Alright. Even I have my limits. Okay, fine. Alright, so we're looking for old people. So the guy at the shop over there, probably not old enough. Martial arts hall guy, probably not old enough. There was like the Hermit's Point, I think, which was this way. It was past Panda Market? Because there's like 4 old people there. And then there's also the guy in the meeting hall that didn't want to talk to us. Oh, gotta chase the chickens first. Get out of here, chickens. Okay, so there's a bunch of old people here.
Excuse me.
Why, hello there, Sonny. What can I do for you?
Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
The Verdant Bridge. Those were the days.
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
In my day, young people always chose that spot for secret rendezvous. And if there was a full moon, well, watch out.
'Cause werewolves.
I don't think...
I bet everyone in this village has at least 1 or 2 memories about the Verdant Bridge.
I see.
Oh, where'd the other guy go? Alright, he went from standing over there to here.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
I know nothing out of the ordinary.
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
Sorry, but I seldom go there.
I see.
You know, all meetings are fated. Would you like to see how charcoal is made?
No, thank you.
No thanks.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
You mean the bridge near the village entrance?
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
Unfortunately, I don't know a thing about that bridge. It's old, though. Maybe you should try asking the elderly?
I see.
Ah. Yes, the elderly. Alright, there's supposed to be a 4th person around here. He must be out walking around. Alright, does this guy still hold up in here?
Yanxing. It's me, Hazuki. I'd like to talk to you. Can you open the door?
I'm sorry. I can't do that. As long as I stay inside and lay low, I'll be safe.
I see.
This guy's still taking a dump in there, I guess. Alright, what about you?
Excuse me. Hello?
What's that, dear?
Can you help me with something? Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
Make what now?
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
Oh, I made a great many memories on that bridge.
Can I ask you about the Verdant Bridge?
You want to hear about it from little old me?
Please, tell me more.
All right, then. I will. No, I've changed my mind. I shall take this story to the grave.
Holy shit, lady.
Huh?
I'm a married woman now, after all.
Okay.
Alright. Well. Good talk, lady. Okay. We've exhausted our supply of old people, I think. Alright, where's some more old people? Talk to other old folks. Well, I guess she's old. Hello, old person.
Hello there.
Never seen you around before.
Lady, I've talked to you before. Lady, I've been to your shop.
Figures. There's not a whole lot to see around here, though.
I see.
You know you're in a small town when Kong Mei's store is the biggest attraction. Oh.
Hello there.
Howdy, come on in.
Gorgeous.
Excuse me. Gorgeous.
Oh, please, young man. What is it you want?
I just have a question. Do you know anything about when the Verdant Bridge was built?
The Verdant Bridge?
Oh my god.
I'm curious about all the stories behind it, and the past in general.
I don't know much about it. I'm a lot younger than you think, you know. That bridge was built long before I was born.
I see.
Old Sue might know something about it, though. He's an insufferable old coot that can't stop bragging about his family.
Where is this person?
He ought to be on Sunset Hill. If you bring up stories about the good old days, he'll sing for you like a bird.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
So where again? Sunset Hill. So, have I even been to Sunset Hill? Oop. All according to plan. Thanks, gorgeous. Yep, that's... Oh boy. Yu Suzuki going a little wild with the dialogue here. Alright, where's... I'll just ask this guy where Sunset Hill is. Oh man, it's this guy. This guy's ready to hit the club.
Excuse me.
Huh? You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, wanna have a drink with me? It's going on your tab, laddie.
Definitely hitting up the club.
Seems like you've already had a few.
I'm just having a good time. I'm not drunk. Who said that?
Alright. Where's Sunset Hill?
I need help with something.
Are you speaking to me? Oh, what do you need?
How do I get to Sunset Hill?
You just keep going straight from here.
Okay.
I was just there. What? Just keep going straight. Okay. Well, that didn't work out. Oh, Sunset Hill. Okay. Oh, there's a bar there. Okay. I guess I didn't notice that that sign before. Sure. Oh, it didn't let me come up here before. That's why. That's why. And Panda Market. Yeah, we haven't been to Panda Market yet either. Oh, this is what? Huh. Oh, there's a cart here. That's right. There's a cart right here that was blocking this. Wondering, like, how did I miss this? Oh, yo! Fortune teller. Alright. Stock up on corn first.
I am a wandering fortune teller. Fate led me to this town only recently. My divinations will lead you to good fortune.
Alright. Sure. There is no duck in the Zodiac. Yo, look at that. Neat. Alright. Let's do it.
Excuse me.
I can tell you which colors and numbers will bring you great fortune.
Lucky numbers and colors, huh?
Yes, precisely. Shall I divine your fortune? It's only 10 yuan.
All right. What's our color?
Sure.
A color fortune? Very well. Now then, let us begin.
Sure.
Color light. Color bright. Yes, I can feel the waves. Your color seeps into my mind. Your lucky color is yellow. Seek out this color, and good fortune shall befall you.
Thank you.
I await your return.
Okay. Sure. Oh, yo, another chicken to chase. Four chickens to chase. All right. Hey, here's another turtle race. Oh, frog race. Oh man. Okay, so there already was a turtle race, and now there's a frog race. Let's do it. Grand Macaw. Macau, I guess. All right. Let's buy some tokens.
Need tokens? Buy them right here.
Good to know.
All right, let's do the frog race.
Hi there.
If you want to play, you'll need tokens.
Sure.
It's 10 yuan for 100. How many do you need?
I think I already have tokens. Yeah, because we won the other thing, but sure, we'll get some more.
Thank you. You can exchange tokens for prizes, so be sure to head to the prize exchange after. You can also take your prizes to the pawn shop and sell them. So more tokens means more money.
Sure.
From Frog Race.
What?
From frog racing and pail toss to flower, bird, wind, and moon, and lucky hit, we've got you covered.
Okay.
Want to play?
Play what?
I've got a whole range of games.
All right, frog race. Let's do it. It's probably going to
Which are
be
you betting?
mashing again.
Go ahead, pick a frog.
All right.
From frog racing and pail toss to flower, bird, wind, and moon, and lucky hit, we've got you covered.
All right. Always bet on black, and this is the closest one to black, so we'll do this one. Dang it.
Tough luck. Play again.
No thanks.
Maybe some other time.
Oh, that's right. Our lucky color is yellow. Dang it. All right. That was very exciting. You know what's more exciting? Chasing chickens. Okay. So who are we looking for? Visit Sue. They're looking for an old person here. Here's Sue.
Excuse me.
Yes, Ryo?
Oh, this is Thirsty Lady. What?
Do you know where Mr. Sue's house is?
Right here. I'm Yachin Su. Can I help you?
This is her house?
I'm looking for an old man named Mr. Su.
Oh, you're looking for my grandfather then. The oldest of the Sus. His house is right over there.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Oh man, she's way less thirsty in this cutscene. All right. Just it's just a bunch of tomatoes. All right. And whatever this is. It's bread, maybe? Or gigantic raisins? I don't know what those are. Ah, persimmons. That explains why I don't know what they are, because I've never had a persimmon.
Come in.
Oh, man.
What is it now, eh?
I have a question for you.
You and everyone else. None of you would know anything if not for me. Go on.
Tell me about the completion of the Verdant Bridge.
Verdant Bridge?
Is there anything you can tell me? Anything at all would help.
I don't get asked about it every day. But you look like the insistent type, so I'll tell you.
Man, the smoke physics.
I was just a boy, mind you, but I recall that an Imperial envoy was to come to the village. The bridge was built by the villagers as a way to welcome him.
It was?
Yes. The bridge you see today was built for the envoy's arrival. I remember it vividly. It was a hot summer's day, and the envoy's clothing was quite ostentatious.
Why did the envoy come to Bailu?
I don't know.
Nothing?
Like I said, I was just a kid.
Is there anyone else who might know more about it?
Well, let me think. I'm pretty sure Sun was there.
Where is Sun now?
These days, I hear he hangs around the market.
The market?
Yes, but he's a bit of a drifter. I can't guarantee you'll find him there.
Understood. Thank you.
I don't think we've run across a Sun yet. Okay. I assume that's Panda Market. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Let's see. No idea where he lives. I guess we gotta ask around. And asking around the market seems like the first stop here. So Panda Market is right here.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you.
You're a first-timer, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I know it's not much, but welcome to my restaurant.
Thank you for having me. Xia Lian?
Yes?
Do you know someone named Sun?
Are you looking for him too? He's got a lot of bills to pay, so tell him if you see him.
That's not it.
Oh? And I was so sure you were a debt collector.
Not quite.
Not yet. Once we're done with our revenge business.
Do you have a moment?
I sure do.
Sure.
Do you know someone named Sun?
Sun? Why him of all people?
It's important that I find him.
I occasionally see him, but not at my shop. He's too busy shopping for booze and sweets.
I see.
Booze and Sweets. That might be the shop by the bridge. Might be the best place for that.
Excuse me.
Hiya.
Do you know someone named Sun?
He comes by every so often, but I don't know anything about him. He never buys anything, but he sure knows his liquor.
Interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, that's got to be the place by the bridge. Okay. I bet that's where he is. How are we doing on corn? 98. Okay, and I guess while we're there, we can chop some wood. Huh. Wonder how long it takes for the herbs to respawn. Well, I don't see him around here.
Excuse me.
Let's chop some wood first.
What is it?
I'd like to help you split some wood.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh. Good. Yes. That's it. Yes. Good. That's it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Man, I just noticed the sky in the background during this.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it.
That's some fast-moving clouds.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I wonder if that's if that's simulated.
Perfect. That's it. Yes. Good. That's it. Yes. Good. That's it. Yes. Oh. That's it.
All right. 31 years of corn. All right, so now we gotta ask the guy if he's seen
This is good work.
Sun.
No, I'm good.
Well, I ain't forcing you to do anything. The job will be waiting for you.
Mr. Tao.
What is it?
Do you know someone named Sun?
Yes, I know him well. I haven't seen him around lately, so I'm worried. He's an unfortunate old man with no money, no relatives, and no place to live.
Where can I find this person?
He used to show up whenever he got hungry, so I don't know how he's surviving these days.
I see. Hi there. I'd like to talk to you about Sun.
Yes, I know him well.
Anything else?
I haven't seen...
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. That's not much to go on. No idea where he lives. Comes to markets, buy alcohol. Appears to be broke. Maybe he's betting on the turtle races. Or he's living down by the river. Maybe he's fishing. He might be near the fishing shop, perhaps. Okay, not around here. Yep, down by the river. Hey, you need a place to stay? I got a van out back. Good old Shenbu 2. Okay, so that's the way to Shenhua's house. I guess I can ask around in the main square. Alright, would anybody around there possibly know? Probably not. The fishermen generally won't talk to you. Yeah, like that guy. That guy's doing serious fishing business. Does not want to talk to us. Okay. Yeah, I think so too, but I don't think the time advances in faster in the minigame. At least I don't think it does. Alright, let's ask Chatty Lady. She usually knows.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Do you know someone named Sun?
Nope, can't say that I do. He's not from around here, is he?
Is there anyone else I can ask?
Maybe it's that scruffy old man stinking up the panda market.
Where can I find him?
I only see him from time to time at the panda market, but I'm pretty sure his name was Sun now that I think about it.
So I went to the wrong market. There must be a general store at the panda market. Actually, is it this guy? Is it the drunk guy? No, that's Mo. Okay. So there must be a general store over here. Wait, no, Panda Market's this way. What am I thinking? Panda Market's that place we didn't have access to until very recently. Okay, Panda Market. To the left. Because I could have sworn it was like next to the... Oh, is that another Oh, this is a kid who wanted the capsule toy. Make goods.
Hello there.
Hello, gorgeous.
Howdy, come on in.
Howdy. Howdy, gorgeous.
Excuse me. Gorgeous.
Oh, young man, you're making me blush.
I just have a question. Do you know someone named Sun?
What? You're not here to buy anything?
I'm really sorry, but it's important that I find him.
He hasn't been by today.
Where can I find him?
You can ask away, but I don't have a clue where he lives or what he's doing. Oh, but I do recall him saying that Feng was an old friend of his.
Feng? Are you talking about Grandmaster Feng?
He's the one you should be talking to.
Okay, so that's Martial Arts Hall.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay. No, the giant panda sign is the arcade. With all the incredible games that are in here. And this giant painting of... I think this is... Pi from Virtua Fighter? I think? I never played much Virtua Fighter, so I don't actually know. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not a fighting gameologist. Yep, no, it says High Tech Land. High Tech Land. And it's pretty much nothing but electromechanical games from the 60s.
Pardon me.
Ah, young Hazuki. Have you come to train?
Actually, I just have a question.
A martial artist has no need for small talk. Only for training.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Even gems require polish. Keep training.
I understand.
What?
Do you have a moment?
Is this the wrong guy?
Have time to talk.
Actually,
you must. I have.
Okay.
That's the wrong person, I guess. Grandmaster Feng. They share Kung Fu connection. I apparently don't know who that is. So there must be some other Kung Fu dude somewhere else. Yeah, we gotta polish the mirror.
Shuren?
Yes?
Hello, Leo.
Ah, Ryo. If only those thugs would
Oh my god.
I'd love to make them suffer with my own two hands.
This guy says that every single time. Yeah, maybe the other temple, but I'm pretty sure the monk's name, the monk wasn't the Grandmaster. She was just a monk.
Mr. Tao.
What is it?
I need to get to Grandmaster Feng's house.
It's a total 180 from my shop.
I see.
What? What does he mean by that?
Excuse me. I need to get to Grandmaster Feng's house.
It's a total 180 from my shop.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
It's a total 180 from my shop. What? So that means it's over here? Alright, I'm assuming that means it's this way. Yeah, in the other direction. Which other direction? There's two other directions. Alright, maybe Chatty Lady knows.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I need to get to Grandmaster Feng's house.
The old man with gray hair? He lives in Ternary Spring.
Ah, alright. See?
Got it. Thanks a lot.
All dude at the shop had to say was go to Ternary Spring, because I know where that is. It's over here? I think.
Hey.
Alright, I'm just confirming where it is.
I need to get to Grandmaster Feng's house.
Here's this.
You want to go to the Rainbow Basin? It's in the mountain ahead.
Alright. Aha.
Thanks.
I was just making sure that they knew where Ternary Spring was. Alright, do we need to buy some corn while we're here? It looks like it. Man, hopefully there's some combat coming up, because this has been a whole lot of walk back and forth for the whole time. Ugh. Okay. Sure. Alright. Rainbow Basin, Ternary Spring. Alright, hold up. Let's see. So it's this way. Yep, ethanol to function. He is powered by corn now. And I'm guessing that this is a dude's house. Alright. maybe we get to fight this guy.
Is he not home?
Yes, hello?
It's Hazuki.
Ryo, come in,
We
lad.
do a lot of talking to people through doors in this game.
Grandmaster Fong, I just have a question. Do you know someone named Sun?
Sun, I know him well.
Oh, it's this guy.
Training of mine.
Can you introduce me to him?
I believe Sun has taken up residence in the abandoned temple.
The abandoned temple?
I can't guarantee that you'll find him there, but if you go, place some wine and steamed buns on the offertory box and hide until he appears.
What?
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Don't forget the wine and buns.
What? Okay. We need to set a trap filled with wine and buns. Oh my god. Okay. Where are we gonna get buns then? I know where we can get wine. That's from the shop by the bridge, but I don't recall the shop by the bridge selling buns, so maybe that's actually, there's the restaurant, come to think of it. It's getting dark out, too. This is like one of the first in-game days where we've actually had something to do for the whole day. We're collecting ingredients because one of the best ways to make money is these herb sets here. So individually, these herbs sell for not much, but if you collect a set of them, like this sells for 29 panda bucks. If you get one of these and one of these, you can sell that thing. And they go up to like 330. The most I've been able to get from the work mini game is like 60. So it's way more efficient to just do this. Like if I get one of those and one of those, I can sell them all for 450. So that's why. The actual healing items are like corn. You can just eat a whole bunch of corn at once, and you get it from the vegetable stands that are around the village. Okay. Nope. Gotta chase these chickens. Okay. I don't see any buns. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'd get buns. Maybe the kid knows where I can buy buns. Kid won't even talk to me. Alright, where can I buy buns, lady?
Excuse me.
What is it, handsome?
Do you know where the abandoned temple is?
You're not thinking of staying there, are you?
What?
If you're lost or something, I can take you in for the night.
Oh?
No, thanks. I'm just going to go.
Hold on. If you walk through to the other side of the sunflower grove, there's a temple road that's tucked away in the rocks.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so that's how we get to the temple. Got it. Now I just need to find some buns and alcohol. So I guess this is one of the points where you actually need money to
It's gotten so dark.
to progress.
Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Nope, not yet. Not yet. Sure, let's do this though. Let's go to Target. Does he just not sell stuff during the evening? Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I'm here to shop.
Okay.
What do you need?
So I don't see any buns, but this is... Okay, so there's our alcohol, at least.
Finished?
Yes.
So where would I get buns from? He's actually cooking over the fire now this time. So I can't buy from her.
Hello and welcome. Oh, did you come alone today?
Yes. I need to get to the abandoned temple.
Ah, Bailu Temple. You'll have to cut through the Sunflower Grove to get there.
I see.
The grove has turned into a maze of sorts, so most people try to avoid it these days. What business do you have in a place like that?
It's personal.
Okay. Alright, so let's see. Maybe the other general store? We gotta go talk to Gorgeous again, I guess. So that's this way. Are these, those things I can... Nope. Alright, Gorgeous. Sell us some buns. What's my opinion so far? Positive. I like a lot of things about this game.
Why, hello there. Out shopping today?
Alright, what you got?
I have so many things that it's hard to keep track.
We've kind of hit a stretch now in the game where there's just long periods of kind of fetch questy stuff, which I am not as big of a fan of. A towel, okay. Tripe, radio. No, no buns.
Come on back whenever you're in the mood.
Maybe there's a bun seller by the abandoned temple. Or her, I guess, maybe.
Excuse me.
Hey there, young man. I've got the best prices.
Onion. Maybe Shenfa
Come again soon.
can make buns. Alright. What you got, Sue?
Welcome to my Baijiu stand.
Nope. This is alcohol, I think. Yep. $10-year-old or 15-year-old. Sure. Crown Noble. Okay.
Come again.
I thought there was another stand here. She a stand? She's a stand.
Hey, mister. How about a yummy steamed bun?
Hey, found him. Okay.
Have a bun. They're freshly steamed and delicious.
Alright. Cheapest one is 2. Let's do it. How's the... So this is the same, this is actually less efficient than just eating corn. Yep, this is... Gonna have to stick to corn, it looks like.
Thanks. Come again.
Alright, 8 o'clock. I think the game forces us back at 9, so I think we still have just enough time to do this. So it's this way. I'm assuming I can do this at night. And then... Market, Sunset Hill. So it's... I'm so lost. It's It's not Sunset Hill. It's this way. Not this way either. Dang it. Gonna run out of time. I don't think I've ever had a steamed bun before. They look good though. I'm not sure where I'd get them around here though. Probably in Chinatown, if I had to guess. Be probably the place to go. But I don't want to drive up to San Francisco just for some buns. I'm guessing that is the secret path. Okay. It's nice and spooky out here. With... Those are either bunnies or crows. Alright. Clearly crows.
Place the liquor and buns on the offertory box and hide. He's very wary.
All right. Interesting. Okay.
I heard about you from Grandmaster Feng.
Feng, eh? What do you want?
Oh, it's this guy. He's in one of the trailers.
There's something I'd like to ask you.
You get one question. One. Got it?
Uh-oh. We got 5 minutes to ask a question.
I need your help with something.
Very well. I'll give you one question. Well, what do you want to know?
Verdant Bridge.
Please, tell me about the completion of the Verdant Bridge.
The Verdant Bridge. I must have been 10 or so. They sent an Imperial envoy here to Bailu. We built the bridge to welcome the Imperial envoy. I remember waiting near the bridge with Ye and Su to catch the envoy's arrival. We had to shove our way to the front, but what I saw was etched into my memory.
Why was the envoy sent to Bailu?
That's the question, isn't it? For a Phantom River stone mirror.
What does a mirror have to do with this?
That envoy was on a mission to get a mirror made by the greatest stonemason in China. They came by decree of the Emperor.
And who was the stonemason?
His name was Yuan Liushan, and he stood above the rest. He lived in Bailu. He was Yuan's grandfather.
I see. So that's the connection.
Sure. Grandfather. Okay. It's actually been so long since I I haven't done a stream this long in a while, and my tablet I used to control the overlay here actually ran out of batteries. Alright, Shenhua. She's still slicing.
Thanks.
Everything okay, Dio?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
I realize this must be a big change of pace for you. So I wanted to make sure you're holding up okay.
Okay.
Other than a few cuts and bruises, I'm fine.
Okay, just checking.
I appreciate it, but you don't need to worry.
All right.
Maybe if she gave us some of these ingredients here, we could have these instead of eating corn all the time. Yeah, possibly. So maybe I should next time I'm at the store, I'll buy multiples of the wine and buns, and we can try that again. All right. Hopefully this works. Yep, good. Because I think in one of the trailers they actually show that guy teaching you a move. I gotta plug in my phone now if I'm gonna use my phone for the overlay. Okay. Okay, so what can we do now? Maybe we're actually supposed to talk to him again, but it actually timed out and brought us back home. Yeah, okay. So I guess we need more money.
Good morning, Dio.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
All right, Shenhua. Same deal. Love it. Love it. Yeah, it does that camera angle. If I enter the conversation while in first person view, it does that. It doesn't normally do that.
Dio. See you later.
And they show this every single time, and I can't skip it. I can't skip this cutscene. They have to show it every time. All right, let's go chop some wood because we gotta buy some more booze and dumplings.
Excuse me.
All right, it's chopping time.
I'd like to help you split some wood.
Now we're talking.
I wonder if there's another shop around town or another place that we can earn money. Because this does get a little old.
That's it. Perfect. Yes. Good. Perfect. That's it. Yes.
Like some of these, it looks like I'm right in the center, but it's not a very good or an excellent.
Yes. Good. Oh. Yes. Good. That's it. Oh. Yes. That's it. Oh.
Oh.
Perfect.
Good enough. Okay. That should be enough to cover whatever old man expenses we need.
Impressive.
Alright, so we can get both booze and...
I know it's not much, but here, take it.
There's something else? Oh.
No, I'm good.
Well, I ain't forcing you to do anything.
Alright.
The job will be waiting for you.
So we can get both booze and buns back at the market. So we'll get 3 of each. Santium. Yeah, it's one of the... There aren't that many minigames so far. And that one's probably the best one. So I'm sure there's more. I know for a fact that there's forklifting. So maybe the forklifting will be slightly more involved.
Hey, mister, how about a yummy steamed bun?
Hey, mister. Sure.
Have a bun. They're freshly steamed and delicious.
Okay. So let's just get 3. Actually, these are cheap enough that we can... Let's get 5. Sure. Just so that we don't have to do this again.
Thanks. Come again.
Yeah, it's certainly been something. But the pacing of this game is
Welcome to my Baijiu stand.
much different from Shenmue 1 and 2. Because it feels like a smaller game. Alright, what's the cheapest booze you got? Alright, beer. Maybe he just wants beer. Alright, 5 beers. Then we good. Alright.
Appreciate the business.
5 beers, 5 buns. But yeah, the pacing of this game feels way different from 1 and 2 because the game world feels smaller. Like, there's certainly a ton of detail, but it feels like there's a whole lot less to do in this compared to 1 and 2. Maybe that's just because it's set in a rural village for at least the part that I'm in. And the pacing to it just it feels like there's a lot less pathways to progress the story than say in 2. Uh-oh.
There's still something I need to ask Mr. Sun.
Okay, yeah. That's why I'm here. How long is the game supposed to be? I have no idea. And I'd rather, if you know, that you don't say if you do know.
Hey, I need your help with something.
Oh, he doesn't take beer? Alright, here's a bun.
I don't see any wine.
Oh, he took wine. God damn it.
Guess I'll get some in the village.
Alright, let's chase these. Look at all these chickens to chase. Yep. Hey, streamer, I got a random guess that you were just before the part where you made your spoiler. I have a hunch that the next puzzle is going to be solved with major spoiler. Whoops, I just happened to guess correctly. Fancy that. Somebody actually did that when I was playing King's Quest the other day, and I didn't call it out, but man, I don't miss that. I don't miss that one bit. Alright, so we're heading back to this guy because it was the cheap booze. Maybe I can pawn my my beer or just sell the beer back to the guy. Yeah, this is a high class guy. Well, he already knows that we're willing to pay his price, so he's gonna milk us for what we got, I guess.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I don't think I can sell the beer back.
There's something I want.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the King's Quest, to finishing out the series. Alright, so this is 11. Man. Alright, let's only buy 3. Man, there goes all of my log splitting money.
I'll be here.
Ugh. Yeah, that snake puzzle. God. I actually... So I went back and I looked at the video. When I got the bridle, the first thing that I typed in after I got the magic bridle was use bridle on snake. And the game did not accept that answer. And that's why I just got really confused and went off on a tangent and trying to logic my way through it. When the entire time, I just, I used the wrong phrase, or the wrong verb. It's throw, or put, bridle on snake. So it's this way. So I actually almost solved it at the first opportunity that I could, but I used the wrong verb, and that... Roberta Williams got me on that one.
Hey, I need your help with something.
Very well. I'll give you one question. Well, what do you want to know?
Do I ask him about the bridge again?
I want to know about when the bridge was built.
The Verdant Bridge. Let's see. I think we had to...
Why was this envoy sent to Bailu?
That's the question, isn't it? A Phantom River stone mirror.
What does the mirror have to do with this?
That envoy was on a mission to get a mirror made by the greatest stonemason in China. He came by decree of the Emperor.
And who was the stonemason?
His name was Liu Shan-Ren, and he stood above the rest. He lived in Bailu, and he was Ren's grandfather.
So that's the connection. Hey, I need your help with something.
Wait, so... What?
Very well. I'll give you one question. Well, what do you want to know?
Okay, martial arts.
I hear you're a contemporary of Grandmaster Feng.
Feng, you say?
Do you know the name Iwao Hazuki?
Hazuki. And you are?
My name is Ryo Hazuki. Iwao was my father.
Shall we have a bout just to pass the time?
Huh?
Huh?
What? You think I'm too old or something?
No, not at all. Let's go.
Quit daydreaming and hit me. A fly could block what you're throwing at me. Are you even trying? Your moves are too sloppy. You're full of openings. Where did you learn these weak techniques? Are you ready to get serious now?
Oh, shit. Got him.
What was that move?
It's Bodji Tren's signature move, the body check.
Oh. So, you knew my father.
It's like ultra elbow.
Is
All
there
right.
anything you can tell me about my father?
Yes, when I'm good and ready.
Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Okay, so you just have to talk to him about both things. All right, I need to go chop some wood again because Spent all of our money on booze and buns. Alright.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I'd like to help you split some wood.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes. Perfect. Yes. That's it. Oh. Perfect. Yes. Perfect. That's it. Oh. Good. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's it. Perfect. Mm-hmm. That's it. Yes. Good. That's it. Yes. That's it.
Sure. Alright. Got our booze money back. We haven't had a sure in a while. We've been sitting on,
I know it's not much, but here.
sitting on 14 shures for quite a while now.
I'm good.
Well, I ain't forcing you to do anything. The job will be waiting for you.
Alright, back to Shenfo's house.
Leo,
Yeah?
Yeah?
I talked to Yenxing's mother.
Who?
Shenhua,
Oh, that guy's mother.
Guiying, what's wrong?
the thugs have been spotted in the hermit's nest. I'm worried about Yenxing.
Leo and I will go have a look tomorrow. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
Oh, tomorrow. Just in time. I'm sure they'll totally still be there. Go to Hermit. Okay, so we're bringing Shenfa with us. I have a feeling there's going to be combat today.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright. Actually, I wonder if I stand, like, right here. Oh, she spooky ghosts through us. Oh, man. Shenfa has seen a Shenmue 2 speedrun and knows the tech. All right, she's coming with us today, apparently.
Ryo. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wait, they let you skip that cutscene. That one gave me the skip icon. But all the ones before this, it didn't. Why?
What's the Hermit's Nest like?
It's certainly the most remote settlement in the village. Do you know the way to get there?
We've been there already.
I went there to look for Yanqing.
That's right.
Come on.
I hope he's okay.
I hope so too. We should go as soon as possible.
Yeah, but we can't rush in unprepared either. One of the thugs really packs a punch.
Wait, you've seen them?
Well, sounds like we're buying
Yanqing's house.
a restorative.
I fought 2 of them off, but I took my eye off the 3rd. They got the better of me in the end.
Well, even monkeys fall from trees.
I won't be caught off guard again.
Alright. Can I, level up my Kung Fu? We're so close to Kung Fu level 5. So let's spar a little bit.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be?
You never heard that term before? It's let's see, it's spar is what we want.
I have the perfect.
Even monkeys fall from trees. It's sad. Even people really good at something fail occasionally.
You may start immediately.
Oh man, Shenhua hangs out over there while I'm doing this. Hey. Alright, we've almost mastered counter elbow assault. Okay. Alright. Sure. Alright. Look out for that tank!
Will you keep going?
Alright.
Come back anytime. I'll be waiting.
That should be enough Kung Fu for what we need. Alright. The restoratives in the store were fairly expensive, if I remember correctly. So hopefully we have enough money for them. And these plants really don't respawn that often. Alright. So we're going to the store, getting a restorative.
Hey, about the Hermit's Nest?
Well, what about it?
The residents there all seem pretty old.
Yes, Only elderly people live at the Hermit's Nest these days.
Man, her delivery is so bad.
A place like that.
Come on. We have to hurry.
I'm with you. It looks like Yansheng is not our only concern.
Right.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I'm here to shop.
What do you need?
Okay. So one of these was a restorative, I thought. It was 50%, Oh, is this? Yeah, okay. 2.7. We can't even afford it. Shit.
Oh, changed your mind?
No.
Can I sell a set of, We need 130
Excuse me.
something.
What is it? I'll buy a set of herbs from you if you've got them.
Okay. Don't have enough for much anything. Okay, 29. So we can sell 4 of those, 2 of those. Okay, that should be enough to cover 1 restorative. But would have been nice if I could actually sell one of the more expensive ones. God, this this selling interface is really not good.
Oh, you've got some good ones here. Come back whenever.
Excuse me.
What is?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, we could still only afford 1 though. Jeez. All right. And I need to be careful not to accidentally use it because it's on a D-pad button. All right. Off to the Hermit's Peak or whatever it is. And that was past the sunflower field, I think. I think it was this way. I think I'm good on corn. Yep, we got 70 corns. No, this is Rainbow Basin. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Dang it. Is there at least, some herbs over here? Oh my god. Alright. Meanwhile, Shenhua is stuck in a corner over here. Nice job. Alright, back this way. Maybe the music will return at some point. Shenhua is nowhere to be found. She's over there stuck somewhere. I guess it's for the best. Alright, so it's this way. Is she gonna reappear behind us? Oh, she's way back there. Alright, maybe we can lose her.
We have to get to the Hermit's Nest.
Leo,
Yeah? Shenhua?
you're amazing.
I am.
Thank you so much
For what?
for helping everyone in the village.
Ah. Those thugs have to be dealt with. What other choice do we have?
I guess so.
They are the link to our fathers. And the mirrors we'd been looking for all this time.
Yes.
I'm doing this for me as well.
Maybe they wrote these conversations to be super awkward? For, like, tension between them? Uh-oh. Look at all that corn.
You nosy hicks should have stayed inside.
What he said.
We haven't had a QTE yet, by the way. We're 6 hours in with no QTEs. Oh, shit! Oh, for fuck's sake, Ika Suzuki. I thought that was just a regular cutscene. Oh. What? I hit the B button. Oh my god, I hit the B button. Holy shit. All right, perfect. Yeah, we got 30 hours of QTs coming up. Get ready.
Oh no, Yanqing.
Damn it.
I'll go knock on the door. Then while he's distracted.
Who's there?
Did you really think that little trick would work on me?
He booped his nose. Okay. I am almost dead. This is... Hopefully I can get my healing back after I inevitably have to redo this fight. Alright, I think it's time to give up on the bow.
See right through. What's wrong? What's down?
Uh-oh. Oh, man. Getting clobbered. At least these cutscenes are cool.
Yeah.
You're pretty dumb, kid.
Unless we're meant to lose.
Did you really think you could beat me with kung fu like that? You give this chicken a good talking to, Missy.
Is this a retry? Okay, you can fight, or can lose.
Leo,
See, now they're doing better cinematography.
you were out for 2 days.
2 days? Holy shit.
Where did they go?
They've made the hermit's nest their base while they look for the mirror.
And Yenshing?
He's still holed up in the hermit's nest, but we've got to do something fast.
Yeah, he needs our...
Leo, don't.
We don't have time.
You have to rest. Let's think this through.
I suppose.
Alright. Find a martial arts expert. Alright, clearly we can't handle this on our own. No! Dang it.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah, much.
Oh, she's... Shenhua. She is a spooky ghost. Shenhua, where you... Right back at it. Alright. Help, we need an adult. Is our current quest. Alright. So I think I'm going to step away for another couple minutes here. Just stretch. And then we'll do another few hours of Shenmue 3. So, I'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. All right. Back at it. So I plan on going at least another, let's say 4 hours. That'll probably be my limit is 10 hours at once, because I'm an old frail man, and I do not have strong kung fu. And I have a feeling we are nowhere near the end of this game. Alright, so we need an adult. Oh, it's doing the thing again with the with the wet weather. Like, maybe there's some, like, wet grass effect that the game is trying to do. Sure. The end of your shift? Nice, LCC.
See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
Alright. Well, we're looking for Kung Fu. And what better place to look than where the game says there's Kung Fu? So this guy's probably gonna say, no talk, only Kung Fu.
Pardon me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a martial arts expert.
The Hermit's Nest.
Huh?
What?
You took on those ruffians in the Hermit's Nest, didn't you?
Maybe.
I did.
And you're looking for a way to beat them, yes?
Yeah.
Well, you won't find the answer here.
Have you considered a gun?
Huh? Why not?
Your desire to save the villagers is admirable. Nay, it is your duty.
Then you have to.
But you are not ready.
How do you know?
Your impatience clouds your judgment. That will get you in trouble.
So, what should I do?
Training is the only answer. Clear your mind and train.
Of course. That's this guy's answer to everything. Train. Alright. Let's smash this thing.
1-inch punch. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Maybe I'll give it a shot. Sure. Let's do the 1 meter punch. Maybe it looks a little different in the rain. Oh, God.
Should I keep going?
Alright, we'll do the other one.
Horse stance, huh? Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Maybe? I haven't noticed any differences with his form. Alright, we can't skip leg day. That's what this is for. It looks like the meter turns yellow much sooner. Alright, level 6.
Maybe I'll practice some more. Never mind.
Okay, so what does our journal say now? So we still need to find a martial arts expert. Great. Okay. So I guess maybe we still have booze and wait, it gave me the snake power back. Huh. I used it in the fight. Interesting. Okay, so we still have 1 booze left, but I don't think we have any. Okay, we have 3 buns and 1 booze. So maybe that'll be enough to have the abandoned temple guy help us out. Because there's him, there's the guy who knew our father by the Rainbow Valley or whatever it is. Let's see. The guy with the scar on his face, maybe? But he's not a master. I guess it might be worth a try to ask him, though. Still no phone over there.
Hey there, lad. How about a game?
Not right now.
By the way, I heard some Japanese guy got into trouble at the Hermit's Nest.
That was me.
I knew it. I had a feeling it was you.
Right.
You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. A real man comes through when it matters most.
I guess so. Do you know any martial arts experts?
Sorry, but I'm not from around here. Don't know anyone who'd fit the bill.
I see.
Huh. I wonder if this is a segment that you only have to do if you fail the fight with the guy back at the Hermit's Nest. And this is just kind of like an elaborate retry segment for it. Okay, so Sunflower Grove, I guess, would be the first stop. I might be able to learn that move anyways from this guy. There's an herb over here, or there was last time I was here. I might be able to harvest again. Oh no, it's just a chicken. I think it was over here, maybe? No? Do these herbs just not respawn? Okay, there we go. I get the feeling that we're pretty close to the end of the Bailu section, maybe. But I feel for like a later playthrough, it might be worthwhile to actually write down where all the good herbs actually are, so I don't have to just keep scouring around for these if I just know where they are every time. So maybe for the second playthrough, I'll note where those are. Oh, well, there's this at least. Okay. This guy's not here anymore. And he's definitely here during the day, because he was here last time. Or maybe that was because I didn't finish the events with him. Okay, so I guess the next stop is the the guy in the valley, which is past the market, I want to say. Oh, great. I'm stuck in this maze. This way. Okay. So it was up here. And then it wasn't here, was it? No, but this might be some herbs. Nope. This might be the way to the hermit place.
I've got to train some more. I can't win the way I am now.
Okay, so that is way back to them. Okay, so the Sunset Hill, maybe? No, not this way. This so there's a mini map in the lower left, but the mini map is kind of useless. Like, what's the point of this tiny map if it doesn't tell you where to go? Temple, fishing store. Well, I'm pretty sure I know which martial arts expert we need to talk to. I just need to remember how the hell we get there. There's also, I could go up here. There might be somebody at the at this temple now. We can talk to the monk again, I suppose.
Excuse me.
May I help you?
Service?
Do you know any martial arts experts?
I'm afraid not. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
I heard some ruffians took over the hermit's nest. But then, one brave soul took it upon himself to drive them out. I don't mean to pry, but it was you, wasn't it?
Someone had to do it.
So it was you after all. As someone who believes in justice, I understand that the misdeeds of those ruffians cannot go unpunished. But as someone who knew your father, your reckless behavior troubles me.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Allow me to pray for your safety. May you be blessed with wisdom and foresight. Please don't make any more rash decisions.
Oh, that's not happening.
I'll try. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll try. Uh-huh. Someone in every single Shenmue game says, don't do anything rash. And weird, he keeps doing rash things. As if the guy hell-bent on revenge for his father's murder and dropping his entire life to pursue a guy to China to murder him would do something rash. So it's not Sunset Hill. Maybe it was past the sunflower. So I was going the right direction. I just went back the way I came. Yeah, it's past Sunflower Grove. That should take me there. Oh wait, she's milking a cow. Wait.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Gotta eat all this corn. I could have sworn it was up here. Yeah, the spring. Up here and then make a left and then that's where... This is where dude is.
Excuse me, Grandmaster Feng.
I need you to kick someone's ass for me.
Ryo.
I need a favor.
What kind of favor?
Yinxing needs our help.
Ah, yes, the boy in the hermit's nest.
And that means I need your help. Show me how to defeat those thugs.
I cannot.
Why not?
Anything you picked up now would only be half-baked.
But...
Do you hear me? A half-baked skill is a double-edged blade.
My bow is fully baked.
These things cannot be learned overnight.
I don't care. You have to teach me.
Be gone.
Grandmaster.
I have nothing left to say to you.
Grandmaster. Damn. What do I do now?
Well, I went to that guy already.
There's that move. I'll ask Sun about it.
Oh my god, I was just there. Please warp me there. Oh my god. Will it work? Game, I was one step ahead of you.
Place the liquor and buns on the offertory box and hide.
Why do I have to hide?
He's very wary.
What? That doesn't seem right. That we have to. What? We know him. He knows us.
Pardon me, Mr. Sun.
What is it now?
I'd like you to teach me a technique.
Oh, yeah?
Specifically, the body check you showed me when we sparred the other day.
Body check is a signature move, one of the 8 big openings in Baji Tren. And I can't just teach it to you for nothing.
I'll do anything. Please.
Anything you say?
$500.
So, you promise to follow my orders to a T with no back talk?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Then find me some aged Lao Jiu, a 7-liter jug.
Aged?
At least 50 years.
Oh boy.
Does that have to do with...
Back talk already?
No, I just...
Now get going. Shoot!
What do you bet it's like $1,000?
Okay.
I want something with a 50-year age statement. Don't you forget.
This is the I'll let you see Ren for $500 mark of the game. This is it. It's gotta be. Alright, so we gotta go to the liquor store in the market. And they probably have something like that. And I have, like, no money. I have 99 panda dollars. Alright. Actually, I think Gorgeous has some. But we'll check the liquor stand first.
I'd like some wine.
Gladly. What'll it be?
10 year, 15, 10, 1 year, 15 year.
Come again.
Okay. Maybe I got to talk to her about it.
Excuse me.
Hiya.
Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
Well, I'm a woman of that vintage, but I'm afraid nothing in my stock is.
I see.
My customers only go for the cheap stuff. The general store over there might have more expensive liquor.
Oh, great. More expensive.
Thanks a lot.
I couldn't even afford what she had. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Got a generator here. All right.
Let me guess. You're not here to buy anything, right?
Well, actually.
Oh, so you're really in the mood to shop?
Yeah.
Well, all right then. What is it you're looking for?
Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
I have a few old bottles, but 50 years? I don't know about that.
I see.
I have quite the liquor collection, so why don't you take a look for yourself? The bottles and bins might look the same, but the years are different, so look carefully.
Okay, I'll take a look.
What?
This isn't it. It's just plain alcohol. What an interesting bottle. Is this liquor? This isn't it.
What?
It's just plain alcohol. There's nothing 50 years old here.
What a camera angle.
I'd better try another.
What? Okay.
This isn't it. There are so many offerings. What an interesting bottle. This isn't the right liquor.
Oh man, this segment.
By Joe, but not the kind I need.
By Joe.
Fabric? Looks old. I wonder if it's worth a lot. This isn't the right liquor.
Oh man. All right. I am not a fan of this of these segments of the game.
This isn't it.
Oh man.
This isn't it.
And there's been like 4 of them so far. All right. Like Shenmue 2 had 1 segment like this, really? 1 or 2? And 1 had really only 1, the basement and the dojo. Okay, so maybe not that. And this has a lot.
What's this?
It's not what we're looking for. Is what that is.
Look at all this tea.
Yep, I could have avoided all this if I just won that fight, right? Oh my god. Surely you're not supposed to be looking through those. And surely she doesn't keep the...
Caramel. It's been a while.
Oh man, that's from the first game. Surely she doesn't keep the 50-year-old alcohol right next to the chips.
There are so many offerings. A flower vase, perhaps?
Okay. Oh, it must be in here. Must be in here.
By Joe.
It wouldn't let me look at the other one.
Looks old. I wonder if it's worth a lot.
Okay, maybe in here? Nope. Alright. Alright, lady, come on.
Hey, do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
I have a few old bottles, but 50 years? I don't know about that. The bottles and bins might look the same, but the years are different, so look carefully.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
So it's a bottle like this.
This isn't the right liquor.
Or
this isn't it.
Okay, maybe it was in one of the drawers over here that I didn't open.
Jasmine tea.
Okay, this is just a teacup set. Yeah. What the hell? Playing liquor hide and seek here.
Looks old. I wonder if it's worth a lot.
It's probably some like super obvious thing too. Like, oh, it's just this bottle on the...
This isn't it. This isn't even alcohol.
God.
What is this scroll?
Is it the alcohol scroll? Is it in here? Alright, that's a tree wart. It's gonna be in like the last drawer that I look in. This is something missing a texture, it looks like. And I already looked at these, right? Yes, I looked in those. Shit. It's not outside?
This isn't it.
So we already saw those.
This isn't it. This isn't it.
This isn't it.
What an interesting bottle.
Lady. Okay, so we can't go in there.
There are so many offerings.
Oh, those are just books. Alright, is it down here? Did I look in here yet? Nope, not in there. No. Holy crap. And I already checked here. Like it's not even letting me look at the other one. The one to the left here. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Is this liquor? Doesn't seem like Lao Zhou.
Okay.
Bai Zhou, but not the kind I need.
Huh.
This isn't it. Is this liquor?
Man. Maybe it's, maybe you gotta use a shop interface on her?
Why, hello there. Out shopping today?
And not actually physically look around?
I have so many things that it's hard to keep track.
5-year-old. Hidden Sandstorm. Orange juice. Yeah, there's nothing in here about that.
Come on back whenever you're in the mood.
Yeah, it might not be, but the lady's implying that it is. Hungry Goods sells liquor, couldn't find it. Not in stock. Okay. Huh. Yeah, so I guess it's not there. And even the journal says it's not there. Okay. So there's the Target. Target's probably the next place. So I don't think anywhere around here sells. And if no shop has it, then... So there's the drunk guy. There's also, I remember, a bar. There's a bar in the area by the...
Excuse me.
What is it?
The fortune teller, I think.
I'm here to shop.
What do you need?
It's 50-year plum liquor. Yeah, this. But that's not Baiju.
Oh, changed your mind?
No.
You looking for something?
But maybe that is it?
Yeah, sort of. Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Zhou?
Lao Zhou.
I've got a wide liquor selection. Have a look-see.
I see.
I see.
Thanks. I'll have a look.
Target sells liquor. All right, well, let's open the shop interface again, then see what the journal says.
I'm here to shop.
What do you need?
And maybe if I actually like look at it in the shop physically, maybe that'll say something. But yeah, Scarlet Bay 50 years. So...
What? You don't need anything?
I'll get it later.
So it was one of these jars around here. This maybe? No. That? I think it's that up there.
This isn't it. This isn't it. Bai Lai Zhou. There are
This
so
maybe?
many offers.
No? Well, I guess I can just buy that 50-year one that's there.
This isn't the right liquor. This isn't. Looks old. I wonder if it's old liquor. Is this?
Oh
Looks
man.
like Lao Zhou, but not 50 years old.
Not 50 years old, okay. So it's that kind of bottle.
This isn't it. Looks like Lao Zhou. This isn't it.
Oh man. This sequence
This isn't it.
is not good. This ain't great.
This isn't. This is.
This isn't it. This ain't it.
This isn't it.
This isn't it.
This isn't it.
Hey! There it is.
Got it. 50-year-old Lao Zhou. Why is it so expensive?
I knew it. What?
You find what you need? That item's not cheap. You sure that's what you want?
2,000. Are you shitting me?
Oh, changed your mind?
No.
All right, can we barter for it?
Mr. Tao,
Yeah?
do you know where I could earn some money?
Money? You want to split some wood here at the shop?
Will you pay me to?
Well, I can't pay you much, but you'll have more than you walked in with.
Good to know.
Oh my god. We actually need 2,000. Procure funds to buy it. Holy shit. Alright. So what is the best... So there's gambling, but you can only get the prize tokens from gambling. Yep. What does this guy want?
Excuse me.
Pardon me. Are you from this village?
This is probably one of the backers.
I knew it. You seem different. I came from out of town looking for work, and the rumors were right. Martial arts is popular here. I love strong women. Just looking at one gets me all excited.
I see.
I see.
Actually, there's one that's caught my attention. I'd like to get closer, but look at me. I'm just skin and bones. If I looked as strong as you, I'd have no problem telling her how I feel.
Right.
Sure.
Her name is Wei Chen. I don't suppose you could talk to her for me? Or is it asking too much?
I'll do it for $2,000.
All right. What would you like me to ask this Wei Zhang?
Thanks. First, ask if she has a boyfriend. And if not, if she's looking for one. Ask if she's okay dating someone who can't fight. I think that should cover my bases.
I see.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure this is one of the Kickstarter backers that paid like $20,000 to the Kickstarter. And hey, you can be the game. Oh boy. And then go to McDonald's with Yu Suzuki. Alright. So what does this guy want again? Find Wei Zhen. Oh, that's probably the pink dress kind Kung Fu woman who's over by the sunflowers. Because that's the only one that comes to mind. And she is over here, I think. Oh, here's the swag walk-in. Alright, I think she's over here. Yeah, there she is over there. Yep, wait done.
You got a minute?
Who, me? You need something?
There's something I'd like to ask you. Are you seeing anyone?
What? Well, no. Why?
Are you looking for a boyfriend?
I guess so. I'm flattered, but...
Oh, no. I'm not asking for me.
Then, would you mind sparring with me? I want to date someone stronger than myself.
If you insist.
There's more where that came from.
Yes, there is.
So this is Hazuki's technique. So strong. Bad. You're so strong. I couldn't do a thing. Thank you so much. I learned a lot from you. It makes me so happy.
Well, actually, someone asked me to talk to you.
What? What?
I'm sorry.
Sorry for jumping the gun. But a man who cannot talk to the girl he likes is no man I'm interested in.
My apologies.
Come back if you feel like sparring again.
Okay. Got it.
Alright.
I've got to eat something.
Alright, hold on. Eat a bunch of corn. Now we're good. Actually, no. I was going to buy some more cauliflower, but I realized I need that money because we need capital to work with here. Oh boy. $2,000. $2,000 is what you need to essentially beat Shenmue 2.
Hey.
At the end of the game.
How'd it go? Did you talk with Wei Jun?
And the game practically gives you that.
A little.
So, does she have a boyfriend? Is she looking for one?
It seems she's open to a relationship. But she only wants to date someone stronger than her.
Ah, okay.
And things might be different if you ask her out yourself.
I wouldn't have bothered asking you if I could do it myself. Doesn't look like I'll get anywhere with her.
I see.
No work, no girl. I'm just gonna head back to the village.
Right.
Don't make that face. You've done everything you could.
Here's $2,000.
It couldn't be of more help.
Here's jack shit. I should... oh god. There better be a fat stack of cash waiting for me at the end of this run back and forth quest. And there's Swagwalker on patrol.
Do you have a minute?
Who, me? What do you need?
Do you know of anywhere that's hiring?
Not in this settlement, no. Have you tried asking Tao at his shop?
Tao's shop?
Was Tao really the only one?
Always looking for someone to help chop wood.
Oh,
Wood
God.
chopping, huh? Thanks for your help. You got a minute?
You're here again?
Well, actually,
I know. I'm just really happy we can spar like this.
I'm here to beat you up
I want you
again.
to have this. It's been in my family for generations.
Oh?
are you sure?
That sounds
I think this will definitely come in handy for you. It's just sitting here collecting dust anyway.
off to the pawn shop. All right, Blue Dragon vase. Yep, pawn shop, boys.
If you don't mind, would you spar with me again?
Sure.
Huh? Oh, a challenge.
Hey, Summer. Yep, I'm streaming this one for a long duration because I've been waiting 20 years, damn near 20 years for this one. So I'm gonna go for about 3 or so more hours. Oh, this is just sparring. Lame. Alright, at least we're getting Kung Fu out of this. Yep. Ugh. Yeah, that's the Tom tornado kick.
I learned a lot from you. Come back if you feel like sparring again.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's see. So I think I want to head to the pawn shop to see how much that vase is worth.
So dark.
The priceless heirloom.
Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Not yet, Joe. So pawn shop was it was Panda Market, I think. I think it was this way, maybe? No. It was this way. And then it was one of the weird side entrances. So I don't think... Okay, well, this is a pawn shop. There's another one else somewhere else, but...
Welcome. Well, come on in. You've got something to sell? I'll buy it, and I'll give you a good deal, too. You can exchange complete sets of items as well.
Exchange.
I'll give you this much for it.
All right. Oh, we can sell the beer. I guess we don't need this anymore. That's something, I guess. 170 for this thing. Oh my god. Skill book exchange. Okay. Alright, so we got 2 arcade prize tickets. How much is our dumb nose? $1. So 600. If you have the full set, you can sell them for 600. Oh my god. This is... Oh man. Red Big Wheel. The Save Shenmue's Hold up. Is there a Save Shenmue
Thanks for your business. I'll buy whatever you got to sell, so come by anytime.
charity thing in the prize?
Howdy, come on in. Want to trade tokens for prizes?
Alright, what you got?
With that amount, here's what you can choose from.
Can I get a ring shaped like a spider? No. You can get a banana, though, for 30 tokens. Okay. 50-year, 570 tokens. Hammer. So what's the big ticket items here? Teacup, teapot. So, alright. 6,300 for a table. 390. Oh my god. So the cosmetic items are 10,000. Sneakers. So I'm not even sure you can sell the cosmetic items. So if we're just selling stuff to put in the game, here's a Bobby painting. Like maybe these. So if we cheese the gambling, maybe we can make enough to get one of these. Okay, so this is 1420. Alright, it looks like we're gambling because I can't so we need 1,420. Let's write that down. Because I'm not aware of any other method of getting money quickly here.
Don't want anything?
Okay, so there is the dice game. There's there's 2 different gambling areas. So we could find out our lucky color from the fortune teller, and then use that to cheese the frog race. If I can ever remember how to get back to where that was. Is this way? Yeah, Sunset Hill. Okay.
Excuse me.
I can tell you which colors and numbers will bring you great fortune.
Lucky numbers and colors, huh?
Yes, precisely.
There's no way to skip
Shall I divine your fortune? It's only 10 you're in.
Alright. Color fortune.
Sure.
Sure.
A color fortune?
I'm not gonna add that one because we've heard that one before.
Now then, let us begin. Color light. Color bright. Yes, I can feel the waves. Your color seeps into my mind. Your lucky color is yellow.
It's yellow again. Okay.
Seek out this color, and good fortune shall befall you.
Alright.
Thank you.
I await your return.
So we're betting it all on Yellow Frog. And just in case, we've been bamboozled here. Alright.
play?
Sure.
I've got a whole range of games.
All right, Frog Race.
How much are you betting?
We're betting it all on yellow.
Go ahead, pick a frog.
Yankee. Wait, which one's yellow? Probably that one? Ease your shoulders. What? What?
Quitting already? That's no fun.
What?
Play again.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, well, whatever.
All right. That's some bullshit there. That's some bullshit there. Okay, is there a dice game here? Yeah, there's no dice games, so probably the best place to do this is going to be at the place down by the river. And we'll do that. Do that in the next in-game day, I think. Okay. Because I think cheesing the dice games, just like the Shenmue 2 strat, speedrun strat, is probably going to be the best bet for doing this efficiently. All we need is a few hot ones. What is this game about? It is an open world-ish adventure game. With some RPG elements, but it's mostly an adventure game where you can freely wander around and talk to people, and it's mostly a story game and not really a gameplay game, to be perfectly honest. And you're essentially trying to solve a mystery of why your father was murdered. And there's lots of side stuff to do, unrelated. And also chopping.
Good morning, Leon.
Morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, so look at her right hand when she goes to work on this cucumber. So that is Shenmue right there. That sums up Shenmue perfectly in that one interaction right there. And then there's this cutscene, which is the same every single time.
Leon. See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
And so far, if you were to play any of the Shenmue games, I'd suggest 2. Shenmue 2 is the one to play over this one so far. Shenmue 2 is one of the greatest games of all time. Shenmue 1 is not good, as far as I'm concerned. Alright, so we're going... Yeah, let's just run there. We haven't taken the long way in a while. And, the Shenmue 1 and 2 remasters can be had on PC, PS4, Xbox One. I think it's on sale on PC right now for half off. And both Shenmue 1 and 2 take about, let's say, 20 hours, 20 to 30, let's say, for a completely blind playthrough of those. But to be perfectly honest, Shenmue 1 is super boring. And I'm not a big fan of Shenmue 1. Shenmue 2 is incredible, though. Okay. All right. Time to cheese the gambling here. I'm really hoping that that gemstone that we can get from the prize thing actually sells for a decent amount. Okay, so this I'm pretty sure, yeah, max bet 1,500. So we should we should be able to make a decent amount of money at this thing. Oh yeah, Shenmue 3 absolutely being made in RPG Maker. Definitely.
How about a game of roll it on top?
Definitely. Don't worry about it.
Place your bet. How much will it be?
All right.
My turn. Total of 6. Who knows how this will turn out?
Really?
Total of 3. My apologies. You can still come back. Will you keep playing?
Maybe some other time.
See you then.
So we need to win this like 3 times to get enough to do what we need to do. Yeah, this is it. This is RPG Maker on the PlayStation 1. It's got pretty good graphics.
Dice.
How about a game of roll it on top?
All right.
Place your bet. How much will it be? My turn. Total of
That's going to be tough to beat.
8. It's not looking good.
Yep.
Come on.
Total of
Dealer wins, of course.
8. My apologies. You can still come back. Will you keep playing?
Maybe some other time.
See you then.
Don't save. It's load. Oh boy. Incredible. Oh.
Hello there. Would you like to play some dice? The rules are simple. Roll a bigger number than me, and you win.
Can I ask you something? I'm looking to earn some pocket change.
You sure you want to ask about that here?
Well, yeah.
I'll spare you the gory details, but almost everyone here is broke. You're better off asking around the village square.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Dice.
How about a game of roll it on top? Place your bet. How much will it be? My turn.
Are you shitting me with this?
10. Do you regret playing?
Can I open the menu now? Nope.
Come on.
Total of 5.
Why can't I just play big or small? This is some bullshit.
Apologies. You can still come back. Will you keep playing?
Maybe some other time.
How about they open a big or small stand here? A game that I can actually win.
Dice.
How about a game of roll it on top? Place your bet. How much will it be?
I think I might actually try a lucky hit after this, because this is... Okay, this is winnable. This is doable.
This is a good round.
Of course I'm going to roll like a 2.
Total.
Hey, we won finally. Okay.
Congratulations. Your luck is reliable.
Will you keep playing?
Maybe some other time.
See you then.
Dice.
All right.
How about a game of roll it on top?
Hello, Ed. You're here just in time for the most exciting part.
How much will it be?
So we hit a wall in the story where we can't progress it until we buy something that costs $2,000. And I currently have $274. So
My turn.
okay, this is also winnable.
Total of.
Yeah, so nothing has changed. Yeah, pretty much.
Who's how this will turn out?
So this is especially bad because there's no like amazing way to get money in this game. Not that I've seen, at least. Okay, we won another one.
8. Congratulations.
All right.
Your luck is.
So we need 1,420 to buy that gemstone thing.
Maybe some other time.
See you then.
Yeah, the dialogue's even the same. Yep. All right.
Dice.
How about a game of roll it on top?
The underground stuff. We could just get at the old cheat engine.
How much will it be?
Dr. Game Shark can solve our money problem real quick.
My turn.
Okay, still winnable.
Total of.
We had a run of bad luck when we did this earlier, but
Who knows how this will turn out?
now things are turning out okay. And as I say that, we lose.
Total of.
Great.
6.
Great.
My apologies. You can still come back. Will you keep playing?
Maybe some other time.
See you then.
Yeah, the inspirational. Well, so far all the kung fu masters we've talked to haven't taught us much about anything we didn't already or were supposed to learn into.
How about a game of roll it on top? Place your bet. How much will it
We were supposed to learn to not be rash in Shenmue 2, but surprise, we're still rash in Shenmue 3. All right, this is
Love. 4.
this is winnable.
You're quite lucky.
Okay, we barely won.
5.
Imagine losing to a 4. Well,
Congratulations.
we were close. Okay,
Your luck is reliable. Will you keep playing?
so now I want to see how much that
See you
that
then.
stone sells for. If it sells for like 100, then we're gonna be here for a long time. A long time. Okay, this save I'll count. All right, so off to the prize claim and the pawn shop, and God, I hope that thing's worth 1,000 or so. If it isn't, I'm gonna be very obsessed. Oh God. All right, so it's this way. Yeah, this game is very good looking. Like they did a great job with the graphics. There's a few glitches here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty solid.
Howdy, come on in. Want to trade tokens for prizes?
All right.
With that amount, here's what you can choose from.
So there isn't a spider ring here. I'm very upset that they don't have that prize here. Okay, so wait, it's 1,300 now. What was the one I was looking at before? So that's 34. Did the prices change? What the hell? Because I wrote down 1,420 before. Something costs that much. That's bizarre. The prices are different. Huh. Well, I'm gonna write down this one too, I guess. 3410. All right, but we can only afford this one for now. Okay.
You got it.
No, I definitely I wrote down the right value.
You can take the prizes down to the pawn shop. They'll take them off your hands. Win some valuable prizes.
Okay, yep. All right, this better be worth a lot of money here. This better be worth a lot of money.
You can
Better be worth a lot of money.
give you this much.
Okay. This is worth 127. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Thanks for your business.
Oh my god.
Buy whatever you got to sell, so come by anytime.
You, Suzuki, you padded your game out with this, didn't you? Oh man. Okay, so how much? So we might be able to cheese Lucky Hit here. It might be more efficient to just do Lucky Hit. Alright, so it's ×4 with 1,000. ×4 times 3,000. So ×11, but you only get one try. ×6, 3. Alright, so this one. And then... yeah. Okay. So if we cheese this one and win this like twice, then we'll be more than good on money.
It's here too.
Come one, come all.
You can earn a decent amount off herbs, but I don't know where all the decent farming spots are for them.
Pick your platform.
All right.
What are you betting?
Bro, I used to speedrun Shenmue. I think I have a good idea of how to get money. I speedran Shenmue 1 and 2 since 2015. Or 2014, maybe. So, don't worry about it. I am well used to having to do stuff like this. Okay. So, let's say there. Okay. Oh, that is not going to work. Yeah, that is not going to work. Okay. So we tried that one.
Can't stop now. How about another?
Oh, they're not talking shit. They're just saying how to cheese it, and it's the same strat as the speedrun. Shockingly enough. All right.
It's here too.
Come one, come all.
PS1 runs. Runs of what?
Pick your
PS Explosion or PS1 speedruns?
What are you betting?
Okay, so it's this one. Okay. All right, so we tried that. So like that. Okay. That's less okay. Oh, dang it. Okay. That was close, though.
What a shame. Don't you want to redo?
Oh, PS Explosion. I'm doing PS Explosion again. I don't know if you know that, but
Stop by again sometime.
I am doing PS Explosion. We did, in the last few months, we did Bubsy 3D, Tactics Ogre, Dracula Resurrection.
It's here too.
Come one, come all.
And I think that's it. And the next game is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Pick your platform.
And then after that is Kodelka. So, we sploding again.
What are you betting? All right, pick your platform.
Oh, shit. I hit the skip text button.
Not now.
Stop by again sometime.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this.
It's here too.
I have a feeling this
Come on.
this might not be as effective as just doing Roll Down Top.
Platform.
Like, sure, you can make a lot of money doing this, but
What are you betting?
you do have to find the right spot. The aperture. Yep, Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, well, one day we'll actually get to Super Mario Brothers 2. One day. All right, so for this one we'll do that. Okay. Eh? Yo! Okay, I just gotta line it up with that again.
I'm impressed.
Alright.
How about another round?
Not now.
Alright.
Stop by again sometime.
That is why I'm using the Telestrator for this, because I have a mark to go off of now. Alright.
It's here too.
We in business, boys.
One, come on. All right, pick your platform. What are you betting?
Alright. I'm pretty sure that's the one we want. And that does not look right at all. But is it still gonna work? Oh, dang, okay. Really close.
You can't stop now. How about another?
Not now.
Wait, the bet is 1,000, and I have 9,000. So I can fail like 3 or 4 times without having to reload, but I'll just reload. But it still hold the speedrun record? I have no idea. I haven't even looked at any speedrun stuff in years.
It's here
so
too.
probably not, I'm gonna say.
Come on.
Actually, I think somebody did take the records in nearly everything that I've run. But I think I still have the Grand Stream Saga record. Haha.
What are you betting?
Good luck taking that one from me. Like this one? You think that's the right angle? Oh man, we're so close. A little left, all right.
Now.
We'll
about another?
we'll just do a direct retry here.
All right, pick your platform. What are you betting?
All right. Grand Stream is taken. Somebody took my Grand Stream record. Or which one? The emulator one or the console one? There we go. All right.
And we have a winner.
Oh, Truly Fiber. Yeah, I know that guy. He PM'd me a few times about
right?
About the run and some other run, I think. So, good on him.
Stop by again sometime.
He tasses Earthbound, I think, if I remember correctly. He's a highly skilled speedrunner. Sure, let's see. All right, let's go for one more win. Now that
Come one, come all.
I might as well just get a shitload of tokens here, because we're probably gonna need money for later in the game too. So we might as well stock up.
What are you betting?
And now that I have the line here of how to do this one, we might as well win this one a few times. This ain't it, I don't think. Or it is? No. Whoa, oh man.
We can't stop now. How about another?
Sure.
All right, pick your platform. What are you betting? You have a win. Keep all. What are you betting?
Yeah, by 3 minutes. So the 3 minutes is essentially a bad 70-man fight, and then dying to Chai. Like, I was never that good at the 70-man fight. Okay. Yo, there we go. All right, one more win, and then we're moving on.
Looks like your luck has turned around.
One more win, then we're moving on.
Another, right?
Not now.
Stop by again sometime.
It's here.
Come. All right.
Yeah, I think it does affect where the ball goes. Oh, dang it.
You can help.
All right. He got the cut in on his face in the opening cutscene of Shenmue 1, and he's had a band-aid on his face in every single game. So he's had the Nelly band-aid for pretty much the whole series. All right, there we go. We done with this.
Looks like your luck has turned around. You're.
All right.
Not now.
Stop by again sometime.
Well, asking Ryo to change his bandage is asking a lot, considering he never changes his clothes. Ever. And he hasn't in months. Canonically. That's a big ask for Ryo. Alright. Hopefully I can bulk buy stuff from the shop here. And I'm going to say before we do it, just in case this goes horribly wrong.
Howdy, one.
Howdy.
With that,
Alright. We want this. Okay. 34,100. 1,300. All right. We better have
You've got expensive taste.
well over
Again soon.
what we need. Let's see. Shenmue 1 was in November 1987? November 1985, I want to say. And it is, I'm not sure what the current day is, but it's like February 1986 or something like that. So it's like 3 months, 3 or 4 months.
Welcome.
All right.
You can. I'll give you this much for it.
Maybe Ed, they might be related to that pawn shop guy in Hong Kong. The Texas stare down guy. All right, so we have way more than what we need. We good. Okay.
Thanks for your business. I'll buy.
All right, we can actually continue the story now. All right, so now we got to run back. How am I doing on food? All right, so we're almost out of corn. So we need all right, let's get a bunch of healing cauliflower here. All right. Cuz this is how you heal in the game, by the way. You open up the menu, select your corn, and then just eat a whole bunch of corn all at once. Amazing. And seeing as Shenmue is in the extended Fallout and Elder Scrolls universe, you do that in those games too, so it makes sense you'd be able to do it in this one.
Excuse me.
What is it?
I'm here to shop.
All right.
What do you need?
Yeah, like use like 10 stim packs at once in Fallout. Same deal here. So it says 2,000 panda bucks. Man.
What will you do with such an expensive item? This isn't something for someone as young as you.
I know, but I absolutely need it.
Well, that's fine, I suppose.
Sure. I wonder if I need a bun as well. Do I have a bun? Okay, we have 2 buns, so we should be good to continue on. Yeah, nobody's given Ryo any trouble with buying liquor in this game, but I think in 2 and 1 he actually mentioned every single time, like, I'm underage. You can't sell to me. But he has no issues with that in this game, I guess. I wonder if that's a rating thing. Like, the Sega wouldn't let him publish the game if they allowed Ryo to buy and consume alcohol.
Mr. Sun.
Oh. You're right.
This better be the real deal. Guess I'll know after a swig. Now, next.
What? There's more?
Is there a problem? Because I can stop.
I'll do it.
What? There's more?
Mr. Sun, please. Please teach me your technique.
Come back once you have defeated White Tiger of Marshall Hall. Then we can talk.
Marshall Hall? So, you're not going to teach me?
Are you already talking back to your venerable teacher?
Oh man, the toe through the shoe.
If you do not wish to do it, then you needn't do anything. It matters not to me.
That's not what I... right. So I just need to defeat White Tiger.
Precisely. Then return here.
Understood.
Oh boy. Alright. Chase these chickens. Take our frustrations out on the chickens. Alright. Back to Marshall Hall. So the game only lets you fast travel in very weird circumstances. I'm still not super sure on what activates that. Because that would have been nice if I could just hit the Y button and then warp to Marshall Hall, but sure. Yeah, hey, we get to fight. The last time well, you remember what happened the last time I fought, right? I do have money now, so maybe I could just get another thing of healing stuff. But I shouldn't need it because I have many kung fu right now. Yep, chicken chaser. I played through Fable when it came out, but I can't remember any of it. And I wanted to play through Fable 2 for years, like since it came out. And I've been meaning to play Fable 2 since it was released. And then I heard Fable 3 is not great. And I think that's why I just didn't bother with 2. But Fable 1 and 2 are on the to-do list for playthroughs here. Alright, let's eat some corn. And be ready for our fight.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? You're after a fight?
Okay.
You shall face Blue Tiger. The fight is yours to lose.
Yeah, it seemed like there's a lot of stuff to do in Fable 2. Like, I played the demo version, the limited demo version that they released on Xbox Live.
I'm impressed.
You're no simple opponent.
All right.
Well done. You defeated Blue Tiger. Your rank rises without objection.
Thank you.
But this is not the end. Far from it.
All right. Let's refuel on some corn and get right back in there.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be?
Yeah, the fighting the combat system in this game is different from 2 and 1, but it's closer to 1 in how it mechanically works. It's a lot more slower and deliberate.
Best warrior.
And they changed the button
White
mappings.
Tiger. Now then, to victory.
Yeah, you can't cheese the combat as much in this one. So they added some depth, but they also removed some. Oh god.
You're no simple opponent. Is that all you're made of? Got you.
And it also doesn't help that the bow has nowhere near as much range as it did in 2. Oh man. Alright. I think I got this guy though.
Strong enough.
I am strong enough.
Polish your techniques on the wooden dummy.
I just let him get some hits in. Alright, refuel on corn.
Excuse me.
Here to have you. Which would. You certainly like to fight. Very well. I shall call on White Tiger.
Tornado Kicks leaves you like really wide open if you're in
I
one-on-one.
expect this will be a great fight.
So Tornado Kick is more of a one against many move, which this game has that still.
You're no simple opponent. Try this. I'm impressed.
Just the ragdolls are so good.
What was that?
I'm impressed.
I want to finish him off with the bow. Oh my god, I could have just punched him, but dang it. I wanted to finish him with the bow. I got cocky there. I wanted to finish him with the bow.
Excuse me.
Here to train?
Dang it.
Have you come? Which
I was one punch away. I just had to hit the punch button.
very well. He.
Alright, this time if the opportunity presents itself, I will go for the win and not for the swag.
I'm impressed.
I do appreciate that they made the sound effect for the bow, like, really meaty.
I'm impressed. Got you.
Alright, so we'll just...
Simple opponent.
Alright, we'll just do that.
Oh, you've bested White Tiger. It has been some time since I've had such a fine trainee. That means just one more opponent stands in your way.
Wait, what?
Who?
Him? We have to fight him, right? But we only had to beat White Tiger, right?
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar? Which... So, you've chosen to fight? Then I shall be your opponent. You'll need a new strategy this time.
A new strategy?
You'll get no mercy.
Oh, really?
Got that?
Oh, really? Yeah, Ryo really likes cauliflower. And corn.
That won't work. Is that all you're made of? Ooh, ja, yeah. Damn it. That won't work. Yeah. Ooh, ja. Too bad. Was that supposed to hurt? Not a chance.
Alright, well, I got 2 hits in.
You're not strong enough. Polish your techniques on the wooden dummy.
Alright, well, we don't have to beat this guy, so we'll we'll just run away, go buy some corn. Let's heal just enough to make it to where the corn is. Or the cauliflower. And then be on our way. Alright. So I'm pretty sure I beat who I needed to. Yeah, go meet Sun. Well, this is an optional problem. So I'll run quickly and far from optional problems.
I better eat something before.
Oh my god, Ryo. Sure. I really don't like the stamina system. We almost made it to the cauliflower. Alright. Stocking up on cauliflower. That'll do. Now I have enough cauliflower. Okay, so it's this way, back through the sunflowers. Hey, I eat the optimal food. All the other foods, unoptimal. We're getting value.
Mr. Sun, I have defeated White Tiger.
So now what does this go?
You made a promise. Teach me your technique.
Try catching 10 of those chickens.
Seriously?
If you don't want to.
What the fuck is... He's just fucking with us. Alright.
No, I'll do it. I just have to catch them, right?
You're in for a rough day today.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is great. This is amazing. Now, this is video game. This is so good. Shenmue 3 is great. Oh. Amazing.
Ooh, you have some skill.
Amazing.
You've still a ways to go, but it's clear you are your father's son.
You knew my father, didn't you?
Indeed.
This
The chicken catching minigame.
Village.
Is this Iwa with Zhao Sunming?
So you know about my father and Zhao Sunming?
Long ago, Feng and I trained together, helping each other to hone our skills. As a result of our training, Feng went on to gain great renown among our fellow martial artists. Many gifted students came to study under him, revering him as their master. Zhao and your father were among them.
They got along famously. Under Feng's tutelage, they pushed each other to new limits. Then, several years later, Zhao Sunming died mysteriously. But what of Iwao? What became of your father?
He fought a man called Lan Di, and he...
Ah, I see.
I thought he was going to teach us a move.
I had no idea.
Mr. Sun.
I'm done for the day. Go back and get some rest. Keep up with your training. You hear me?
Got it. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Amazing. Wait, it didn't time skip to evening. Visits in tomorrow, okay.
I'd better stay out.
Sure. Can we just sleep at 3? We can, alright. Good. That is a fantastic upgrade from Shenmue 1 and 2. That they just let you do this. Go to bed at 3 p.m. It's like the Quest for Glory game, so you could just sleep nonstop. Alright, visit soon again. But first... Oh.
Good morning, Leon.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, it's time for our morning ritual. Alright. Nope. Wrong button. Alright, maybe we'll learn a move today. But first, this cutscene that you can't skip. And it's the same every time. Why can't you skip this? If I select Kung Fu, it's gonna take me to the Martial Hall again, so... Ugh. Alright. You're at the bottle? I'm just past that.
First up, get into a horse stance.
So if you don't want to be spoiled, I'm past that part.
Okay. These basic forms need to become second nature.
Alright. Horse stance.
Okay then. Here goes nothing.
You're in for a rough day today.
Yes, that's the idea. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, there. That's it. Yes, that's the idea. Yes, good. Yes, there. That's it. Yes, good.
Man, my eyes just glazing over doing this.
Bad. Not bad at all.
And the grass on the left is doing that thing again.
That's the idea. Acceptable. Try catching 10 of those chickens.
What?
What? Again?
If you don't want to.
The Mabu training? What about the chicken catching training?
Hold on to your chickens. I'll do it.
Let's see how your skills hold up.
Oh. So when you open up your own school, Hanky, is this going to be part of the curriculum? Oh, they put in the Y button there. All right. So again, I'll mention that I'm playing this on a DualShock 4 controller. So the game can't differentiate between a DualShock and an Xbox controller, even though that is built into Direct Input and the Unreal Engine.
Ooh, you have some skill.
Mr. Sun.
I'm done for the day. Go back and get some rest. Keep up with your training. You hear me?
Got it. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
What? Man, they are really stretching out this. This is, like, I guess this is the equivalent of doing the service at the temple, but I don't know about this, man. Service. Yeah, they made that chicken catching mini game. They're getting their money's worth out of it. Somebody had to program that. All right, let's see if we can beat her to the kitchen. Oh.
Good morning, Leon.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm ready. Dang it, it's not doing it as much anymore. Alright. One day she'll finish cutting that cucumber. Maybe in Shenmue 4. She'll be done. Alright, another day. There's this cutscene again. That you
Leo.
can't skip.
See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
All right. What bullshit is Yoda gonna make us do today?
Rooster steps today.
Sorry?
You don't know Rooster steps? Well then, today's a big day for you.
Okay, we're gonna step on roosters today.
I guess so. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Let's see how your skills hold up.
Hey, Wake Hazard, it sounds like you know what happens later on. Please do not spoil anything in here. If you do, you will not be here for long. Please and thank you. What is this?
Yes, there. That's it. Yes, good. Yes, there. That's it.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, there. That's it.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Alright, this one is slightly more...
Yes.
Slightly less brain dead than the other ones.
Yes, that's the idea. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, there. That's it.
Okay.
Acceptable. You know what I want, right?
10 chickens, coming right up.
Oh my god.
Here I go.
Let's see how your skills hold up.
QTE gets faster. Yeah, now the A button's in there. Like I suspected. Okay.
Acceptable. It seems you've got the strength. Perhaps it's time to teach you the technique.
Please, I promise I'm ready.
All right, then. Quickly close the gap and strike. Yes, just like that. Care to try again?
Sure.
Let's begin.
Okay. Quickly close the gap and strike.
That's really loud.
Just like that.
All right.
Care to try again?
Not now, thank you.
Very well. Don't go getting a big head just because you've done it a few times.
I won't.
Spoilers, he will. It's Ryo.
Did that wine have anything to do with my training?
You're young. You have to get crafty in order to buy it. You'll never be able to learn a signature move if you give up. And besides, I wanted some good wine.
Sure.
Fine. About the chickens?
The body check requires you to swiftly close in on your opponent, and then use your body to knock them into the air. You're not quick enough, yet. But if you can catch these chickens, you might be able to pull it off.
That makes more sense.
But don't think pulling it off once or twice means that you've learned it.
Okay.
The days ahead will be full of long and arduous training.
Not if I can help it. Chicken catching, Ed. Alright. So now maybe I can, oh. The final boss appears.
How did it go?
Mr. Sun taught me the technique.
He did? That's great.
And I was right. Chicken catching was part of the training.
So, what kind of move is it?
It's called the body check.
Sounds powerful.
Yeah, it's a Baji Chun signature move.
Really? Great.
Now I can take on those thugs in the Hermit's Nest.
And we can save Yanxing.
Exactly.
And once we defeat the thugs, maybe they'll tell us about my father.
Right. They've been targeting stonemasons, so they must know something.
Yes.
Now, let's get a move on and save Yanxing.
Okay.
Sure. I'm just doing main story only with minimal side stuff, and I tend to not grind, so that's the plan. Okay, so it's this way. I think I have enough. Yep, we have enough healing items. I'm gonna attempt to do whatever's up here without one of those in-battle healing items. I'm hoping I won't need it, but you never know. All right.
Get out here.
Jeez, you two just never learn.
Yanxing.
Careful, Shenhua.
I'm gonna beat your friends to a bloody pulp now. Hope you enjoy the front row seat.
Keep your distance, Shenhua.
Okay.
What? Come on.
What was that?
You punk.
What's with this guy?
Come on. Another chance.
Dang it.
What's with this guy?
Eh. Eh.
Come on.
Whoop. That works. All right.
Don't choke.
Dang it.
What's wrong? I see right through you.
Okay. Whew. Okay. This is on normal.
Who put you up to this?
I don't know anything.
Oh shit. Oh no. Dang it. Shit. Fucking Chai.
Who put you up to this?
I don't know.
I had my hand off the controller.
Take care of him.
Got it.
Yeah, he's alive. Alright, now I'm taking the hands off the controller. Oh, okay. Question the Thug Boss. Okay.
Hey.
You little pipsqueak! Don't think for 1 second you're better than me just because you beat me. All you did was get lucky.
What did you say to me?
Well, looky here. On another date with your cute little girlfriend. Don't you two make a cute couple?
This lip sync.
Theo, don't listen to him. He's just trying to goad you.
Yeah, I know. I have a question for you.
Huh? Why the hell should I answer a little punk like you?
Give it up. You have nowhere to run.
Alright. I want to see what's in here first. So I got this aerial photo of the village that they applied a Photoshop filter to. They used the Solarize filter, I think, or the Mosaic? not mosaic. One of those. Been a while since I filtered stuff.
Now, answer me.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Who sent you? Who's your boss?
Boss? No one's the boss of me.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
What? You think I'm just gonna cough it up? You're even dumber than you look, kid.
Enough. If you don't tell me, I'll beat it out of you. Is that what you want?
Are you threatening me? You don't have the stones, kid.
I swear I'll do it.
Hey, Ryo.
Shenhua.
No, Ryo. Just don't.
Yeah, but...
We'd be no different.
You're right, Shenhua.
Dang it, Shenhua.
So, what do we do then? Who are you?
Who, me? Can't you tell by looking?
What?
I'm just your friendly neighborhood thug. Yeah.
Stop kidding around. I'm asking where you came from. Who the hell are you?
You little brat! Who do you think you're talking to? Why don't you learn some manners first?
What?
If you want me to answer, say pretty please.
Why, you?
He's not going to answer us willingly.
Damn it.
Well, gee, Shenhua. If only we could do something about that. But you said no.
Hey, do you know Mr. Yun?
Yuan? Who the hell's that?
Mr. Yun, the stonemason.
That is my father.
Nope. Don't know, don't care.
You guys dropped it, didn't you?
He dropped it? That idiot.
Wait, what?
Oh, nothing.
Huh?
You people went after all the stonemasons on this list, didn't you?
Spit it out.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing about no stonemasons or that piece of paper.
Are you sure?
Look, I don't know what I don't know.
What's your plan? What do you want? Why did you target this village?
Why? Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
I'm the one asking the questions. Now answer me, damn you!
Oh, look at you acting like you're all grown up. You're not even a man yet, boy.
What?
Ryo, don't let him get to you.
I know, damn it.
It looks like your little girlfriend has more brains and wit than you. Guess we know who wears the pants, huh?
You piece of...
Ryo.
All right, what a great
You all
scene.
wait outside. You too, Ryo.
Are you sure?
Oh man,
I'll just be a minute.
he's gonna shank him.
Okay. He's all yours.
Ancient alien Shenhua.
Hey. Huh? You think I'm afraid of a little girl like you? Huh? What?
Huh?
Sure.
Shenhua? Shenhua, I'm coming in. Shenhua, what did you...
He says he'll tell us everything.
That's good.
Huh.
Well then, let's hear it. Talk.
Oh, well, he talked.
I said talk. Who are you?
My name's Yinlang. I'm just a common thug. Well, maybe not common, but you get my drift.
No, don't insert X-Files theme here.
I caved into this girl.
This video will get taken down if so.
I had a harder time time breaking chopsticks.
20th Century Fox is not fucking around with the X-Files theme.
With me. Have at it.
You turned around quick.
What's up with this girl anyway? She's absolutely brutal.
Speaking of, what exactly did you do to this guy, Shenhua?
Oh, you want to know? I can give a demonstration.
No, no more. Please. Pretty please even.
Shenhua. Why did you come to Bailu?
You want to go for round 2?
No, ma'am.
Then talk.
At first, we were ordered to search for a mirror made out of some kind of special stone. I forgot what it was called. But we couldn't find the damn thing no matter where we looked.
Is that why you targeted the stonemasons?
I don't hear an answer. Ring the bell, Yo.
Okay, I'll talk.
So Shenhua is the bad cop.
Go on.
When we reported back about the mirror,
And Ryo is just bad.
was to kidnap a stonemason.
I knew it. So you took my father?
You kidnapped Mr. Yuan?
Yuan. Yeah, sounds familiar. He was the only one that could carve that whatchamacallit rock.
Phantom Riverstone.
Where did you take my father? Where is he now?
We handed him off to the other guys.
Where did they take him?
I don't know, I swear. The thing is, our gang has several hideouts in a town along the Lixiang River, but I don't know where they all are.
Oh no. This can't be happening.
You better not have laid a finger on him.
No, he's fine, I swear. They said to hand him over in one piece. No injuries, no scratches.
Father.
Who ordered you? Was it that creepy-looking guy with the hunchback?
No, not him. Our orders came from higher up.
So who are the higher-ups?
I don't know.
What? What do you mean you don't know?
No, really, I honestly don't know.
You think I'm going to fall for that?
Ding, ding. So you do want some more?
No, I'm telling you the truth. I swear on my life. When we talked to them, we weren't even allowed to see their faces.
What?
And if we didn't comply, they would have killed us on the spot. That skinhead guy's just a watchdog. He was there to keep an eye on us.
Is he Chi Yumen?
Hard to say. It's not like we could just ask him. We just kept our mouths shut and followed orders. You know, search for the mirror and its stonemason.
What did you tell him?
Not much. I just gave him intel on the bridge.
Wait, the Verdant Bridge? Why would you...
What's so special about the Verdant Bridge?
Just make this a
What do you know
cutscene.
about it? Tell us!
Beats me! Never cared in the first place. In fact, why do I care now? There's no turning back for me anyway. Come to think of it, nothing matters anymore.
Yeah, I think so, Ed. Good lord.
Take it easy. If you want to know that bad, go talk to the old hag.
Old hag?
You mean Elder Ye?
Sounds about right. If you care about her, then you better get going.
Huh?
What's that supposed to mean?
You know that Chai guy? He should be at that old lady's place right about now. If I were you, I'd leave now.
Uh-oh. Chai fight.
I'm telling you, Chai is one sick puppy. He'll go to any lengths to get what he wants. Even to a sweet little old lady.
Damn it!
Leo, we have to go to Elder Ye's house right now. We got all we need to know. We have to hurry to Elder Ye's.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Mr. Wong, Mr. Liu, we're done with him. You can let him go now.
What? You're not seriously thinking about letting him go, are you?
The longer he stays in the village, the more trouble he will cause. And there's no guarantee that his friends won't come for him.
Oh, yeah.
They'll come for him anyways.
True.
Anyway, let's hurry.
Huh. Alright. Okay, so I used up my in-game battle heal. Yeah, I wonder if the pawn shop over here sells the in-battle heal. Hello, gorgeous.
Well, I'm sure in a pickle.
Oh, good, another side quest.
Ever heard of the linger mushrooms? They're great for making medicine, but a little hard to come by nowadays.
Ah, I see.
I've got a customer who wants them, but I can't get hold of any. Say, how about helping an old lady out and looking for some?
Sure. Fine.
Sure thing. I'll see what I can do.
I knew you'd say yes.
Where might I find them?
I used to see 'em by the waterfront all the time.
And by waterfront, you mean...
The waterfront.
Old place, so long as it's by a river or a pond.
Understood.
Alright. That's not what we're here for, though. What? I can't... Hello? This is a general store.
Sorry to intrude.
Oh, it's...
What?
The mushrooms. I'm to...
Oh.
Well...
Okay. Jesus.
I have...
Okay. 270. Might as well buy 2, I guess. Probably gonna need them.
Thank you.
Alright. There goes all that money that I saved up. Okay, back to... What's-her-face? Her house is over there. Sure thing counts. If Rio says sure, S-U-R-E, then that counts.
Elder, yeah.
If it isn't Shenhua. Oh, and the young man from Japan. Come to ask about the Verdant Bridge again?
We have.
And as I've told you, it's ancient history. It has nothing to do with you.
Or does it?
The Phoenix Mirror. How did you get this?
My father left it for me. It's what brought me to this village.
Tell us about the Verdant Bridge. Please.
Su and Sun both told us you would know more.
Ah, so you've spoken to them.
Yes.
It was over 70 years ago now. 1910, the second year of the Shren Tong Emperor, and I was but a girl. An imperial envoy was sent from the capital to the village.
Yeah.
The whole village came together and built a new bridge so as to welcome him.
And that's the Verdant Bridge.
We already knew this. This is not new.
Hot summer afternoon. Su Swan and I were trying to get a glimpse of the envoy and his troop. We could hardly contain ourselves as we waited near the bridge. At last, they appeared. They were resplendent. I can still picture them clear as day. The envoy came to command the greatest stonemason to make a set of mirrors of phantom river stone.
And who was that?
Well, Phantom River Stone can only be found here in Bailu. And of the stonemasons here, the Yuren name became known to the capital. They were the family that was chosen to make the special mirrors for the Emperor. The envoy gave the design for the mirrors to Yuren's grandfather.
That must have been the mirror design we found at the house.
Which matches the pattern in the photo that we found at Manyuan Temple.
And the relief we found at the quarry.
This pattern is everywhere.
Listen carefully. Find the 6 tokens here, then climb the bell tower.
The bell tower?
Huh?
There are 6 tokens that serve as keys. You have to find them all.
Oh, okay. Are they all in her storeroom? Another one of these segments, huh?
This could be an alcohol design.
It's a robot hand again.
Elder, yeah.
What is it?
A token. There's a picture of alcohol drawn on it.
That's what we need.
Okay. All right. You get to play Blue's Clues again. Shenmue Edition.
Doesn't look out of the ordinary.
Okay.
There's nothing. This is useless. I need to find the token.
Sure.
There's nothing inside. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, some keys might be useful to unlock something. Perhaps. Okay. Maybe in here. Hey.
This. A token.
Did you find something?
A token with a moon design.
That's it.
A block pushing puzzle like in Overblood. So there's a token there on the right.
It looks like a fist design. I found a token here.
What? What's the matter?
It's a token with a fist on it.
Looks like you found it.
Oh man, are they gonna do this throw? Oh baby. Alright, so that one is searched. Any more, like, really obvious ones? Oh boy, alright. Back to opening drawers. Segment with the keys. Well, the segment with the keys in Shenmue 2 were more cleverly hidden. Like, hey, look inside the pot, and look behind the significant, mantra that's written on the wall. And they also give you false positives, or false keys in the, in that part. This is just, hey, open every drawer, and then there it is. It's like, this is just busy work compared to the actual puzzle in 2.
Something there.
Unless there's more to this.
A token with a sword design.
Yes, that's it.
You found 6 tokens, now catch 10 chickens. Oh, baby.
This is useless.
Yeah, this kind of stuff I do not like. Like, unless there's some sort of indication that, hey, there's probably a key here, other than, hey, open every drawer.
There's a token here.
What? What is it a picture of?
It's a crane design.
That's it. Good find.
And this kind of thing is something that can be randomized. Like, that would be even more fucked up if they randomize the placement of stuff here.
It's a token with a dragon on it. There's a piece of paper with it. This might be a clue.
Alright. Maybe there's an actual puzzle here.
Let's take them.
Alright. I thought Chai was supposed to be here. I thought we were fighting Chai.
We've got all 6 tokens. Elder, yeah. I found them all.
Oh, you did? You should take that up the bell tower.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of hoping for, like, a speed run. That there's a new game plus.
Look at the time. I'll try again tomorrow.
Are you shitting me? Fuck out of here, game. At least they let you sleep in the middle of the day in this game. You know? They did make some positive changes here. Yeah, I'm hoping for the sake of people who speedrun this that there's a new game plus that lets you skip dialogue and cutscenes. And that puzzles like that are not randomized. Or at least if they are randomized, there's a limited amount of places they could be. Because if that's fully randomized, then oh boy. I have a feeling this is probably not going to be a great speedrun anyways, unless like a big old skip is found.
Good morning, Ryo.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Alright, it's time. Let's see it. Get chopping. Why isn't it doing it? Why? Why? But one day.
I'm excited to see what'll be served.
Well, this is never getting served, apparently, because she's never going to be finished cooking. All right, Shenfa, let's shake a leg and go beat whatever segment of the game this is. What? What? Okay. There's no cutscene today. Yes. All right. Finally. We need some more cauliflower while we're here. Consider finishing activities in Bailu Village. Alright, and that means make a hard save here. At least they tell you. Good on them. A lot of games don't. So point of no return for this part of the game, I guess. What'd you miss? Not much, to be honest.
Where does this key go?
Leo, take a look.
Hmm?
There's something on the pillar.
Gee, I wonder where the keys go.
What the heck is this? Does this image mean something?
I don't know. Maybe the closed fist key goes here. All right. So Phoenix, maybe Dragon? It's either Dragon or Crane. I'm gonna say Dragon. Okay. So this is a shield. Okay, so that is that. So shield is probably sword. It took me a second to think. Okay, that's that. Okay. Which means that this is Crane. This is sword. All right. Nope. Okay.
Now this is something else. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. A hexagonal prism?
This is a wheel repository.
What's it for?
You can find these in old temples. The monks keep sutras inside of them. Turning it once gets you through one sutra. But why is it here of all places?
Then, let's take a look.
All right.
It won't budge.
Investigate it. It must be a trick. Okay. Looks like there's something here. Like, put a sword in there, perhaps? There's these bells as well. Oh, it's just...
This painting is of a crane and turtle.
Okay.
Liquor and steamed buns. This one's the sun and moon. I wonder what it means. This is...
It's a giant duck. Oh, you probably got to put the Phoenix mirror in there.
Shenhua, isn't this...
Just like the sword of the 7 stars.
Oh, or that thing.
Do you think?
What? She... wait, why is it so small? What? That's like a third of the size that it was in the second game. Alright. And she had it the whole time. We could have solved our thug problem much easier. Yep, Yu Suzuki and the retcons. Happening again. Let's see. I'm gonna go this way.
Nothing happens, even if I turn it. Am I missing something? Am I turning it wrong?
The paper.
The what?
The paper from Elder Yez's house.
Uh-huh.
This old thing?
Huh. So... Oh, alright. First try.
What's this?
We should head to Elder Yez's house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Missed a sure opportunity there.
Shenhua, dear, what do you see on this scroll?
Well, there's a dragon and a phoenix.
I'm certain of it.
There's also some treasure.
So, if the dragon is the Emperor, and the phoenix the Empress, the treasure is the hidden treasure in their palace.
We saw all of these patterns in the quarry.
This pattern here is identical to the Phoenix Mirror.
The Chur-Yo Mun is desperate to find this mirror. For
Miniatures?
together, the Phoenix and Dragon
18.
myths are the key to hidden treasure.
This is huge.
Anything else?
The cormorant fissure and the hole in the rock.
Well now, let me think. The port town of Niaowu along the Lijiang River has a cave rock you can pass through.
Really?
Yes, it's quite large. As for the cormorant fishermen... Yes, that is a picture of Niaowu. I'm almost certain.
The last picture extends out into a mountain cliff.
A mountain cliff. It seems that the treasure at the heart of this calamity is hidden in those mountains.
This is a lot to take in.
What could these pictures possibly mean?
My dear, I believe you hold a map to the treasure.
All right. We don't want treasure, though. We want revenge. All right. Time for the chai fight, I guess. Yep. This is chai music.
Damn it.
I will take the treasure scroll.
You again.
Give that back!
I will not, for you are weak, but I am strong. The treasure scroll is mine now.
What are you talking about? Why don't you come down here and fight me?
The weak won't fight.
I am strong.
Then fight, instead of fleeing like a coward.
Okay, I'll fight.
Oh, shit. I looked away for a second. For fuck's sake. I looked at Twitter.
Are you with the Chur-Yo men?
I know nothing.
Say what?
Where have you taken the stonemasons?
They took them on a boat.
Yuan too?
I I don't know names. 2 stonemasons. Long-haired man and an old man.
Father, ensure.
Sure.
Where?
Niawu.
Niawu?
Get back here!
They're headed to Niawu.
The same place on the scroll.
In the last 3 hours, not much, really. We chased some chickens. We just got a hot plot dump just now. We're at the end of the Bailu Village section part of the game, I guess. I had to raise $2,000 in game to advance the plot. So I had to do a lot of lucky hit and roll it on top.
From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out.
To be continued in Shenmue 4.
Together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny.
Yeah, I'm
Since ancient times.
I'm playing on 120 hertz 4K OLED in 1080 mode, but the stream is getting the 60 FPS down rate of it.
A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind.
And the cutscenes look really good at 120 hertz.
Of the pitch black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
Like, I haven't seen any animation weirdness with it playing at 120.
Shenhua, dear, the time has come. Go with the one who holds the phoenix.
Well, I'm okay with the Chai fight being a QTE and not having to actually fight him, because holy shit. I did not like the Chai fight in 1. Alright. So finally a loading screen. Like, there's hardly any loading screens in this game. Only when you load a save. Yeah, they're going to Uwu. A town called Uwu. Nyan Uwu. Oh man, and there's cats. Maybe we can pet those cats. We came across a cat already in the game, but we could not pet it. That seems safe. Let's drive our tiny-ass little boat in front of this big ferry. Is Bobby on the ferry? Will we finally find Bobby? Is he in the big city? Oh man, Swagwalk Kid is here. Yes. Alright, well, we found Man Bun Guy. He was on the boat with us.
Over there, that's the famous bay. He can control any cormorant he puts his hands on.
Uh-oh. Is this a Metal Gear game now?
It's 201.
What?
The hotel is on the harbor. There's a sign for Hotel Niaowu. You can't miss it. I'll have your bags sent up. In the meantime, why don't you check out the vendors in town?
That's very helpful.
Have a great trip.
Uh-oh. Yo, that's a bad idea. We're letting the bag out of his sight. He knows what happened last time he did that. Alright. So we're in the town of Nyanuwu. Welcome to Niaowu. They have this mascot. Apparently this is a thing. Like, if you see this mascot, like, in places around the town, apparently there's a bonus you get. Like, they put hidden Niaowu in every stand or something. Yeah, this thing.
Chobu-chan.
Chobu-chan.
What is this thing?
Sure.
Chobu-chan. 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 Chobu-chan.
Chobu-chan. There's Chobu-chan over here. I don't see Chobu-chan. There's also nobody manning the shop, so we couldn't get one even if we wanted one. Is there Chobu-chan over here? Oh, I hear cat. I don't see a cat, though. This is a cool city. But it's kind of empty, like, compared to Shenmue 2. Like, Bailu Village didn't feel empty because it was so small, but this is a larger area, and it's... Maybe it's just because it's nighttime that this is a thing. Alright, where's Chobu-chan?
Why, hello there. I've got a fresh catch with your name on it. Come and get it.
Hey, Chris. Enjoying it? I'm enjoying most of it, yeah. I'm still largely positive on this game, but this game has issues, I think. Some gameplay and pacing issues. Oh, it's Chobu-chan!
I found it.
Alright. Maybe the game will overcome its issues in this portion of it. We just finished the Bailu Village section. And we're now into the next big area. Where's that cat? Is it up here?
Welcome! You're looking at the only souvenir shop in Niaowu Harbor. Hi there. How about a nice souvenir to remember Niaowu by?
Niaowu. Alright, where's Chobu-chan? This is the real Shenmue experience. There's Chobu-chan.
So you were here.
Got him. This is the most fun thing in hours. Alright, where's Chobu-chan? The actual fun Blue's Clues part of Shenmue.
Hello, welcome. Let me know your budget, and I'll make the perfect bouquet or wreath for you.
Alright. I'm totally here to buy. Definitely not here just to look for Chobu-chan. I'm absolutely gonna buy something at your shop, lady.
I shouldn't go in without permission.
Is Chobu-chan over here? I don't see Chobu-chan. Uh-oh. Well. Alright, maybe Chobu-chan's over here. No. Out here. Out of the way, Shenfa. No. I'm pretty sure every shop has one. Like, they made a big deal out of it in one of the... Oh.
The Promenade. So that's the name of this road.
We're gonna find Chobo-chan and then find that cat.
A few more people at the docks.
Okay, well the cat's in there, so... What are we talking to somebody at the docks for? Look for Mr. Yuan. Okay. Maybe there's a phone here, and we can finally call Goro. Here's the Fangmei music again.
Hello! Welcome! We have the freshest fruit in all of Niaowu. Have a look and see what's best.
Shenmue forklifts bad in terms of pacing? Yeah, it was... There was at least a half a dozen, like, super tedious things, which kind of adds up. Well, not like 45 minutes each tedious, like in Shenmue 1, but, it sure felt like it for some of those stretches. Alright, I cannot find Chobo-chan here. Let's see if we can find a working phone here. This looks like we'll be spending some time here. Yep. 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 There it is. Our old nemesis. That's a good looking forklift. Rift Tamblin. Alright.
Hi.
Not from around here, are you? You have a rugged look to you, kid.
Tomcat. Hold up. Navy Uwu 456. What? "40 years of Black Cat Ops." Sure.
Excuse me.
Hey, kid, this is a restricted area.
Actually, I just have a question.
Can I drive your forklift?
Have you seen this person?
A manhunt, huh? What's the deal?
Rift Tambourine.
He's my father. Have you seen him?
Nice.
No, never seen him.
Okay, thanks.
So how do they Romanize it? Rift Tamblin. But it's Rift Tambourine. Wait, I thought this was a restricted area. Alright. Anthony Perez. So these are going to be our forklift buddies, I guess. And that was this guy. Out of the way. Sure. Alright. Fishing spot. A fisherman we can actually talk to. There's another high-tech land. We still have Lucky Hit? Okay. So they have Lucky Hit, but it's for food? Sure. Well, that's because they're not Chinese, Ed. They have American names. Alright, so they got Whack-A-Mole. They have a bunch of beer in this arcade. Sure. Oh my god. Alright, let's see what else they have first before we... Oh man. Alright. Okay. Gotta open these enormous doors to get in. Nice gun. Oh man. Look at this. Alright, I want to do this first.
Maybe I should play one.
Let's do it. Alright, how do we do this? Power, direction, throw. Time your throw with the hole moving left to right. Power, direction. Okay.
Nice save.
How is this golf? Well, I got it in there once at least. Hey, we got a stone Buddha for it. Alright.
Bad. I'll keep going.
Let's not.
I'll pass.
I'll pass. Nice. I'll pass. Alright. Video game coming soon. Sure. So this is one of the things that if you do the forklift job, you can actually import new cabinets into the arcade. If you unload them from the boat, you can actually put them in here. So there's more games that you can get in the arcade. Alright, here's Highway Star again. Interesting. So it's a slightly different machine from the one in Bailu Village. Alright, let's see what's upstairs. The prize exchange is up here. Alright. So Shenmue 3 kind of lost me like an hour or so ago, but now I am back in there. This new area is pretty good. Alright, tell me about prizes.
Excuse me.
Here to exchange these for prizes?
Sure.
Ah, so this is the prize exchange.
We've got a great selection. Take your time and have a look. We
Hey,
also
Maka.
have items not
What's up,
displayed
man?
here.
Long time no
I
see.
can get them for you if you like.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Sure. This is very video game. Alright, I want to see what this... What even is this? Chobachan Fighter. Alright.
Maybe I should play one.
Sure. $10 to play this. This better be good. Okay, this is good. All right, perfect. Wait, how did I? What? Yeah, this is gonna be an Evo. Dang.
Game over.
All right.
I'll keep going.
Incredible video game.
I'll come back later.
All right. I don't see a phone around here. There was no phone in the village, so we couldn't call Goro. Can we use this? Nope. Alright, what's this guy watching? Yo, he's got a Saturn. It's not plugged into anything, but he's got one at least. That is the Model 1 Japanese Saturn. Nice. And still no load screens. Like, this is pretty impressive. There's no load screens. And they have these here. Like, oh, this is a different stance thing.
Look at the time.
Oh, this is a rooster step.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right. What the hell are we supposed to do? Huh. Yeah, it definitely wasn't rare.
Excuse me.
Hey, man. What'll you have?
Actually, I'm here for something else.
I have a feeling this guy is probably one of those Kickstarter big donor guys.
Do you know where Hotel Niawu is?
Just head out of the shop and turn right. It's out that way.
Thanks.
All right. Man, the frame rate's really shit in the bed here. Jeez. 51. This is at 1080p on a 2070 Super. Huh. Yeah, this area is really hitting my my GPU. We're only at 49% though. Oh man.
You from the ferry?
Yeah.
Name?
Hazuki.
You'll be in room 201. Your friend is next door in 202.
Am I gonna have to pay for 2 rooms?
Thank you.
Shenfa, we're sleeping outside.
Let's call it a day.
Sure.
Oh,
Let's meet back here tomorrow morning.
we're up to 19. Oh shit, you know what this means. Wait, I guess it's probably too late in the night to use it, but there it is. We can finally call Goro. We can do the DLC. 201. Two. Man, that cat. You have to listen to that cat all the time, I guess. Hey, bro. Yeah, I gotta do it. Gotta call Goro. All right. Free apples.
Looks good.
All right. Can we actually take them? Hey, all right. It probably refills, so I won't pass up a free apple. It's like 60 HP. And I guess it's better than having 30 corn on the cobs all at once. Oh shit, it's like the mini bar. Oh no. What is this?
Looks like a warm welcome.
Okay, so that's the Bailu village save. Okay. You don't even need the DLC to make calls? Oh man. Nice. I have a feeling if you find out somebody's backer code that got one of the higher tiers, you could probably just put in their code and unlock all the stuff. Or somebody's probably going to reverse engineer it at some point and just figure out what all the codes are. Alright. Ask around about the picture. No. I want to see what this is. Oh my god. Don't you know that this place is way uncool? So this must be all the backer messages. Super rookie. Totally amazing. Totally worth the wait. I don't know about that. The jury is still out on that one. Alright. Shout out to my boys. Sure, fine. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is incredible. This is incredible. Alright. That, wow. Wow.
Oh my word! Did you see that? I told you to pass on that room.
Sorry, honey. I'll buy you anything you want, so don't be angry, okay?
Did you say anything?
Of course. Have I ever lied to you?
What?
You watch yourself.
Who do you think you're looking at, boy?
Yep, this is Shenmue 3. It is out. It is available to purchase. I am quite far into the game, so if you don't want to be spoiled on what happens, you probably don't want to watch more. All right. Sure. Couple from room 207. Wait, what? I thought they were the manager. Alright, room 207. Let's go. Let's see what they got. Or not. Okay. Alright, we have important Goro business to take care of first.
Hey, you!
Yes?
If you want to use that international phone over there, you're gonna need a telephone card. I'll sell you one if you need to make a call.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. So the Kickstarter, one of the Kickstarter tiers was, hey, pay us more money for an international phone card. But apparently you can just buy them in-game. Nice. Alright, so this is a special phone card for backers that allows unlimited international calls. But it was heavily implied in the Kickstarter that you needed this in order to call at all. Alright, but we got this VIP phone card. Amazing. Alright, let's call Goro. Alright, Goro. Let's do this. This better be worth it.
Hello? Mihashi speaking.
Goro,
Oh, is that you, bro?
is everyone doing okay?
That's not Goro.
Yes, sir. My, Hisaka, and myself are all doing great and working hard.
I see.
We sometimes talk about you. We're always wondering what you're up to.
I see. Well, I'm doing well. Tell them for me.
Will do.
How is Yokosuka? Have I missed anything?
Just as you left it. I keep a watchful eye on the harbor. Keep it safe.
Can I count on you, Goro?
Bro, I got this. Yokosuka is my island. Ask me anything.
Okay, then.
How's warehouse number 8 doing?
How is everything at warehouse number 8?
Oh my god.
Warehouse number 8. They're regular customers of Hoku Hoku lunches.
Regular customers?
Hisaka often delivers lunches to them.
Oh, I see.
But hey, what's with that Guizhong guy?
Guizhong? Did he do something?
Every time Hisaka makes a delivery, he shows up with a big smile on his face. If I make a delivery, he gives me a face that tells me to get lost.
Guizhong?
Yeah, I hate that guy.
Well, based on what you're saying, maybe he likes...
Huh? Likes what, bro?
Forget I said anything. I'll call again sometime.
Sure. Call me anytime you want.
Alright.
I'm sure Mai would love to talk to you too.
Sounds good. Later, Goro.
We got a sure out of Goro.
Take care of yourself.
That does not sound like Goro at all. Like, that's not even close. Alright. Next up. Tom. My friend. Tom.
Hello?
Tom.
Oh, that voice! Is that you, Rio?
Yeah. How are you doing, Tom?
This is close.
I'm doing great, man! Just great! How about you? Not getting into any trouble, are you?
No, not really. Well, maybe a little here and there.
No, man, no! Oh, you're going to break Nozomi's heart!
I'm fine with
Why
that.
bring up Harasaki?
Because I know what's up. She must be worried sick about you in Canada.
You think so?
Hey, man, you enjoying China?
Well, it's not like I'm here to sightsee.
I know that. You're there because of your father, right?
Tom.
But don't forget to always try to find the best in a situation.
The best, huh?
Rio, are you telling me you haven't had any fun on your trip?
Good question.
Well, we raised some ducks. Sure.
I've met some very interesting people since arriving in China.
Yes, man! Meeting people is the best part of any journey.
I could have done without all the powerful foes. But I also made a lot of new friends along the way. A lot of people helped me out. Shu Ying, Feng Mei, and Joy. I also met friendly martial artists, or rather, martial artists I can call friends. Eileen and Izumi, for example.
Oh, man.
Rio, those are all girls' names.
The Schoolgirl Fight Club members.
Don't get me wrong.
You're one smooth operator, Rio. Meeting lovely ladies on a journey is about as good as it gets. Yeah!
It's not like that.
Okay, cool it, big boy. Your secret is safe with me. I won't tell Nozomi.
Why do you keep bringing her up? I'm going to go. But let's talk again sometime.
Sounds like a plan, man. I'll be waiting.
Later, Tom.
Goodbye, Rio. See you around.
Sure. Well, that's the important ones.
I should call it quits for today.
Hey, you.
Yes?
You need to pay for your room tonight.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me you don't have any cash.
No, I do.
Oh, shit.
Thank you.
Wait, that means Shenfa has cash. Has she been holding out on me? Did she have the 2,000 that I needed earlier?
Good morning, Ryo.
Morning, Shenhua. We need to search for clues about your father and the others.
Agreed.
But I completely underestimated the size of Niaowu.
It's totally different from the port at Longhuishan.
How are we supposed to find them in a big city like this?
Let's split up and ask around.
I guess that's a start. What choice do we have? Time to put on our detective hats.
So...
Agreed.
Let me know if you find anything out.
Okay. I'll see you in a bit.
So they're stressing about this big city that they're in. What? What?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the loudest thing in the game so far, besides the bow hits. All right.
Excuse me.
Welcome to Wushan Hall. Have you come to train?
What?
There are fighters from all over China at this dojo. Here you can train with wooden dummies, spar or have matches against single or multiple opponents.
Multiple?
How and when you train is up to you.
All right.
Anytime.
For a low fee.
Yes, anytime.
$200 a day.
Wushan Hall is seeking new students. Would you be interested in training with us?
This guy looks like more of a cult leader than a
Excellent.
head of a dojo.
Your name?
Yo, Hazuki.
Let me add your name to the nameplate rack in the back. Now then, Mr. Hazuki, you're welcome to train here anytime you wish.
Sure. Let's fight.
Do you want to have a match? I'll have you face Red Wolf first.
All right, let's give him the bow. Oh, man. Forehead tattoos.
To an outsider? Too slow!
Hell. This is what they... Okay.
Well done. Allow me to hang your nameplate on the first Doan rack. This is only the beginning. It's a long way to the top, so keep climbing one step at a time.
Sure. You have to listen to this outside your hotel every morning. Okay. Oh, can't do that anymore. Ask around about the picture. What is this? Ferry terminal.
Welcome to Niaowu. Can I help you with something? As the tour guide around these parts, I'm your man if you've got any questions.
I see. Thanks.
If you have a moment, please take a look around the ferry terminal. Here you can find information on everything Niaowu has to offer.
Everything?
Yes. We've got information on the city's incredibly exciting venture areas and prize exchanges. If you're looking for work, we have part-time jobs fishing and collecting herbs. Everything you could ever want to know, all in one place.
Sure.
Is that so?
There's also a fortune teller up the street for when you're down on your luck.
Seriously?
Anyway, I hope you'll make the ferry terminal your first and last stop when you're stumped.
All right.
Pardon me.
Do you need help? I'm the tour guide for Niaowu, so I can help you find just about anything.
Actually, I have a question. Have you seen this person?
Is this someone you brought with you?
Does anything in this picture look familiar to you?
I want to say yes, but I'm not sure. I'm afraid not. Sorry.
I see.
All right. Thanks a lot, tour guide. What's this?
Daling, is that really you?
Wait.
Huh? What's your deal?
What?
It's me, Dio.
Dulin?
I helped you do some heavy lifting back in Wanchai.
What?
Wan Chai? Wait, do you know my brother?
Oh my god.
Daling's brother, Hong Dejing.
Oh my god. It's Dulin's brother.
Daling's brother?
Don't worry, everyone confused us as kids. We look identical. But we're pretty different if you look carefully, right? Round the eyes and such. I'm the handsome one, right?
You might be right.
Oh my god.
Quite the meeting. Let me know if you have any trouble. I'll get you sorted out.
Thank you.
Don't drop it. Oh my god, Doolin's brother.
Pardon me.
What you need?
Have you seen this person?
That's one fit-looking guy. He looks like he could do hard labor. If I see him, I'll tell him the harbor's hiring part-time cargo handlers.
Oh, they are?
No, we're the ones looking for him.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. We're just really short-handed here at the port lately.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Alright. Alright, good talk, Doolin's brother. Space Harrier. It's a pretty good poster. Huh. What else they got here?
Good at races. Usually on the mark. Like a seer of sorts?
Sure.
Good fortune. Guaranteed readings. Fortune telling, huh? Fishing to hit it big, eh? Chopping firewood, huh?
Oh, dude, we can chop firewood here too? Nice.
A job with a forklift?
Alright.
Find treasure with the herb map? It looks like Niahu's got one too. Gather herbs and make some cash. Good money for your herbs. It's a flyer from the pharmacy.
Alright. So fishing. So that's the exchange. What is this?
The Golden Goose. Yet another venture area.
Okay, so there's still gambling here.
Chobu-chan. What is this thing? Collect tokens to redeem a prize.
Okay.
Get anything so long as you have tokens.
Anything?
Exchange your tokens here. We've got fun and awesome prizes.
Sure. Alright. Okay. Oh man. So vending machines actually kind of serve a purpose in this game because of the health and stamina system. Wait, we could have just slept here. What the hell? We don't have to stay at the hotel. Man, it's like $60 a day too. Alright, hopefully that forklift job pays well. Can never get down these stairs. Alright, let's go see if we can get a forklift job.
Excuse me.
Hey, kid, this is a restricted area.
Have you seen this person?
A manhunt, huh?
Anything else?
No, never seen him.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Hey, kid. This is a restricted area.
Have you seen this person?
Huh? Why in blazes would I know who that is?
Okay, thanks.
Good talk. And this guy just doesn't want to talk at all. It's over here. Sure. Alright. Well, this is clearly the forklift area. But they are not hiring right now. Okay. So someone ran here. You can help us with our picture. Alright, is Choba-chan here?
So you were here.
Aha! Alright, where's Choba-chan? Choba-chan is not here, apparently. Alright, have you seen the person in this photo?
Excuse me.
Hello, welcome. Get your dim sum while it's hot. Now, what will it be?
Actually, I'm here for something else.
Oh, you're not even hungry?
Have you seen this person?
He sort of reminds me of my husband. Oops, sorry. Who's this now?
Sure.
Do you recognize him at all?
Sorry, never seen him.
Okay, thanks.
Alright. Is Choba-chan here? That's easy.
This is it. Pardon me.
What can I do for you? This is Niao's leading Buddhist fitting store.
I need your help with something.
What might that be?
Have you seen this person?
I haven't seen him. I never forget a face. I'd remember him had I seen him.
I have a feeling none of the vendors around here would have probably seen him, but maybe like somebody by the gate, perhaps? Like her.
Excuse me.
Hello, welcome. Looking for a gift for your girlfriend? Or perhaps your family? Let me know your budget, and I'll make the perfect bouquet or wreath for you.
Actually, I'm here for something else.
Oh, all right. How can I help?
Have you seen this person?
He looks kind of familiar. I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Will it let us go further in here? It will. Okay.
It was just a fortune. I only said wine was bad for his luck.
Shut it! What?
God, there's QTs coming out of nowhere in this game.
Don't tell me.
I just knocked him out.
Thank you, kind sir. As you can see, I am merely a fortune teller. How about I tell your fortune as my way of saying thanks?
Sure.
My shop, the Tortoiseshell, is just up ahead. Feel free to stop by anytime.
All right. Lucky number fortunes. So I assume it's up here. No footwear. So they probably force you to use the fortune teller here. Can't run here, apparently? Ah, prize exchange. Oh look, it's another Kickstarter backer, most likely. Oh man. Oh man. It's magnificent. Alright, where's Fortune Teller? The Phantom's Mask? Oh, this must be prize exchange. The drunk tank. Sure. Man, this is way larger than Bailu Village. East Pawn. Okay, tortoiseshell. Here's the guy.
Hey, mister, thanks for that earlier. Why don't you come inside? Let's see what I can see in my mind's eye.
Yes, please.
This is distressing. I sense danger in your life.
What? What kind of danger?
There's nothing more I can say.
Danger, danger.
That's all I see.
Okay, great.
Do be careful.
Thank you.
Please, come see me whenever you need guidance.
Oh yeah, we'll totally pay for that. That was really inspiring. Makes me want to come back here.
I'll talk to the folks around here a little more.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Welcome. Are you here for statues? Or altar fittings, perhaps?
Actually, I just have a question. Do you know this person?
Is this man from around here?
No, he's not. But I have reason to believe he's been here recently.
The ferry terminal.
Huh?
Try the ferry terminal. Recently, you might find something.
Okay, thanks.
They have snapshots of tourists up on display there. If
I saw those, but I didn't see any hotspots there. Well, I guess we're running back there. Do not run. Okay, maybe that's why you can't run here. Well, I don't know if you caught an earlier part, but it's pretty clear in some parts that they did not do multiple takes for some things.
Welcome, sir. Have a fresh cup of aromatic tea. You've got to try it. Here.
Right.
One taste of my tea, and you'll never want to drink anywhere else.
It is quite tasty.
Isn't it? Here's another.
What?
My tea tastes best after the third cup.
Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You can ask me later. You need another cup.
No, I'm fine.
What? Tea shop was amazing. All right. Is there another one of those over here? All right.
Excuse me.
Sir, the food is great and budget friendly.
Actually,
It's 3 pieces for 3 yuan, but I'll do 4 for 3, just for you.
sorry, but I just...
You drive a hard bargain, okay? 5 for 3.
That's not it.
What?
I wanted to ask you something.
What, you're not here to buy? If you're not buying, I ain't selling. Help a brother out. 5 pieces for 3 yuan.
Sure. Makar, are you implying that Yu Suzuki is an alien? Because I think you're right. I think you're right. All right, so lady in this city said to look at the board. So we had to get
I'd love to take Fukusang there.
What? Why didn't it let me do this before? I already came here and did this. Alright, so we're looking for the gangster guys. Oh, it's... Yo! This guy was in Shenmue 2. This is one of the guys from Kowloon, I think.
Can I climb up there?
Alright, I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. So maybe over here.
A family photo. I wonder how Fukusan and Ina-san are doing. Same as in Hong Kong.
Of course, it's the one right in the end. This is a cool segment here. I do like this.
Isn't this Mr. Yuan? Where was this photo taken? I see Buddhist statues in the background. In front of the Buddhist shop. All right. Now to show this picture to Shenhua.
How can she help us with this? We just need to look for the stand.
Hey, Shenhua.
Leo, have you found out anything?
Yeah. This was at the ferry terminal.
Father.
So, it is him. This picture proves that those thugs were the ones that brought him here.
Yeah. What's in the background?
They look like Buddha statues.
It must be a Buddhist shop.
Well then, we know what to look for here in Niaowu.
I assume it's like a...
Yes.
A tourist thing. And there is precedent in Shenmue 2 for photographers just taking your picture for no reason. Look for Buddha shops. Okay, so it's got a red tarp over it. I don't think that's... So that's not on the docks, so that's probably in that main street. You know, the kind of the unfortunate part about leaving Bailu Village is that we probably aren't going to come across somebody chopping up vegetables in this part of the game, which is a real shame, because I looked forward to that each in-game day. Okay, so it had a red tarp over it, so it's not any of those. Where does this go? So this is probably going to be a thing later in the game. Man, we're getting some hitching here in the game. Alright, so red tarp with Buddhist statues. I'm not really a fan of all the reused music that they did for this. Like, I know the soundtrack for Shenmue 2 was great. It is a fantastic soundtrack, but there's like 2 new tracks in this game, which I don't know. That seems a little lazy to me.
I'll talk to the folks around here a little more.
Okay, so it's not around here, I guess. Alright, I'll ask her where all the Buddha shops are.
Excuse me.
Welcome. Are you here for statues? Or altar fittings, perhaps?
Do you know of this shop?
They sell gaudy, tasteless statues there.
Is that right?
I may have nothing but stone statues, but all of them house spirits. Could I interest you in one?
Sorry, but I'm not here to shop. Do you know where I can find the shop in this picture?
If I'm not mistaken, it was in the direction of Vendor Avenue.
Vendor Avenue?
To get there, keep going down this road and go right at the mooncake stand.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Right at the mooncake stand. Does that mean it's this way? Okay. It's that lady from the docks earlier. She ran into Bobby.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Alright, so that lady's a secret kung fu master. If Shenmue precedent is anything to go by.
Oh, you're...
Huh?
You were on the boat with me.
Oh, hello.
Isn't your girlfriend with you?
Huh? Shenhua isn't my...
Oh, really? Sorry about that.
It's no problem.
Oh man, spooky ghost kids.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm looking for Vendor Avenue.
Isn't that it?
Okay. Thanks.
Sure. Oh man, we can get some knockoff jerseys here. Wait. Hold up.
So this is Vendor Avenue.
Did that jersey say what I think it said? Hold up. What? Is it over here? Oh, Ever Team. I thought that said 39 fuck team. From like back here. It looked like. Alright. Get a Shenmue shirt. The newest trend. Alright, so there's a right turn from this stand. This looks delicious. Alright. So it was over here somewhere. Bargain Buddha. Alright, Bargain Buddha.
Pardon me.
Hi. Welcome to the home of the best Buddhist fittings in Niao.
Ah, the best, huh?
They're all made of wood. Maybe this isn't the right shop.
Are you in the market for a statue?
Not exactly. I'm looking for this Buddha shop.
Ah, this one. I'm pretty sure it's down past Vendor Avenue.
I see.
We're the biggest one running, but there are lots of little ones down there too.
Okay, great. Many thanks.
Sure. Apparently it's over here somewhere. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of like a mashup of
Looks like I can't get through here.
Of Hong Kong and Kowloon from Shenmue 2. Alright. Kung Fu Tussle. Fantastic. Alright, this appears to be the Buddha shop. With Bobby tending... Oh my god! Alright, Bobby. Help us solve this mystery.
I need help with something.
Oh, yeah?
Are you from this shop?
Yup.
This is the shop in this picture, right?
Yeah. Why?
Do you know the person in it?
Nope. My dad comes here at 8. You should ask him.
8 o'clock? Thank you.
Alright. Oh man, so glad they put this time skip and location skip button in. Alright.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Take a look at this photo.
That's my shop in the background. What is this?
Do you recall seeing this man?
Yeah, he was with some thugs.
What thugs? Tell me what you know about these thugs.
I don't know if it's these thugs or not, but they're extorting shops on the promenade.
Seriously?
They shake down women and meek shopkeepers for money.
So they're on the promenade. Thank you very much. Perhaps I should return to the hotel.
Alright. Hotel Ubu.
Someone in Vendor Avenue saw Mr. Yuan.
Huh?
He was being taken somewhere by thugs.
Where to?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Tell me, have you got anything, Shenhua?
Not a single clue.
That's a shame. Let's continue asking around tomorrow. We're bound to find something.
She didn't do anything.
Yes.
She could have been forklifting.
Theo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
That's a clock. Well, they got the numerals right at least. Alright.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Oh. Is this my room or her room? This doesn't seem safe.
I met a nice woman in the city. She helped point me in the right direction a few times.
That was nice.
She came over on the same boat we did.
Was she the one staring off into the distance when we got to the harbor?
Wow, you have a great memory.
I do? I mean, I guess.
Sure.
She remembered you too.
She did? Really?
Yes, she did.
Huh?
Oh my god. This... Wow. Oh boy. This, And then there's this. It's incredible. 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 All right. So with that, I think I'm going to call it for today. We did over 10 hours of Shenmue 1. We made it to the second town. And holy crap. That's a lot of video game. And we still have a decent amount left. I'm guessing. Oh, man. All right. So that'll do it for tonight. Stop the timer. Okay. So, thank you for watching. I might do a similarly long stream of this tomorrow. Assuming I'm feeling fine, but it's probably going to be tomorrow, maybe around the same time. I gotta mute this on the game. There we go. And yeah, we I don't know how long the game is, so who knows? We might beat it in the next the next stream of this. I don't know. I'm gonna do the VOD processing tonight. I have it so that my bot will automatically post in the Discord when all the processing's done and when it's up on YouTube and all that. So all that stuff should probably be up and live in about 8 hours from now. So I'll do my best to do that, and I edit out like the breaks and the beginning and end of the stream for all that stuff. So it's just gameplay for the VODs. So thanks for watching. Take care. Have a good day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you're at. And I'll see you next time.